Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
¿Dónde está?
Uy, uy, uy.
¡Ajas!
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Did anybody suspect a Kit Kat?
wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the ties. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
Hello, we're here in the LEC fan zone with some LEC fans. What are your names?
Valerio.
Tiago.
Anna.
Ville. Josef.
Pirates. Omega Man.
It's an Omega Man, okay. I have a little quiz for you before we start. What I would like you to do, I'm going to hold this up to the camera and then I'll show you guys, is name this player, okay? Who do you think this is?
The hands, I have no idea.
I must
The hair is
say flagged, maybe?
You think it's Flackhead?
No, it has
You
hair.
have to rush you,
No, Yike? Maybe no.
Okay, final answer.
Sure.
Yike.
Yike?
Yes.
I'm disappointed in G2 fans. This was obviously Yankos. Obviously Yankos. This player. Dun dun dun, who could it be? Any idea who this is?
Maybe Mickey. I would say Caps.
Say Caps, okay.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. I need a final answer. Are we gonna go with Caps?
Mickey. Matteo can go Caps.
Yeah?
You can go Caps.
All right, well, unfortunately, it's not Caps. His name is Ice. He's a new player. I'm not surprised you didn't get it, I'm going to be honest. The game is pretty simple. I'm going to show you a player silhouette. First, I'm going to show it to the camera. The lovely people at home can see. Who is this?
I would go for Elioya.
Elioya.
It is Elioya. First people to get one right here. That is your prize. Congratulations. Next up, we'll have a look at this item. Dun, dun, dun. A new item in Season 14. Any idea what item this is?
It's the item that Nocturne builds currently, but I don't know the name.
It is the item Nocturne builds. I'll give you half credit for that, but you have no idea of the name. Can you make one up?
Zeke's Convergence or something?
Okay, Zeke's Convergence is a different item, so I'm taking off the point I gave you earlier. Any suggestions from over here?
Purple mask.
This is an experimental hex plate. You have let me down once again. Enjoy your popcorn. I'll see you later. This is an item in Season 14. Now I want you to name, what is this item? It might be upside down. It could be this way, I think.
Upside down heart.
Void thingy. Purple.
Okay, these are very good suggestions. I'd love to shout that name in a cast. Any other suggestions?
No.
No, okay. This is Malignance, obviously. You've both failed. Next up, what item is this? Wait to see the item before you guess. You know, you can see it from the side. Now you're cheating. Or what do we think this is?
Opportunity.
Opportunity.
You disappointed me. You're wrong. That is Terminus. Opportunity is purple. Off you go. I'm going to leave this way. It's great to be here in the LEC.
Welcome everyone to day 2 of the LEC 2024 Winter Split. My name is Broxer and today I'm here to teach you all about the support role in the new season. But Broxa, aren't you a jungler? Many of you are probably asking, and well, that's kind of true. But that's exactly why I brought an expert with me. So let's give a warm welcome to... I'm honestly not even sure where he is right now. Hello?
Joining us today, a player infamous for his love of dogs, so much so he even picks them at Worlds, but he's a loyal friend and an even better man. He's always at the top of the standings and at the top of his game. He's been sitting warming the bench, but it's better than flipping burgers. It's Trimby!
Hey, man.
Someone's popular, huh? So, we're the new ranked season since, well, Wednesday, everything is still pretty new and fresh. I would love to hear from you. What is different? What do we need to know about?
Well, when it comes to support, obviously the support item is one of the things that people try to look around. And first of all, there's only one item now. You don't really need to think too much about it. It's basically a combination of Relic Shield and Spell Shield, Relic Shield and Spell Thief, which means now that you can gain gold with both hitting enemy champions or farming the minions, as you can see in the clip. And it's a pretty nice thing, you know, just to be able to do that. And until 500 gold, not much happens, to be fair. You just get the free wars as you normally did. And then when 1k gold comes up, that's where kind of things change. There's quite a lot to talk about.
Yeah, because I can see there's a lot of different items behind us here, 5 in fact. What are they all about?
Well, to be frank, there's a lot on the screen, but to kind of short it up a little bit. First one, it's an Infernal Soul that just does an explosion. Second one is the movement speed buff that also heals you after CCing. The third one is enchanterish one where you just, when you shield or heal, you kind of give a nice bonuses. The fourth one is I would say it's a Sheen and PTA proc, but only on one auto attack, which sounds kind of broken. And the fifth one, it's a pretty good one, which is a mini crown, I would say, in which that obviously as a crown you just get the damage mitigated when you get the damage on you.
Okay, so if you are a support player on any of these teams, how does this affect how you play in game, and what do you think the ideal support would look like right now in terms of champion pool, the way you approach it compared to last season?
I think right now when it comes to game style, pretty much you can choose from all of those 5 what you kind of want to do and what to provide for your team. I think that's something that's extremely cool about this change. And I feel you know, some of those items, for example, the Blood Song, I feel it will be used way more than we would normally think of. Right now, I feel it can be used on the champions like Nautilus or Leona, where you just go in and you amplify the damage, even though you kind of feel you should be more tanky. And yeah, you deal so much damage with your whole team. And yeah, those items, I think they'll kind of show what support thinks what, and I think that will be something interesting to see, you know, what's inside the pro's mind.
Well, at least I now will have an idea of what to do when I'm also filled. Hope the same goes for many of you players out there. Now, to intro our opening match of the day, let's check in with Giant X, Jackies, and head coach Hedon.
Thank you so much, Broxa. A lot of insights when it comes to the next patch, but I have players and coach from Giant X here to talk about the amazing debut from you, Jackies, yesterday, and Hedon as well. Thank you so much for joining me ahead of today's game. I'm going to come to you a bit later. But first, Hedon, you joined the project of Excel, former Excel, of course, last year. You had to compose with the situation that was given to you. This year was different in the sense that you built the entire project, keeping some members, bringing some new ones. Tell me about the coherence and what you hope to achieve with this project, and why did it make sense to choose these players?
Okay, let's start from the beginning. So the beginning was obviously that I came into this situation and had to do my best with the pieces I was given. I'm not against that at all. I think it's important as a coach to be able to adapt to the situation you're in. But obviously it's a lot more fun when you get to pick the pieces yourself, because if you do that, you kind of have what you want, right? For the most part, you know, within reason, within budget. So this project that I have here is super exciting for me, because all the 5 players we have, they want to play somewhat the same way, and we could see that from the moment we stepped on the rift the first time around. And yeah, it's just super exciting. And in terms of goals for us, I don't want to say we need to win LEC, we need to go to Worlds. We will take it one day at a time, and then the results will come.
Starting slow, I think, is the best approach, especially when you have rookie and younger players like yourself, Jackies, making their debut in the LEC. You had an amazing game yesterday, MVP after your first game stepping in on stage. And I remember when we talked during the off-season, you were telling me that you did not expect to join the LEC, and actually it came as a surprise. So what was going through your mind before you made your first steps on stage yesterday, and when you saw that you smurfed it afterwards?
I mean, I wouldn't say I smurfed it, but my first thoughts was, I mean, I don't really remember my first thoughts, not gonna lie, but I felt really comfy on the stage. Like, it kind of felt like I was playing at home a bit, because I think the stage is made really good. And regarding to the game, I think I kind of almost threw the game, not gonna lie, at the mid play, but then I won it in a way. I think it was kind of just them in thing, but you know, I got a good highlight, so I don't mind.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's all I can say.
And I think it's about recovery, especially because even though you had a misstep, it didn't throw you off. You kept on going and saved the day in the end with the rest of the team. What did you think about his first steps, Hidon, and how did you make him ready? Because to feel so comfortable on stage, even though he didn't play, I feel like there's been an inside job done from the coaching staff and the rest of the team.
Yeah, okay. So with Jackies, obviously he is someone who you can see he's very comfortable. I cannot teach him to be comfortable on stage. I cannot teach him to have the kind of finesse he has. That's something he was given before handed over to me. But I can teach him how to play the game, and I can teach him how to be the personality he is. And I think you didn't see anything about what he is capable of doing without hyping him up too much. But when you see it, you will know it.
Jackies, one word about your opponent today. BDS
One
in
word?
the opening game. Yeah.
Easy.
All right, easy. We'll take it there.
I
Thank
think
you
easy,
so much. Good luck today. Thank you for
thank
joining
you.
me ahead of the game, of course.
Thank you.
And Shucks, back to you.
Thank you so much. It was great to hear from Hidon and Jackies. And Jackies yesterday actually made everyone know his name immediately when Giant X was able to win their first game in the LEC. And Trimby, I've heard from many a pro player and many a content creator that he was a player to watch already in the in-houses and in the season, or the time rather, leading up to this season.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, some of those young players, you know, they showed up pretty good, and one of those was Jackies. I think his champion pool was quite nice when it comes to how he wants to initiate, how he wants to do things on his own. I would say, especially this game, right? Like normally when you come onto the stage, you kind of want to play pretty much like scaling champions, and here he plays Nico. It's quite of a broken champ at the end of the day, but when it comes to how he played and like functioned, he did it really well. Like look how, like pretty much all of the team fights that he did, and when he was shining a lot, and it just showcased how good he was playing.
I think it was the confidence that really got to me. Like plays like this, right? Like you're a rookie, it's your first game on stage, and immediately you're stepping up to the plate going, no, I can make the play that will define this game. And he did it not once but twice across the course of that game. I think it was, it speaks volumes to this guy as a player, but also to both the pickups that we got to see coming through on Giant X as well. Because I think Ignar, another big performer that came in this squad, he looked fantastic on the Blitzcrank.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you draft the way you do, you play against actually Helisang and Karzi, and yeah, just like that, you just give Ignar his Blitzcrank, which back in the day, it was kind of his signature pick, and he just showcases, right, like that he, even though, right, he comes technically from an A, right, like he just makes things work, and it just looks so good, actually.
He's an honorary coming from an A player because he did beat us at World, so yeah, it's really cool that now he's on our side again. By the way, welcome, Dagda, to the desk. I didn't do that properly, but on all accounts, I think a resounding success for Giant X in their very first match, even though they even experienced kind of throwing and then getting it back, so they got everything done. BDS on the other side, they were up against G2 in their very first match of Winter, Dagda, and they didn't have the best time.
Well, I mean, they had a great time in the early stages.
Yeah.
It kind of worked out pretty well. They were getting control against BB in the top side. It was starting to go well, but I think it kind of shows the dichotomy that we need to look at coming in the early stages of League, which is, I mean, look, sick entrances from the lads, but it's sick entrances in game as well. But it is a course of like, you need to close it out. And I think when you look at like, okay, they hyper-focused on the Void Grubs. They didn't get Dragons. They were playing a mid-game comp, and it just kind of fell apart where you got to the point G2 could just sit back, scale, come into team fights where they're comfy. I think that was the problem here for BDS.
And Trimby, the bot lane, talk to me about what you saw, because of course the big question was Crowny now gone. What is Ice going to be able to do?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much they started pretty well. Even though on bot lane was not looking as hot at first, I think the game went pretty well into the mid game. But then right afterwards, it felt like they were kind of disjointed, you know, in a sense that they were always starting team fights, and I saw a lot of times Ice couldn't even join them, even though he was like the one that was supposed to carry. And then afterwards you look at damage charts and it just feels like he's not dealing damage, but he was never there to actually deal it just because of how BDS decided to take the fights in this and this area where, yeah, pretty much not the main carries can even follow, which is pretty bad for a team to do. But it's first day of the season, so we'll see how it goes in the next games.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So I think for BDS especially, we know how much they incrementally grew throughout last year as well. For Giant X, we heard a lot of whisperings that they were going to be good as well. But now the question is, what kind of a ceiling are we looking at? And it's always so exciting when you look at new players like Jackie's coming in and immediately having a performance like that.
Yeah, and I think that's the big one for me. Because when we were talking about this on Euphoria a lot, like this team for me was going to be a case of, look, I don't know how Jackie's is going to perform. They didn't have the best of times until they added Video in the, or Abbedagge into the mid lane last split. So I was kind of like, look, is this going to be a GX that starts to fall to the wayside? But the fact that their bot lane is performing, their mid lane is overperforming as well. Peach even had a great series. It feels like this is going to be a fantastic time for GX.
There's only one game.
Sorry,
felt like a series at some points. We do have a small delay on stage, as you probably already snuffed out. But let's hear from Adam before this match.
My goal above everything is to be like the best top lane in Europe, and that I want to be one of the only Western top laners that can really face those like best Asian top laners, and I kind of want to create like a legacy in Europe.
He does have the Strive Breaker finish. Actually, he's going to hop on the sticks. Just cleanses, just starts to walk him down. Is he just going to have a Garen moment? He is!
I'm really like proud to have the opportunity, you know, to be able to like mondialize myself, because not a lot of players are able to do that, especially from Europe. So I'm glad that you know, I cannot join this club to have international fans all across the world. I'm really proud for that, and it gives me even more hunger to satisfy all of them.
Adam, he made a name for himself, not just here in Europe, but also at Worlds last year, but of course focused on that continued development. We brought Broxa back because maybe, you know, I'm not going to jinx it. Maybe it won't be a while. Maybe it will. We hope it won't. But we have a lot to talk about, and I think this is cool because there are a ton of overreactions, obviously, after day one. But we have some time to kind of go through the ranks. So Broxa, I'll start with you maybe. In terms of yesterday and kind of some of the teams, was there any team that particularly caught you off guard in a good or a bad way?
Well, it has to be Matt, right?
Okay.
Like Matt Lance Koi, they were incredible. All of us ranked them 10th, and all of a sudden they just come in with so much confidence. Elyoya kind of leading the charge, everybody else playing absolutely incredible. And it was nice in a way to be proven so completely wrong.
It's only one game, but yeah, I like it. I'm here for the headlines, and the headlines only.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, it's how much do we overreact, right? But let's be real, right? Yes, Heretics did throw the ball early, but I think the fact that they caught it so incredibly well, they set up themselves really strong in the early to mid game, and then how effectively they snowballed it, because I think one of the things that you can never doubt about, like, the veterancy with Jankos and Wunder and Perks is they are very good at finding those moments where, like, oh, we can just turn a game. We can play off of a side lane. We can find something that will bring this game back in our favor. But that wasn't what we got. It was a clean rollover from Matt, and that says a lot more to me.
It does. It's a great start, Trimby. And I mean, you've probably been in this position. In fact, I'm sure you've been in this position where people are doubting you a fair bit. And Elyoya was saying, I don't care what they say. But I can't remember who it was. I think it might have been Alvaro, who has a wallpaper of all the hate comments and all the criticism that they got before, using it as fuel. What a great way to start the split, really.
I mean, yeah, pretty much. It's like, I think, yeah, about the fuel, it's just, I come from the time where, you know, as Rogue, we're always like the chokers, right?
Yeah.
We would never win the split, etc. And we did not win for the most part, right? But it gave a lot of it gave the energy to actually show everybody wrong, you know, to like make people realize that it's really not a thing. And right, like, it's kind of understandable that you put them that low in the tier list, because you don't really know that much how it's gonna be from ERL to LEC, the development, how they're gonna actually perform. But at the end of the day, they they were extremely good, you know, and they showed so much good stuff.
And I do like that they stuck to that style from EMEA Masters. Like the fact that we end up with, hey, we're going to go for this heavy bot style play. We're going to gank there. We're going to look for invades. We're going to look for skirmishes. This was what they found successful in EMEA Masters. They got to the finals, and it's cool to see that they're now making it work at an LEC level as well.
I think the impressive part for me was that if we look at, let's say, G2 BDS or Fnatic Carmen Corp, those games were pretty close for the most part until eventually Fnatic and G2 just took completely over and destroyed them.
Yeah.
But here, they got the lead and they just rolled with it. Like Heretics had no chance. It looked like Heretics were the rookies playing on stage for the first time. And that's an impressive and difficult thing to do.
Yeah, and it was there more cause for concern? Because, you know, I had a gander on social media, of course, and with Heretics, it's always the question. You have that incredibly successful top side. You have a bot lane that has been successful as well, but is it all going to click? And starting from draft, you're like, okay, is this really the priorities you'd want to go for?
Yeah, I think that's the big takeaway for me. Like, from watching yesterday's games, champions that can go for these early invades off of bot side pressure seem to be the best way forward. Like, I think things like Xin Zhao, that you can have these early skirmishes, and that early 1v1 potential is massive. And every time you got the push on bot side, you could see that these teams were trying to invade, to contest blue, to contest the bot side. And I think that's what we're going to see more and more start to creep into the gameplay. And I think it was just a really good read from Mad Lions, but a bit of a terrible read from Heretics on the opposite side, to be like, we're going to take the Vi and try and fight with no priority bot, no priority mid, and try and take the 1v1 against the Xin Zhao. I think they just weren't ready for the meta, and I think it was a very rude wake-up call for them.
I mean, on the other hand, if you look at it from a different perspective, the map changed, right? And like Mad Lions pretty much abused a lot in the early game how map changed when it comes to bot side. Like think right now when it comes to red side bot lane, it's way harder to play when enemy can invade so easily and when you have push from mid and specifically here but the bot lane. It just felt like they abused it so much that Heretics, I feel like they also got a little bit caught off guard with like how the changes were made. Even though you get to really practice the map, it's not that much of a practice at the end of the day, so you're still kind of getting used to it, and that's why, you know, it's so impressive that with the time that they had, they managed to get a really good game plan around, and yeah, they successfully made it work.
Yeah, it's completely different when you actually have to play it in the studio, right, for an official game. Now, in terms of an update, we are currently experiencing issues relating to starting game lobbies. As League officials are investigating, we're going to head over to the caster desk because Ferius wants to introduce a special guest for today.
Yes, thank you very much, Shox. I have been told that we have a special guest caster today. I never got a special intro, but apparently the producers have prepared something, so let's see what that is.
Entering the arena, thankfully on the floor, as he's deathly afraid of heights, which probably explains why he's never climbed higher than gold. He's a world traveller, a rapid talker, and the caster that stayed with the LPL for the longest. Hailing from Australia, the Thunder from down under, Hysterics!
You really used our resources to make that intro for yourself? That's what you did? You just came here and you're
First thing. I got here, I came all the way from Australia and I'm like, man, I gotta make it special. To be fair, you guys encouraged me, so it's not completely my fault.
It's true. Welcome to the caster desk, Hysterics. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here. For those that don't know, our man here, he is an expert on the LPL. He's been casting them for what, 1 million years?
Like 6, yeah.
6 million years.
Since 2019, so
crazy, man.
Been around the bend.
Crazy. We did have the pleasure of casting together at the World Championship, and I'm more than happy to welcome here.
Yeah.
Here to the LEC stage. You are going to be joining us today and tomorrow as well. Is that right, my friend?
It is absolutely right. And it's a pleasure to be on games that we're doing as well, because you know, you look at face value at the start of the split and you'd be like, man, maybe these games don't have as much merit as they should. Maybe these games don't hold as dear to the heart as the top 4 teams, right? But at the moment, we're looking at a very different situation, especially in Giant X, right? Pulling their big win off yesterday when a lot of people had them middling in the middle of the split.
Yeah, for sure. Expectations were pretty low for both teams coming into the start of the season, but that's the crazy thing about our best of 1 format, especially when we are coming in on a brand new patch. We did get to see the LCK teasing a little bit the new map and the new games, but it's not quite enough, as you rightly said. Here in the LEC, though, we got to see a lot yesterday. So many different champion priorities, so many different play styles and approaches, and I think that's one of the big questions coming into today, because when we think of BDS as a team, they had a formula for success last year. They were very much early dragons into hyperscaling into team fighting, right? And yesterday they came out guns blazing. They're looking for fights. They're looking for that early aggression, but they didn't quite make it work against G2.
I mean, against G2, the early game, as you were saying, was so good. I mean, BDS brought us to our heels a little bit. Solo kill for topside for Adam as well on his Renekton versus Broken Blade, which is such a big feat. But I think more importantly, the fact that, you know, we've got to see if this is a blip. You said this backstage to me, like, is this a blip, or are we going to start going to trend setting of, like, BDS back to same old? Maybe it's only the tournaments or at least the moments that matter, like playoffs, like season finals, where they can get it across the line.
Yeah, exactly that. Because when you bring in a player like Ice, expectations are that there's going to be some type of shift with BDS, right? Clearly there was something that wasn't working for them last year, but now all of a sudden needs to be changed. And so eyes are going to be on a player like Ice. Eyes are going to be on this BDS roster to see what these changes are. And so far yesterday, the idea was good. The execution, not quite there yet, though.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of questions that come through from Ice. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are just joining us, remember that we are currently experiencing issues relating to starting game lobbies. The league officials are investigating. That's why you're chilling out with us for the time being. And you get to chill with this awesome crowd. Yesterday, they were loud. It doesn't matter if you're G2, you're here for KC, you're here for MAD, any other team. There was one SK fan yesterday going for it as loud as possible.
The energy was absolutely electric yesterday. And I'm excited to see these fans once again in, of course, our new arena.
Me too.
Making their way onto the stage will be BDS versus Giants. Giant X, I should say. And while we did talk a little bit about BDS, for Giant, I think what was the crazy thing was how we saw Patrick kind of coming into his own, right? He's a player that is a bit of a veteran here in Europe. He's someone that's been playing for a very long time, and he's been known for a variety of different play styles. Yesterday, he got his hands on the Draven. Yesterday, he got some very early kills, and he was absolutely dominant on the champ, and he absolutely ran away with it. Now, of course, their mid-game did get a little bit chaotic, and that's where we got to see Jackie's really come into his own and have a huge impact on the Nico.
It was huge.
But I wonder what their approach will continue to be. Are we going to continue to see this bot-side aggression? Are we going to continue to see this team fight approach from Giants, or are they going to show us something different today as well?
Because I think for Giant X, a really good point is coming from NRG. I mean, Ignar was a big playmaker at Worlds, right? Like, there's two really big players on that team in the bottom side. It makes sense if they get ahead, then they're just going to start taking over. I mean, we're not even at the G2 game yet, and we're already going for it. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're wondering, we also have Odo, who talked to us about last year and moving forward with the squad while we're waiting.
I think if we manage to keep the discipline and belief that we had in the summer split for the whole year and in every day of practice, I think that's going to push us forward at a consistently really good level, because I felt like in summer we were a team that felt like was very, very well coached, and we were winning games off of, you know, how good our macro was and how disciplined we are.
Abadaga looking to base, but Razor wants to fight. Limit going in and get the stun onto Razor. Humanoid now locked up as well. He's dead. And you can hear it in the air. You can feel it in this moment. Excel, not to be denied by Fnatic again.
I feel like now we have more tools to do such a thing, but now it's more on us to keep that discipline up for the whole year, and if you manage to do that, I think we're gonna end up in a good spot.
Well, it's great to see that Odo is still doing as well as he does, and I feel like he's the kind of player, Trimby, I mean, you have experience as well. He's always going to keep going for that goal. You notice it in everything he does.
And of course, when you even look at his achievements pretty much throughout all the years, like I think there was only 1 year that, you know, he didn't actually go like quite high when it comes to like top positions in LEC, and it's just, you know, if you see at someone's legacy, like Odo's is just wonderful, and yeah, he just keeps pushing every day. It's not like he's like out there and he's just like playing just to play. He actually like tries to push himself every single day to be better.
He does, and I hope he gets to play soon, because if you're just joining us, we are currently experiencing issues relating to starting game lobbies, and league officials are investigating. But you might have seen that there were no players behind the casters just now on stage in their seats. So, Trimby, this is a great welcome for you to the LEC. It seems like it's going to be a long one. What do you want to talk about? Come on, throw it in here.
But honestly, if there's a slot open over there on like the support chair, I mean, I could like join in, you know.
Who do you think you should be replacing?
Oh, okay, you got no, I'm not answering that.
No, but there was a bit of chatter, and I think we kind of noticed it as well. Supports generally, they didn't have the best time yesterday. I don't know what's going on. Do you love to see it?
I mean, it's first day. It happens, you know. Like I mean, it's nice a bit, but not like you know how it goes.
I mean,
like,
we took the best support out of the league. You know, he's now on the desk with us. It's like it's tough. You know, you gotta move somewhere.
For sure, but we'll see. Actually, let's talk about yesterday's supports or the teams in general, as we will have BDS hopefully soon. They played versus G2. Let's dissect their team comp a little bit. And this was the first game of the day. And I think generally we saw a bunch of trends, really. Like Gwen seemingly being super OP wasn't actually in this game, I believe. Is this the right?
I don't think this is the right one. There was definitely not a Ziggs yesterday, so I'm not.
I'm like, did we forget that there was a Ziggs and a Karma?
I think I think we got some of the picks that are
I
there.
wish this was the draft.
Yeah, that would have been sick.
I think it's last year. I would say Vitality was playing because Kaisa made maybe Vitio, maybe the team.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah.
But I don't know. Wait, what was?
This was actually a fun game. Try to remember what that was.
I mean, if there is a Ziggs Karma into Kalista Renata, oh, that's actually a hell
That's
of a
actually great.
So much fun actually going on there.
Yeah, but generally, I think you know, top lane didn't have a good time. I think yesterday, specifically, if you were up against that Gwen.
I think kind of the interesting one for me with BDS and G2 is we kind of got to see a split of what I think are the two ways the meta could go, right? Where I think you're looking at, like, we can go for the Kalista in the bot lane, we can go for the Renekton top, we can go for even Nocturne in the jungle. We can go for these picks that are super strong mid-game, and let's just try and snowball completely out of control. We get the Void Grubs early, we hit that Rift Herald, we start that snowball, we get dragons, and we're just completely taking over the game so quickly. Versus where I think we'll probably end up going, which is, hey, I'm going to go for a K'Sante in the top lane. I'm going to go for more tanks. I'm going to take a Felio spot with an Enchanter, keep him safe, and just look to try and slow down the game until I can get to the later point. Because I think actually losing both Rift Heralds has definitely made it more difficult to snowball the game. Because personally, look, I said it behind the scenes, I think Void Grubs are a bit of a bait. I think they're a bit of a waste.
Yesterday I was thinking, I mean, obviously you have another objective to go for, obviously. And if you look at kind of videos of people in the preseason or you watch, you know, sometimes it goes crazy and sometimes you have a ton that are knocking on the Nexus doors, but that really doesn't happen.
But that's the thing, right? So I looked at it. You get 75 XP for everyone that you kill, right? And you get less gold than you get from Gromp. So your Gromp is at level 4. I think it was like working at like 132 XP or something like that. So you have to kill 2 of these things, which is significantly longer than a Gromp to kill. You don't get as much gold. And as well, you have to get all 5 or 6 of them to really make it worthwhile. And even yesterday we saw, you get like 2 of them. The enemy jungler shows up and you're like, ah, crap, I gotta leave it. And he just comes up and takes one nice and handily. So I don't know. It feels like to me, it isn't a big enough of a, hey, I can like snowball. Like if it was Rift Herald, right? You're like, oh, I can probably get 3 plates and a turret. Or something if I get these. But when it's like the little grubs, you're like, I get decent damage, but I have to be in a winning place to actually use it versus what Rift Herald was I can actually snowball off this.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, that it just doesn't feel as rewarding as doing Dragon or getting the Rift Herald we had before, right? And I think the BDS game is a perfect example of that, because they drafted a full early game team comp. I believe they got all Void Grubs, 6 stacks, and it didn't matter, because eventually the Kalista and Renekton were completely outscaled. G2 could just sit back and just demolish them with their Phelios Renata late game scaling comp. And even the Gwen managed to come back at some point, right? So it's like, how far do you really want to go to secure these crops? And will they actually be able to make that big of a difference? Because I would agree with you, Doctor. Yesterday, they looked like a bit of a bait.
Also, sometimes like you have to hit the tower to activate them.
Yeah.
If they've got wave clear on the other side, you're just gonna watch your wave disappear. You're like, there was a grub, I'm sure, in there somewhere, but it doesn't make a difference at all. It's like
Finn did such a good job trying to sell us on the Void Grubs as well.
I mean, he's a cowboy. What can I say?
Yeah, what can we say? Indeed, it would be sad if, like, even though there are more incentives that can facilitate your early game snowballing or your early game pressure, it would still kind of get us in a meta again where we go to the late game comps. Why does this always happen?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's Enchanters. I mean, Trimby, you can speak to this. Enchanters are just busted at the moment. I think all the automation has just made them so strong.
I mean, that's true. When with the new items right now coming up, and the fact that support items are a bit cheaper than they used to be last season, it just comes up a little bit together. But on the other hand, there is like an item, like a blood song that I talked about, and it feels like that item, if you can build it on any engaged support and just like hit that one auto attack, it's not that much, you know, you're a support player, like you just can just get an auto attack. It's hard, but I would say if you get that one and I think it's amplifying like 12%, it's so much damage for your whole team. It just feels so good.
I was playing with Ox the other day, and he built Bloodsong and Nautilus. He out-damaged our mid laner and top laner. Like the amount that you can get out of this is absolutely insane. I think even like we were talking about it backstage, we start to see like double support items picked up in bot lane. We've seen double support items picked up in top. It's like there is so much happening with these support items at the moment. And even then, I think that's why you've got a lot of variability that can actually play in the bot lane. If we've got the Void Grub salesman for Finn, I'm going to be the Ardent Sensor salesman because I think that item is so strong at the moment. But I think you've got a lot of stuff you can work with.
Not again.
I'll be the harbinger of doom with it. I think we will end up going back to it. I think Melio's super strong with this, but yeah, I can see we got the drafts up behind us.
We do.
Finally,
Braxa, talk to me about champion pool yesterday and in general. And of course, we talked about, well, likely you're going to have to see a higher emphasis on junglers that are able to do good clears early, etc. A lot of pressure on farming. But still, we saw a lot of ganks. I think more ganks coming through than I personally expected.
Yeah, I think funnily enough, the meta hasn't changed that much from what we saw at the end of last year, including Worlds, right? But I think now there's going to be ganks, there's going to be dives. Bot lane especially is going to be very easy to gank compared to the past. And I think part of why a lot of teams are choosing these teamfight comps is the fact that with Void Grubs, with Dragons, with Herald, everything, like there's so many reasons to fight at all times. And there's different ways to approach it. Again, teams like BDS went full early game, didn't really work out for them. Others just sat back and started scaling, waiting for the late game fights. And I think both have a place in the meta, but it just comes down to how good you are at snowballing. Because if you can snowball as well as Matt did in the last game, you can easily get away with playing Kalista, Renekton, etc.
Yeah.
But you cannot make mistakes, because one single mistake can lose you the entire game.
What way do you think we're going to see the meta go, though? Because I think there's like two different ways it can break here. I think a lot of the BB go for hyper push bot lane and mid, and then you try to invade with a Xin Zhao, kill the enemy jungler and get wins that way. Or do you think it'll be a case of, hey, we want to slow down because we can't gank as heavy, maybe bot lane gets better at warding out for these situations or whatever the meta evolves into, and then we go back to like the Graves and the farming junglers instead?
I think there's always going to be an element of like heavy farming in jungle, especially with the way the role has been pushed in recent years. Because I remember when I joined the league, like literally you would just get level 3, run from lane to lane. I was playing official games with mobility boots at least, playing like a maniac. It was great times, but you can't do that anymore. You fall too far behind. I think now, one thing that I'm going to look out for is, again, how are they going to punish the bot lanes? And I think the Void Grubs in particular, yesterday a lot of junglers just instantly started them the moment they spawned. But if this is something you're aware of, you can easily make a plan even before the game begins. Like if they go Void Grubs around minute 5, we're gonna set up a slow push bot, we're gonna dive them, and we're gonna win the game off of that. Because Void Grubs, again, had 0 impact yesterday on any game really. But if you can know they're gonna do it and then double kill their bot lane, well, you can easily win the game off of that.
Void Grub slander. There's a lot of it today. Yeah, we'll see indeed today. We are still experiencing a bit of a delay indeed. So maybe we can talk about kind of the state of the league. Let's get the standings up. The standings overview from yesterday, which will be pretty clear cut. There is only so much we can talk about, so please don't get mad. I know you love to get mad, but when we give like a sweeping statement, like it's only one game. So what can we say besides, well, Vitality sucks because they didn't win yet. That doesn't mean that that statement's going to be true forever. Or is it, Trimby?
I mean, Rogue lost, but I will not, like, come on guys, I can't say such stuff, you know,
No.
You know how it goes.
No.
I think
what
it's
can you
clear.
say?
Everyone on the right-hand side, not going to playoffs. Even if we actually only knock out 2 teams, it's overreacting 101. You have to just assume that everyone who has lost will now lose forever. But no, I think it's like, it's super interesting to see. I think there's a couple of different teams where, like, say for K-Corp yesterday, who were playing, I think they were a little bit chaotic in the way that they approach games, but I think they've a lot that they can try to improve on. I think there was a lot of very, very close series, close games. I don't know why I keep saying series. Close games for like the likes of SK as well. That was a game that could have gone very back and forth. So I think there's still, I think it's a reflection of where a lot of people's expectations were coming into this year, which is there's kind of that clump of teams that all feels like they're kind of sitting in around that area that'll all be fighting for that kind of, I just want to say like 5th to 10th place maybe, are all quite similar. And then it's a case of you got a couple that are expected to break away. But I think seeing how close a lot of these games are only reinforce that statement for me.
It does. As we are still waiting, we do have our match of the week later. So let's get a sneak peek at that G2 Esports versus Carmine Corp bout later on.
The greatest ERL team that we have ever seen. The most successful EMEA Masters are on the verge of a fourth.
G2 have got a dozen.
It's in our DNA to win. We've been very dominant and we've been craving to go to LEC for a few years now. So everyone is super motivated to get on this new stage.
It's always a bigger league, bigger stakes. There's a lot more people watching now. It's not only their fan base watching, it's everyone watching. We love a challenge in our team, and I think that will also make us better and will make the league better. We are not scared. We are here to, showcase we're still the best in Europe.
Yeah, they dominated, but we weren't there, so things will change now.
Yeah, that is in a few hours. Of course, first we need to get through our first two games of the day, our match of the week. Trimby, it's been really insane seeing kind of KC entering the league. Yesterday they were so loud. They played Fnatic, and I know it was so cool to see the banter. I know, unfortunately, of course, for the KC fans, they didn't win their first game, but it's almost like there's a reinvigorated fandom going on in the LEC. They have lit a fire under other teams as well. I was speaking to, for instance, some of the people, the fans of G2, and they were saying, yeah, we talked about it, how much energy there is and how we want to deal with it, and it's really awesome to see.
Yeah, I think it will influence everyone else, other fans, even the teams, I would say, like, you for sure hear them under those headsets. And yeah, I think even players said yesterday that they could actually hear, like how loud the fans were. So it's gonna be all about, right, how you can match it with the other fans, which will be hard for possibly versus like KC fans, right? But it's all about, it gives so much more energy to overall this whole area. It just feels so nice to be around.
And I definitely noticed it as like when you're in the casting booth yesterday, you could kind of see, like, say Carmine Corp starts going off, you kind of see the Fnatic fans going, come on, we gotta beat them, and trying to get into it and trying to amp up the energy. And it definitely felt like it just kind of became this shouting match of who's going to get the one up. But I'm expecting a very similar story as we get to G2 later today as well, one of the big fandoms that we have. It feels like it is going to be just, I know, like just whatever the equivalent of loud noises is for fisticuffs is basically what we're going to get.
What?
Fisticuffs.
What's that?
Fisticuffs.
What's a fisticuff?
Yeah, it's like a boxing match.
Oh, is it those things you have on your cup?
I know, they're like, I don't know, fisticuffs is just like if you say put them up and I'm going to fight. Yeah. It's like, we went to fisticuffs. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I see. Cool. That is later on. As a reminder, we still have some issues getting into that game. But I hear we're close. I don't want to jinx it. So let's head over to Vedius and Hysterics.
Don't worry, we'll make things better, ladies and gentlemen. We'll make things better because if you're looking at us, it must be a good vibe. It's a good sign. It's no jinx. It's no jinx. And by the way, you know what fisticuffs is, don't you?
Yeah.
Straight away?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Because like,
you put them up? Is that
no. That's what pre-game entertainment. We're gonna fight. And knuckle dusters, I think, are the other word we're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, that's what she described. Knuckle dusters,
yeah. But no,
very violent tool.
It's weird how similar, like, Australians and Irish are. Rob says a lot of things, but other people are like, what? And I'm like, I know exactly what he's talking about. What's the crack? We just don't spell it with an IC.
My favorite Australian saying is, "We're not here to put shoes on a caterpillar."
Yep.
Spawn told me that one. He was like, "We're not here to waste time. We're not here to put
Maybe
shoes
it's a Melbourne
on a
thing.
caterpillar."
I don't know. I've never heard that.
You've never heard that one?
No.
Well, there is another one relating to spiders, which I'm not allowed to say on air.
Oh, okay. I'm like, what have you got? Oh. Have you also know, a fair shake of the sauce bottle? You heard
fair
that?
shake of the sauce bottle?
Yeah.
A fair shake of the sauce bottle?
Yeah.
No.
Our Prime Minister said that.
Really?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I don't know. He was way with words. If you are just joining us and watching me and Vedi, give a bit of a g'day. We are waiting for players to get back onto stage, but what does LEC without a small delay? LPL had delays all the time. I live in this space.
You are the master of delays, I believe.
I live and walk in it. I did a quiz last time.
Yeah.
I went through Question the Meaning of Life. It goes any which way. It doesn't matter.
Have you read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
No, I haven't. Everyone tells me I should. Why?
Well, I mean, the meaning of life. The answer's right in there.
Oh, yeah. Isn't it 42?
It is 42.
Oh, that's
Spoilers.
a spoiler. Sorry about that. How long has the book been out? 20 years?
Yeah.
30
You know,
years?
I love that book so much that I actually learned an excerpt from it, which is my favorite part, which is the... he's getting evicted from his home.
Right.
And they sit there and go, if you wanted to combat this, the destruction of your home, you could have gone to the planning office. And he said, I did go to the planning office. And he said, right, then you found the documentation. Yes, I had to go down into the cellar. That's where the planning department is. With a torch, the lights were probably out. So were the stairs. Well, you found the planning documents, didn't you? Yeah, in a locked filing cabinet in a disused lavatory with a sign on the door saying, beware of the leopard.
How do you remember
It's
all
my
of that?
favorite scene. It's
Wow.
my favorite thing from the whole book. I was
just-
in stitches the first time I read that.
I'm just more impressed that you remembered all that. That's
I also
great.
used to know all of the, you know, the dialogue between Captain Jack and the two guards around the commandeering of the
Oh,
ship?
yes.
I used to know all of the dialogue for that.
Really?
I used to. I don't anymore. That
Another
was that-
Savant, another Pirate Savant. Well done. The banger movies. I mean,
Commandeer. I was a big fan, yeah.
I mean, Benny, you and I are going to get on like a house on fire. And hopefully we get close.
What does that mean? Why would I, what?
Is that? Do you not know that phrase either?
I know the phrase. I just don't understand the meaning.
Get on like a house on fire. You know, it's you've only got your last point of contact probably before you go up in flames, I guess. Is that what it means?
What this relationship is going to be? Up in flames?
I'm not sure. there is a way out if you have to get out. But look, at the very least, you want to talk about League? You don't have to, but we can if you want.
Yeah, we can talk about League.
Yeah, we can.
Have you got a favorite champion on the current patch?
It's Nocturne.
You? Really?
No, it's just because you're here. It's because you're
You
here.
don't have to cater to me. No one else in this team does. Go on, tell me who your favorite champion on the patch is.
It's probably Hui, isn't it? Because he's new.
Hui?
Yeah. Because
You know all of his ability names?
I tried remembering them. Medic was quizzing me backstage, and he was giving me funny names for it. And now I've forgotten the real name. I have some of them in the back of my brain. You know, like Devastating Fire.
QQ.
What's QW? I've already forgotten.
It's the Lightning Bolt.
Yeah. Severe Bolt.
And then I actually forget what QE is. That's the
Bolt and
AoE.
Fisher.
That's the Brawmolt.
No. The Rumble Ult.
The Brawmolt.
Yeah, the Rumble Ult. It's fire. It's got to be Rumble.
It's the Brawman Rumble Ultimate.
Right. Okay. All right.
Now, we do have some good news.
Please.
We are being told the player walkouts are getting ready, and here we are! No more delays. You don't have to hear us ramble anymore. The players are making their way onto the stage, and we're about ready for our first game of the day. Giant X versus BDS. BDS coming off a loss after yesterday.
Yeah.
Giant X finding their first win. A bit of messy fashion, but we saw some great stuff from both Jackies and Patrick in their debut here on the LEC.
We really did. I mean, again, it was messy stuff when Vitality decided to dive bot at level 2, level 3 on that rel. But nevertheless, you got Patrick on a comfort champion. You got the bottom lane taking over. And I think more importantly, you nailed the top of that. Jackies came through with such a world-class debut where he didn't look like nerves. It was clean Nico performance, ending the game as well, I might say. So I'm really excited for this guy because, again, when you talk about the regional leagues, he was nailing first, back to back to back. A lot of people had hype on this guy, and I think he did deliver in his first day. And you're kind of hoping against what we would consider maybe a top 5, top 6 team, penning their performance coming from the back of Worlds, that Jackies again delivers against more of a world-class opponent, to throw in that caveat.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what he's capable of, largely because his most played throughout his entire career is Yone.
Yeah.
Yone Silas are the type of champions that he likes to play for. He did play for the team yesterday, but I wonder if Giant will unleash him a little bit more. Will they give him the reins and allow him to be one of those big carried performances? But we're finally into draft. Thank you so much, everyone in the arena and those at home, for bearing with the difficulties. Let's see what will be the first ban on the dock.
Now, from what we know already, things like the Nocturne have been banned away. You know, it's already been talked about what the presence has been. Things like the Callista as well. The Rumble as well has been floating around here on 14.1 without that 14.1 hotfix. So, again, we're going to ask those questions as Nocturne goes away. Sorry to say, Vedius. Are we going to continue that trend? As, of course, you've got to respect Patrick in the process.
Yeah, the Draven already taken away. Things like Caitlyn we've been seeing a lot of. Ashe also very high on the priority list. I wonder if Nico will join that list. Actually, the priority going towards Sheo, taking off some of his comfort in the form of Vi, something we saw a lot from him last year, especially when Vi was very prevalent in the meta.
And another champion that used that Hex plate so well, as we saw yesterday with the Nocturne Vi matchup that BDS had to play against. On the other side, let's see. LeBlanc, take it away. Thank you. No one likes AD LeBlanc at the moment, let's be honest. Good to be...
But a lot of AD carries up and available right now.
Also
Things
true.
like the Varus, the Callista, the Caitlyn, the Ashe. All of these champions that we've seen be very high priority so far this weekend. All left available, so the question is, what will the priority be? We know that Ignar and Labrov love to play these roaming style champions. They love to try and make things happen for their team.
Yep.
So let's see what the priority will be. All of those AD carries are up and available. Poppy going to be banned away. Does suggest that an early Callista pick coming in for the side of Giant X.
Very good point. Ice yesterday picked up that champion. Would be a nice little denial from when he started as the Rumble. Holds that 100% priority yet again. BDS hitting the nail on the head with Pop Be Gone. Kalista seems like the must-have. The only question is from Team BDS, do they get something like the Aphelios instead? Do they look for their bottom lane, or do they start getting something comfortable for Nuke, as they've done before?
They may very well just prioritize something like the Nico. We've seen it be a very high pick, but Ashe and the Graves for Sheo. We didn't get to see any Graves yesterday, but now we're going to see it locked in. Curious as to what that's going to look like on the new patch, the type of pathing. When we think of Graves in the past, very fast clear, a lot of early skirmishing power, very effective around these early neutral objectives. Again, something we saw from BDS was that early game presence. They wanted to have strong laning power, but they couldn't really convert any of that early laning power into early objectives. They lost the first 2 dragons, they lost out on the first Herald, and that gave G2 the ability to scale up into the late game. But it looks like Giant X are saying, we're here to fight. We're ready to go toe-to-toe with you. Lee Sin, Kalista, and is this going to be the Nico once again for Jackie?
Teasing it at the very least. For Jackie's, we talked about his champion pool being exciting. The Yone mentioned ever so lightly, Vedius. Will we get our first way here in the LEC? I'm sorry to say, it looks like Jackie's is going to return to his great champ from yesterday.
All right, so we're seeing a lot of team firepower once again come out from Giant X. BDS, how are they going to round out their draft? The Ashe, of course, can be flexed between both support and AD carry, so BDS can hold off on their last pick if they want to. Nothing wrong with locking in your mid laner right now. They could go for something safe like the Azir, something we've seen from Noob, or instead they're going to lock in the Varus. I don't expect this to be in the mid lane, which means they're going to run the double AD carry down bot and look for that early double range priority. And now they can start to ban away some of those pesky supports, things like the Blitzcrank that they're already going to take away from Ignar.
That Ignar was yesterday on alongside that Draven. So again, taking away some of those picks from yesterday. What else reigns supreme down there? We haven't seen as many Nautiluses so far. We've seen a Pike coming through, a lot of the Renata, which is still left up and available, Vedius, but it's only the question as whether they care about it as much as something like an Engage or Hook champ.
Yeah, that is the big question. Right now, Giant X don't have the strongest Engage tool, maybe even something like a Rel is something they could think about, but the laning phase is going to be very, very horrible if they do go for that. A Hook champion gives you a little bit more agency in the 2 versus 2, and also potential setup for the Lee Sin in lane as well. But you can already see BDS going for, I don't know, you should call Graves a ranged champion, even though he is very short-ranged by nature. Yeah. But you see 3 ranged champions coming out from his side. In the old days, it would be a triple AD carry comp. And there is the Nautilus that we were talking about. So they are just limiting the 2v2 factor, and BDS is saying, we want to make sure we have the strongest 2v2 possible. So the question is, how will Giant X respond with the Olaf being taken away from Adam? I wonder if Giant X is looking for something a little bit more defensive in the top side. Maybe something like an Ornn, maybe a Scion.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe just putting Odo Omni on tank duty once again to act as that front line, and maybe they're relying on him to be that engaged.
I guess we're continuing a bit of the Gods meme from Worlds as well. So a lot of respect given over to the top laner who was able to solo kill Broken Blade yesterday and follow off that big pursuit coming off the back of Worlds as Nuke on Orianna. Okay, seen this one before as they leave Adam for the counter pick last.
So let's see what direction Giant X go in right now. Cassante is another really good example of just a solid frontline. Doesn't have the easiest of engaged tools, but very well-rounded, very solid blind pick. What direction will they go? You did mention the Renata earlier. Decent lane in the 2 versus 2. Also pretty good disengage, but against so much range, they're not going to go for it. Instead, they are going to go for that engage. We talked about the Rel. The 2v2 laning phase, not going to be super fun. They are going to need some jungle presence. If they can burn those flashes, though, from the Varus and the Ashe, there is a lot of kill threat, especially around that level 6 mark in the bot lane 2v2.
They're on an island. We saw yesterday, Patrick took over the game. Might have been on the Draven, but still all the same with this bit of veteran peace in the bottom side of Giant X. He can take over games when he's set up for success, as we're going back to the Cassante. It might be 14.1, but we just do not move away from this champion. I guess the only question is Adam going to go for something standard like the Renekton, or are we going to see a bit of spice in that top side to try and beat down this matchup?
Well, I wonder if he considers something like a Gwen. We don't typically think of Adam as a Gwen player, but we've seen how impactful it can be on the current patch.
3 for 0.
Her scaling is incredible, and her laning phase into certain matchups, we're going to get the Garen instead.
Yes, of course it's Adam, isn't it? You know, you ban away Darius, you ban away Olaf. There's obviously one choice left remaining as
He
well.
gave me a bit of a bait and switch because I got to speak to him when we were shooting that music video, and I was like, what do you think about, you know, your Gods champions? And he was telling me, nah, they're all bad now. The new itemization doesn't really suit them. Like, there was this thread on Reddit where a bunch of people were talking about who the big losers of the patch. And remember, a lot of haste has been removed from the game, and Garen is someone that really values a lot of that haste. And so I'm curious as to what Adam is going to build with this Garen. What direction is he going to go, and how much of an impact is he going to have? We saw at Worlds what he was able to do to a Kalista on this Garen. So Patrick, I hope that he's watched the VODs, because it was not a fun time for that Kalista player when they ran into Adam's Garen.
I think as well, we can kind of say that, look, this game extends out as well from what we see not only from the Garen, but the comp put together by BDS. There's a lot of late game damage there. There's a lot of prowess to the side lanes as well. Where against Giant X, you know, Patrick and Ignar, we look at these pivotal pieces once again and see how they can get off the ground and get this early game started for Giant X that gave them that clear pathway into a 1-0 start in the LEC Winter.
Yeah, bot lane is where we're going to be keeping our eyes. Of course, Adam is a player that you always have to be cautious of whenever you're in a BDS game. We'll be drawing our attention to see how that top lane matchup, but Odoamne is one of our most veteran top laners in the league. If anyone is used to things like Garen, Darius, Olaf top, it's him. He's definitely experienced this stuff before, so we'll see how he handles the pressure from Adam in the top lane.
Well, again, when there's a lot on the line, considering that we're looking at a single round robin of a split, a 3-week split at that as well. When Giant X have already started 1-0, they've given themselves the best propulsion into this game versus Team BDS, who are looking for their first win of their own here in Winter.
Exciting stuff. Excited to have you here on the caster desk with me, Asterisk, as well. Let's see what early game shenanigans these teams get up to, because I'm looking at the mini-map, and I'm seeing Giant X group up towards the top side of the map, looking for a bit of early vision. Whereas on the bot side, we have a 5-man stack for BDS. And they're moving slowly but surely into Giant's jungle.
Standard starts across the board. I've been told I can press buttons, so I'm going to start. Look at this. Oh, you don't see it yet because they're exciting buttons anyway. We'll get there eventually. But yes, they gave me power, and I'm not sure if that was correct.
I think that's because the buttons broke.
Well, that's all right. We'll get it working eventually.
Nice try, though. Yeah, well, hopefully we'll get that fixed for you guys. But yeah, you can see across the... Hang on a second.
Yeah, you can see across the board that we're going aggro, hey.
BDS, no.
The Giant X already taking the poke. Remember, it's Ashe Varus, and with Ashe auto attacks, you get the slow. Sonic Wave lands as well. We get a Blooming Blow to follow through as Jackie tries to play the hard game, but it is warded there by BDS, so they know exactly which one is the real Kalista. As Ignar is waiting over the wall. I don't think this is done. BDS really want this red buff, and Peach now going to be the target. Gets auto attacked as well. The damage great. Peach down to first blood. I mean, BDS have been separated, but it's only Ice who's been left to the wolves. Giant X for a 1-for-1, but now BDS still with the slow here. Onto Patrick. They've taken his flash. Ignar out with the crash down. We get a trade-off. So many summoners taken as Lebrov tries to get a little bit more.
I mean, I'm trying to figure out who the winners of this exchange are. I think you have to say BDS. Sheo secures the first blood for BDS, and he's able to steal away the whole bot side of the map from Peach 2. This means that the map is going to be split, making it even harder for Giant X to be able to provide support to the bot side of the map, while BDS can continue to put pressure down. Adam, already level 2, gets information. I wonder if he's going to play Interrupt on this blue buff as well. But a crazy level 1 that BDS seem to be the beneficiaries of.
And look at what was used in the mid lane. Nothing, right? Nuke and Jackie's both come back to lane. Got a couple of biscuits to rejuvenate, but the health bars are low. We'll have to see when that teleport is used as Patrick gets a bit of information on Sheo, who is just going to get it auto-attacked a couple of times while Ice sits in the minion wave with Ignar waiting in. The most interesting start so far of the LEC, and you've got to say, the map is in shambles right now, with full information on both junglers.
Well, when we kind of look at the map state, you'll see that this bot wave is in a really awful position for Patrick. The wave is slowly pushing towards BDS's bot side. Sheo has split the map, meaning that he's now level 3, and Giants have to be super careful about a potential gank from him. The cool thing about our overlays, you can see how close each of the players are to their next level. You'll see that small little pink icon next to the player champion portrait. And as you can see, Patrick only halfway to level 2 with Ice fully on his way to level 3. And the wave is just pushing away from him. So he's doing everything that he can to try and get that level up. But it looks like Peach is here to offer some support, relieve some pressure, help them push that wave into the bot side.
But on a control ward on that new Pixel Brush, just a tidbit, flash burned in the mid lane as you saw bottom left. But Sheo now looking for his trade-off. The Sonic Wave takes it straight to the Scuttle Crab. Peach going to be okay for now. This 3v3 still brewing up. And just a quick small note. As we're looking at our junglers, Sheo is 500 gold up from that start already. Not only the kill, but the small CS lead, as he's taken away a lot of that bottom side jungle, means that Peach is getting desperate.
Peach is looking for a steal.
Oh, does take it in the end as well. Onto Sheo. I mean, there's good damage here from the Lee Sin, the dueling power there. But Sheo immediately out, and Peach actually finally getting something. Bit of rejuvenation here for the Lee Sin of Giant X.
I love the way in which Giants turned this play around. They realized that with the wave pushing in the bot side of the map, it's actually hard for Ice and Labrov to really contest back. So by him appearing in the bot side, he provided that cover, allowed Giants to get the level 3, giving them that extra skirmishing power, and then they leveraged that push in bot to then move into the bot side jungle. They didn't relent on that pressure, and they even had Jackies move from mid towards the bot side river as well. Great communication overall from that entire bot side to at the very least get Peach back into what was a bit of a rough start.
And now to use it and leverage mid as well. Nuke has to be on his best behavior here. Because if you don't have flash at daycare, then you get in a little bit of trouble. Jackies needs one route and then the follow-up is secure, but the 2 level 3s are just going to back off. Mid lane is a lot bigger now, if anyone hasn't seen 14.1, so there is a bit of safety for everyone except Larson. I don't know if it's too early for me to say that yesterday. A little bit sad, Bedius, but at least in the meantime, Sheo can move his way up to the Void Grubs to Ed and Eddie, was it? What's our names now? Mark, and Mark, you said.
Yeah, I think I've heard a lot of great suggestions. Some people on Twitter are hitting me up and saying that you could do I've forgotten the names now. It's the ducks from the duck show that I've now blanked on.
The ducks from the duck show.
Because all I can remember is the Stewie, Huey, and Louie.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
But apparently they have different names in different languages, which I didn't know, which I thought was crazy.
Well, I mean, look, we can't speak. I don't know if you can speak another language, but I really can't, so it doesn't matter anyway. Let's pause on that for now. Ignar with the crash down. All he needs is a Shattering Strike. He finds it, gets a cleanse. Sonic Wave onto Ice. Ignite down. Great damage, but they're not able to finish it off. Sheo comes in, but it's only after the fact. He has to just sit there and watch as they get another summoner out of BDS.
I mean, I love the way in which Peach continues to play around this bot side of the map. This time with the wave pushing towards Giants. He looks for an opportunity, he tries to find a gank. They're only able to get the cleanse out though, so overall good news for BDS. They're not going to lose too much, and this opens a window for Sheo to move into the enemy jungle and start stealing away those camps. This is what Graves is so good at. Now that he's been able to go back and actually spend some of that gold, you can see picked up the serrated Dirk, has some of that early lethality, gives him a little bit more power in the early skirmishing, and he's going to use that to its full effect. I think he's actually even going to start off the Drake, another big strength of this Graves. He's just so good at getting those early clears, forcing those early objectives, and by securing the grubs, moving down to Drake, it comes back to this old successful style that BDS found of securing early objectives and then looking to scale later into the game.
You were saying to me off air, you know, this is what BDS are great at, but again, yesterday we saw that transition not work out towards mid, late game against G2. Against GX, we get the similar start, and for Sheo, that's all objectives, by the way. The Void Grubs on the top side, now down to the Drakes as well. You've got such a perfect opening with 500 gold lead, of course, going towards the jungle, but also you look down towards the bottom side, there's a CS lead and a gank coming through. If Patrick dies here, it could be 99, end of the line, and the quiver comes out. Ice with one, as in meanwhile in the mid lane, Nuke looking for the solo kill. Jackies doesn't have the flash available with the ult to slow down time. Dissonance just out of range. Jackies gets out, but it's all good news for BDS throughout the map.
Nice trading from Nuke in the mid lane and a great punish from BDS on the bot side. Great early plays overall once again. We did see them have some good early success in finding kills and finding advantages. They were able to secure all 3 outer towers very early yesterday against G2. Question is, can they convert that in the mid game? Odoamne here trading very effectively against Adam in the top side.
Yep.
It's natural that when you go into a lane with Odoamne, he's very good at neutralizing you. This is something that, with his vast experience, he does regularly. And as we talked about it, at the World Championship, I think Adam was a big surprise to many people. He's not going to catch a player like Odoamne off guard with a pick like this.
Yeah, no way. And again, while we're talking about Odo holding his lineup in the top side, just a quick note that we've got CS leads through mid for BDS. Nuke up again, as we saw him burn out that ulti before. Ice also up despite being down in gold moments ago. So it is a good news story everywhere else apart from that neutralizing lane, as we've got set up in the bottom side, but the Hawkshot spots out GX's bottom side, moving into position. Nothing can be done here, even though Peach is nearby. And this is classic red side at the moment. Blue just ends up so deep in your jungle with many different pathways to the bottom lane. And how they use it is the biggest question as Patrick is hopping up. These are good trades, but Chain of Corruption comes available, but Ice misses. And now Patrick's going to wait for that same timing window, that same level 6. We'll see if anything could be done.
I mean, Peach would love to make a dive happen here, but Sheo is there to cover. He's making it very difficult for him. Also curious as to whether or not those TPs are available from the top side of the map, because, of course, no TP for Adam. Should have noted that earlier, but unavailable for Odoamne right now. But the biggest thing that's impressed me about what GX are doing is the way that they use their mid-prio to move into that bot side of the map, right? Every time that Patrick and Ignar have an ability to push, they flash in.
Flash Shattering Strike, as you said. Labrov out with the 6, and he's not there. Flush away from Ice. He has nothing to stop him. Sonic Wave hits from downtown. That's just peachy for GX as they neutralize bot again.
Great play from Ignar. The initiation onto Labrov. Even though he has the flash available, he can't react quick enough. And on top of that, even if he did flash, he was unlikely to get away with his life anyway, so he chooses to save it. Ice quickly falls behind him. And you're seeing this constant pressure from GX towards the bot side of the map that they finally make work.
I think when we talked about the draft, you know, when mentioned that Patrick, a big core piece, as we know Callista is to really any kind of comp, seeing them succeed now just shows you that priority has come to life. And 2-1 here, picking up towards Berserker Greaves as usual, getting closer towards that first item is good news here for Giant X fans. As gold has also been neutralized, by the way. We're sitting with a bit of a lead for BDS after their early game plays, but we're kind of back to the chill zone for the bit while we wait for the next neutrals.
Well, look at the mini-map. GX have actually moved their bot side up towards top. They want to contest these grubs, and I don't think BDS is really going to have an answer for it. Cassante is going to be sent to bot lane. Reminder that Adam with no TP means that if they can find a successful play here, put him behind, it's going to be very difficult for him to get much back else on the map. It also opens up Patrick to already start threatening this tower. And Odoamne just has to play as safely as he can against his double-range bot lane.
He does have Sunfire already, though, and he's going up against double AD in the bottom side, so he's absorbing that damage just fine, as Peach still here on top of the grubbies, while Ignar and Patrick try to do the same thing in reverse. At least we're going to even it out, as talked about. GX with 3, and 3 on the other side for BDS, so no mites spawning in front of turrets this game, but all 6 taken down in the end.
He's doing a great job of just keeping up with Sheo. We're going to get a replay of, well, oh, this must have been the play from earlier.
Yeah.
The flash.
The other bit wasn't great.
Yeah, I missed the very first part of the play. But a really nice flash from Ignar. Catches Labrov completely off guard, and then the damage is good from both Peach and Patrick to secure the second kill. They make it look clean. Peach now looking for a bit of an invade. Doesn't have the support of his mid laner, but that smite used from Sheo.
It's so early, isn't it? Taken away. That's a double yoink. He got the blue earlier. Now the red on top. Peach lost his bottom side jungle early on. You know, we're fast approaching 15 minutes, and this guy is still in the game. He's had a real good success story coming into the start of this one, when he was denied so much so early with the first blood.
He was. I mean, credit to his bot lane. They've worked very well together in this early game. I constantly look towards the mini-map, because I always have my eyes on Ignar, seeing what this guy is up to. He's always looking for an opportunity to roam, and once again, you'll see him in the river, just looking for what he can find, constantly clearing out vision. This time, it will be Giant X that have first prio on this objective. Are BDS going to try and contest? It looks like for now, they're not. They're just hovering around, and they will get vision, but it's too little, too late. Objective secured.
After the fact, I mean, Ice is walking into vision here afterwards. Ulti used by Patrick. Ice, bit of a mistake. He gets ignited down. Might be a trade here in the end, but Ignar stays alive. The flash over again. Jackies is proving his worth. A double kill over to Patrick and Ice. There's a lot of question marks around that one.
They're looking for more. A kick into the wall. And that should be a finish-off kill.
See you later.
Peach. It will be a trade back for Labrov, but a 3-for-1 in favor of GX. I think they're going to be happy with that.
I think you'd be more than happy on top of the objective. A 4-1 Callista now as well. In Patrick, they believe, as we look at the replay and how Ice decided it was okay to walk here.
I mean, he thinks that he's not on vision right now, but they end up spotting him out. The collapse comes through from the bot lane. They quickly execute him, knowing that he doesn't have flash. A good flash over the wall from Jackies. And again, this just really emphasizes how well this 4-man unit has been working consistently throughout this game.
Yep.
Jackies with his pressure in mid lane constantly moves first into the river. The bot lane with their prio has Ignar moving up first, and they're just utilizing their wave push to be able to move. We've got a big wave happening right now.
Hey, let's go. Hey, it feels like home. Hey. This is great. Audience loves it.
The torrents are getting grabbed! Oh.
It's old LimeWire. I don't want this to stop, honestly. I'm enjoying this. Feels great. Well, while we work on that, sorry guys.
We survived the tidal wave.
Good while lasted. That was just a remnant to OCE, you know? You got to give respect. Well, a lovely ode to Patrick, I guess.
I thought they were shouting, "I am efficient" for a second there, and I'm like, that can't be right.
Yeah, but it's an ode to you, mate. We're just highlighting anyone. Look, I'll bring us back. Don't worry about that. I'm going to tell you one thing. I see a first item lease in there, Betty.
Oh, arrow misses.
I see an arrow as well. I see lockdown flying through, but it might be a turnaround. They haven't killed Patrick until Ice flashes for the shutdown. That's one good thing, but Jackie looks for the solid Pop Blossom, finds it and gets a trade. But in the meanwhile, as BDS try to chase him down, they are tangled up. It's a 2-for-1 special in the end. And GX caught out through the mid lane with BDS's great gap close.
Yeah, I mean, BDS doing what they can to find a nice punish. They bring Adam into the fight. He has to commit both the flash and the ignite. But you look at the cross map, there's not really anything that Odoamne can get, which is just a great window that BDS was able to find. They realized that the 4-man unit that GX have been taking advantage of this whole game, BDS needed to find a match hit. And the way they do that was by bringing Adam in. We talked about how Worlds, Adam showcased the power of Garen into Kalista.
Yeah.
It was a very scary situation there for Patrick. Even though he does end up going down, what made it worse, Ignar was quick to follow right behind him, trying to keep his AD carry alive. It was not enough. So the gold is pretty much dead even. The dragons are even. The grubs are even. The Herald is up. But for both these teams... Oh,
Shockwave. Yeah, it doesn't end there, does it? I mean, Peach again going for the steal. Shao finding his blue buff this time around, though. The kickback was smooth, but can they transition into anything? Fate's call from Patrick. Lebrov is a setting duck, and now he's going to be targeted down with Patrick's excessive damage with Blade of the Ruined King. He makes himself king in yet another play.
A 3 versus 4 that GX are able to make work for themselves. A really nice play from both Peach, Ignar, and Patrick. The fact that Peach was able to find that really nice kick into the CC that came from Ignar into then Patrick ulting him back, and then the second the BDS split up, that's how they were able to find that isolated target in Lebrov. We're going to look back at it real quick. At this point, you think that Peach is in some serious danger. The shockwave comes through, the damage is very good. He's going to ward hop out to safety. The slow is coming out from Peach, but then he goes back in, gets a big heal. And then you're going to see that really nice kick into an engage coming out. And then the isolation of Lebrov. This wall not really doing any favors for BDS. And then GX find themselves another kill.
There's a bit of flex of mechanics from this team. What I'm getting from Giant X from their matchup yesterday versus Vitality to now against BDS. This team, you know, on paper, individually, you can see where the skill comes from. And coming into the season, I think a lot of people are asking the question about, you know, Peach and Jackie's working together. How's this team going to look through mid-jungle when mid-jungle looks pretty damn good throughout the whole LEC? So far, individually, Peach, Jackie's both performing on expert level, while the rest of the team is doing what we expected, with Patrick especially, once again, classing on the enemy team with almost a second item on his Kalista here, and BDS suffering from success right now as they look for a fight around the Rift Herald.
TP from Nuke. Odoamne coming in from the top side realizes that isn't safe.
Ignar has his ulti if he wants to go over the wall though, but
it's a
again,
difficult contest.
It's warded over and BDS were just waiting, so at the very least, Herald's going to be taken down. We're going to have a drive-by from BDS at some point soon.
They should be able to use this Herald mid, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Shao?
Get in.
I imagine he's going to ride it.
Ah, you have to, don't you? It's just too good not to. Why? Okay. Don't worry. He's played some Gran Turismo. He knows what he's doing.
If they can keep the Herald alive, they can keep this push going.
Yeah.
All the GX members in the bot side river. Hang on a minute.
Where are we going to get Odo?
Are they sending it top lane?
Okay, why not? Yesterday, Caps went on a merry journey, didn't he?
But they have their eyes on Lebrov. He has flash.
It's a Sonic Wave, as you said, flashes out of the way. Peach can't match it, only with the ulti used it again. The Share gets towards the top side with the Herald and at least the last remnant of, well, Jackie's used that time in the Herald to try and get something bot side, but Shockwave catches him unaware. Pop Blossom in return, try and get himself out, and he's got good damage. Gets it all out, the Protobelt to get some distance, but over the wall, here comes Ice to find him. Hail of arrows, one more auto, a much needed kill for this virus.
Big overstep there from Jackie's as he's pushing that tier 2, but he doesn't really have pressure from his team anywhere else on the map. But fortunately for him, Odoamne, after clearing out the Herald and catching the top wave, has his eyes on the top tier 1. It looks like, though, Shio is quick to answer. which means that GX are just going to give away a kill there, and the gold pretty much remains dead even.
Again.
The Herald did do a bit of damage onto that mid-tier 1, but it doesn't unlock the objective for BDS, which means our eyes now turn towards, well, I guess these outer towers are the next major objective. They're going to be looking to potentially cross-map. BDS could look to try and secure that top tier 1. I see nothing was secured. A mid-tower, of course, was taken by the Herald. I apologize. And Adam is going to look to secure that one for himself. We'll see if BDS kind of shift that vision up towards topside, or if instead they want to bring Adam down after securing this objective, because there's not really a lot to play for right now. The Dragon isn't spawning for another 3.5 minutes. The Baron is up in 30 seconds, but I think that's a dangerous objective for either team to start. So I guess BDS can look to play a little bit more defensively, because Giants are sitting there and saying, you know what, we'd love to open up this mid-tower, and we're going to try and stop them from getting it.
And I think a point to add on top of Adam as well is his side selection matters so much because he didn't take teleport, as you mentioned at the start of this game. You know, Adam in a side lane is going to be threatening, but if he can't match Odoamne and we get a massive breakout fight and Adam's not there, a big portion of the damage, the chase down for this Kalista that BDS don't have to work with. So we'll keep an eye on this Garen with Stridebreaker, see where he ends up as Baron now spawns, breaks the rift. There are 3 Baron pits. Is this the Hunter's one? Territorial. It's not all-seeing.
Yeah, I believe it's the
Territorial
one. Honestly, the names for Baron, they're all still more or less the same. They all just have slightly different attacks.
Yeah, it's just got a pointier nose. You know, Baron is just refined.
One has
the
a big
graphics.
horn, the other one has a big eye, and then there's this one.
And then the all-seeing one, I don't know what that has, but it has a long pathway.
That's a long pathway.
Yeah. That one's easy. But it doesn't really change much. Just a bit of knowledge. It's just not useful at this point in time.
GX will secure that top tower. The cross-map happening from BDS on the bot side, but it's a situation where there's not really much to be gained for either side.
Yep.
They're just kind of collecting those last pieces, those final outer towers. You can see it's 2-3 in favor of BDS because BDS do still hold on to that mid-tier 1. It's a difficult one to siege, though, for Giants, just because they are playing into Orianna, Varus, Ashe. 3 long-range and deadly champions that if you get too close to a tower, can be very deadly. So GX, they have to be cautious. They have to wait for an opportunity.
Ah, yes.
And I imagine that this Dragon is going to be that opportunity. 2 minutes till the next spawn. It's just going to be the pushing back and forth of waves, but both of these teams should consider slowly starting to clear out vision towards that bottom side of the map, slowly start shifting their control towards that direction.
You got the word opportunity now can't really be said in broadcast if you're talking about it, because the item
that's true
that's come up from Ice, of course, alongside the Youmu's, opportunity is there. The burst of movement speed, quite nuts. I think more so as well. Ice's burst damage going to be a lot to deal with Patrick, as both these 80 carries hit their second item as well. We're getting across that territory with Nuke getting towards his double needlessly large into the Rabadons. Even Trinity Force up on the top side for Adam, which before this patch wouldn't actually be possible. Nice to see double Mythic in the game. You know, years from now, people not know what that is.
I'm a bit surprised to see the Stridebreaker. I mean, I understand why you would build it on Garen.
Yep.
But the impression that I got was the changes to Stridebreaker meant that it wasn't anywhere near as strong as it used to be. And champions that used to build it didn't quite have that same value. But Adam's saying, you know what, it still works, it still does the job. Now he has that extra damage from the Triforce as well, so we'll see what he's able to do to the backline. Level 14 on the Garen. Overall, a very solid game and performance from him. But here we are, Dragon, 35 seconds. It is GX that have control. They have the push in the bot side from Jackie's. He's now going to move through the river and clear out that vision. But it's BDS, found the arrow.
Onto the jungler as well, Chains Corruption, Shockwave. That's triple ulti, but they've taken out a key piece towards this next neutral.
Yeah, a very big pick onto Peach. He does have the flash, but he wasn't able to react in time. Now Jackie's trying to stay in the fog of war. Observers, can we see what BDS see as they get closer and closer to this Dragon? Because they're cautious of the potential flank coming out from Jackie's. And it looks like GX are just going to respect it. They know they don't have the jungler. They don't want to even attempt this 5v5. And so that means that the Dragons are going to be two apiece.
But good stats boost coming through from BDS. We roll into the mid game. BDS have a gold lead, but this game has ebbed and flowed back and forth. It's a 2,000 gold lead, or if I could do proper math, I'd say 3 at 23 minutes in, but no real solidifying play just yet. And we haven't seen that big team fight come through from the Nico, from the Kalista ult as well, with the drop down from Ignar. You know, with Odoamne getting involved either. But as the Enchantress arrow comes out from Labrov, gonna stop the back, but it's a fake. And look, not the biggest cooldown, but Jackie's at least baiting it out.
Still done that from Jackie's. Adam gonna be pushing in this bot. Jackie's showing respect that he likely can't win in a fight against the Garen. Getting closer to level 15 for Adam. But yeah, it's been a surprisingly, well, I don't know if slow game is the fair, but we've kind of had a slower mid-game, I guess.
Yeah.
With not many objectives to play for right now. We talked about why it's difficult for GX to really siege onto this mid-tier 1, so they're not even trying. Instead, they're constantly fighting for this river vision. They have control around the Baron for now. Smite is up in a few seconds for Peach. Adam just being annoying.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Garen's got a lot of health at the moment as well, so doesn't really care as red buff distributed nicely. Everyone with a red buff. It's like being on an Oprah Winfrey show. Everybody gets a prize, but which one is real? Onto LeBron, this TP could be game-changing for Jackies. With the Hex play, Tangle Barb's out. Odo Amne, though, maybe the true hero, as he can't find any follow-up, but the re-engage is massive. They over-command for Giant X. They're going to get out of there. 2 already down. And BDS are just whittling away. They're all lethality, but it doesn't matter at this point in the game. But Shale is bopping them on their heads. Giant X running away with their tail between their legs. And for the cost of Adam, now they've got 4 alive that can stare down the Baron.
Yeah, BDS are making their way, well, I thought they were making their way towards that objective. Instead, they're not going to gamble it. They recognize that Peach is still alive and they don't want to take the risk. Peach not quite able to connect the Q onto Lebrov. But Jackies gets caught out. This arrow catching GX off guard twice now.
Yep.
They caught Peach in the mid lane. They catch them again in mid. And you'll see a situation where I think GX need to be more respectful of this pick potential. The idea here is pretty good. They recognize that Lebrov is out of position. And he just sidesteps that. He gets brought in. He then flashes away to safety. But a great Varus ult is actually what locks him up. That allows the execution to come through from Adam. The damage then from Ice finds that kill onto Ignar. And then it's full retreat from GX. Crucially, they got Patrick's flash in this fight, which means that around the next dragon spawn, he's not going to have that available, and you can bet that Adam will have him in his sights.
Yeah, the defensive capability determined is not going to be enough for him to survive through. We also saw in that last fight how long it actually takes to take down Adam when he isn't running the hard tank items either, just running as a bruiser. A quick note as well, maybe quicker to take down Adam in the next fight for Patrick if he survives without that flash. Now with the Gwinsus, a lot of on-hit applied. Those 3 items are going to pack a punch, and you know, as this game goes on as well, I feel like we're going to be talking about Patrick more and more, the 6, 2, and 3 Kalista, who still feels ever so relevant. But again, Bedius, you know, you ask good questions. You're a very smart man. I called you smart at Worlds. I call you smart here again.
I appreciate that, friend.
No flash on Kalista when you have someone like the Garen. When you already talked about Adam's secret sauce on this pick, chasing down Kalistas at Worlds.
Oh, they may have found Nuke here. Can they actually find the collapse?
Good question. BDS are here to back up, though. Fate's call used. Nuke flashes away. Ignar can't reach him, but BDS won't have a counterplay of their own.
So they get the flash out from Nuke. We talk about champions that hate to lose their flash. Orianna is definitely one of them. A relatively low mobility mage. She does get the movement speed from a W, but aside from that, if Ignar gets on top of her, there's very few places that she's going to be able to run away to. Now we see, once again, this fight around the vision for Baron. 3K is the gold lead for BDS. It's not so significant that I would be worried for Giants at this point. A lot of it is sitting on the jungle difference and the support difference too, right?
Yep.
So that gold is a little more inflated than it arguably should be. See that one ward though, where Jackies is spotted out. Our observers are highlighting it right now. Potential TP flank, but I say that no TP available for Nuke. They know the Baron is being started.
Look, Adam has to walk up. Remember, again, no teleport. So if this goes down fast enough, BDS are going to have a numbers disadvantage. There's that teleport finally from Odo Amne.
Jackies.
Excuse me, you're exactly right. There's
I'm
a
wrong.
shockwave. No, Odo comes in, absorbs the damage though. They're still doing the Baron. Cassante doesn't die as Adam runs on in to be a nuisance, but Ignar on the backside in zone control. Heaven as Jackies runs on in, finds Duke with the solo. The Baron's already down, remember, but Jackie's now going to be the next target. Adam has one chase as that Graves ulti makes it another. Here we go. Adam will not die, does not want them to live. And Odo, as he zones out the Baron enhanced recalls, it's all a ruse to try to get out in the nick of time. Peach does have a bit of gap close to get out of there. But will he be able to get the Baron enhanced recall? BDS chase him down. They know exactly where he is on vision. But still, you gotta say, even if they can get Peach in the end, 2 for the cost of the Baron when you're down in gold.
I think he has a way to get out of this, you know. If he Qs onto a minion.
Got him.
Then the W.
Hey, one more turret shot though. He's close to dying. I mean, Adam is a treadmill.
Movement speed though. Ignar gets the stun and the
throw.
blast of the arrow.
Still lands on him. Still chasing. Shares there. Flashes. Now Ignar might be in a bit of trouble. They're going to teleport on this from Ginex trying to save their jungler to having to use the Fate's Call to get out. It transitions to Dragon. Bedius A long source of play there from that Baron.
We call it around the world. You know, it's taken us a tour of Summoner's Rift. They were able to get that kill. They did have to invest the flash from Sheo, and it will be converted into a Cloud Drake as well. The gold gap not really getting closed here. You can see the Baron power play is at minus 150 gold right now.
Very true.
It's BDS starting to put pressure on the map, knowing that they have the numbers advantage. I do hope that we get a replay if we get a moment's pause of that last fight, because I really think Jackie's baited out the shockwave from BDS in a very creative way. It baited me, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
But now, BDS putting pressure onto this tier 2 in the bot lane. GX doing what they can to try and defend.
But you're right at the very least where, you know, the Baron play being negative, the Baron play so far not holding too much, at least delaying minions down the bottom side. But the one thing people forget is even if you get yourself 3 of the Void Grubs early, when you are the winning team, when you have push power like you do, the DOT's massive. Oh my God, that arrow, ladies and gentlemen. We cut to commercial break. It's like watching Neighbours on Channel 9. I'm sorry, I'm trying to be relevant, but I do not know what shows they show in Berlin.
Now, that was a really nice stall from both Ignat and Jackie's on the back line. But crucially, at the start of that fight, the Kalista did get out. It was all fine. But at the start of that fight, it was Jackie's that turned into Odoamne, which made me believe that Odoamne was actually already there at the fight. And he was walking around on vision. So when the TP came through, I actually thought it was Jackie's that was TPing in. But of course, it was Odo. Now, I got baited by that. I don't know if they also got baited by that, because they dropped the shockwave onto the Odoamne because they didn't have it for the fight. But in the end, they walk away with the Baron, but it does cost them 2 members. They were able to get that kill onto Jackie's with the Garen chase down. They did what they could.
Coaching staff are like, what is going on? I mean, again.
They tried to get Peach out to safety. Unfortunately, he ends up getting caught down as well.
Yep. And you're just left with amazement as to what this game has become. Still with BDS with the lead, but...
Odo is taking 0 damage right now.
Absolute zilch, isn't he? I mean, again, he's 3 items strong. We've got a Warmogs in there as well, so Odo stays out of the fight for a bit. He gets up to full health. But Fetty, you know, the biggest thing is, I'm looking at that team. Who's really going to hurt him? We got lethality coming through. We know spikes earlier on. We've got a bit of pen coming through now from Ice, but Odo doesn't have too much consistent DPS outside of the side of the Graves of the Orianna. Or maybe there's more than that anyway. Maybe the Garen as well, as the arrow narrowly avoided.
I guess the idea is to avoid Odoamne at all costs.
Okay.
The advantage of playing into Cassandra is
Who's that?
As a single target. That's a great question.
I think that's Odo. We're going to avoid Odoamne, but he can dive turrets at this point as Sonic Wave threatens that. Mid turret needs to go down. It's 31 minutes into the game, and Giant X are still trying to batten down this.
But they can't break
structure.
it. It's just such a big range difference. Kalista, when sieging onto a tower, she's so susceptible to a potential collapse from the ultimate from Varus, the shockwave from Orianna, the ulti from the Ashe as well. I think GX are smart to avoid trying to force that too hard, and they would have loved that early Herald. It would have broken open that mid objective in the same way that it did for BDS. Unfortunately for them, they weren't able to get in their Baron. They pretty much did nothing with it. Losing 2 members really desynced their ability to move back out onto the map. BDS could respond to any potential pressure that was thrown. So we return to this neutral state where BDS just sit on the gold lead.
Again, we wait for that next dragon. Soul up in 145. Baron spawns with it as well. So there is a trade opportunity here, but again, it's like that meme. It doesn't always make sense, right? You look at it and you go, well, you definitely don't want to give BDS a soul, especially not when it's Cloud Soul against a team that runs their ultis and then continues running you down. Ashe are a good example of that, as Patrick narrowly avoids, but has done that consistently so far. But also the individual stats for Giant X going to be valuable as well. I'm going to press a button, Vedius. Are you ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
It worked before. I'm just going to show everyone a bit of experience, because Odo is a fridge. That man ain't going to die. He's almost level 18 as well, 32 minutes into the game. Naturally top laners, but he's huge. I mean, again, Odo, that guy does go to the gym. So hand in hand.
We'll see if he can carry his team through this game. 33 minutes in, the game feels very, very close.
Sure.
It could swing off the back of a single team fight. You can see the poke really doing its work in this game for Ice.
Oh, yeah.
It can be very difficult for GX to actually close that gap against BDS and really get into the thick of the fight. They need those objectives.
I'm going to test my theory
He
here.
took 0 damage. I swear he...
Wait, little bit. But he's got the Warmogs, and it won't matter in a bit. BDS going to turn on mid, though. Arrow, again, narrowly avoided, but still the main thing is that it is avoided. It's all because that Dragon's coming up. 15 seconds, 3 seconds till the Baron. Peach walking in here. but it's a Lee Sin. He's got that safeguard to get over the wall. Giant X try to pick an angle. What is it, Baron, Dragon? Surely is Igna also walking into Fog of War. A little bit dangerous when they don't have the vision advantage.
Well, I'm going to put up a nice shield to protect his support. Not going to mitigate much damage, but it will scare Adam off. The Baron now up. Means that that's going to be started. The pings have come down. BDS know that this is happening, and here we go. This could be the game, the fight that decides the game.
It should, right at this point in the game. Dead man's for Adam to chase him down. Watch that Garen as the health bars are getting whittled as well. Giant X aren't doing this the fastest, but you can see on the back end, Jackies is waiting for that opportunity as he disguises himself. All members in view, all members in plain sight. For their first win, BDS need to take this fight, but as the flash comes through, it's Adam who jumps in first. The shockwave hasn't come out yet. I'm looking for it, as BDS don't even need to pull the trigger. They found the beautiful pick. Odoamne is whittling down. There's no true damage with the ulti left because Adam doesn't have it, but Baron has still been aggroed at 2K. Sonic Wave execution. Shockwave from Nuke. You beauty. The denial, the punch in the face saying, no, we ain't getting denied another win here today.
And it's off the back of Adam's Garen. Completely one-shots Patrick.
Yep.
Does not give him an opportunity to breathe. And off the back of that single kill, all of the damage disappears for GX, which means that BDS now make their way towards the Nexus.
And with the Baron and 3 grubs of their own, look at the structures fall. Inhibitor in the blink of an eye. BDS need this win desperately. It's only a single round, Robin. When you're up against the Giants, you stand strong. As BDS looking for the last fight, but it's a great Pop Blossom. Jackie's on his debut. Yes, they look great, but he can't follow through yet again. Adam's on the Nexus. It's bare bones. And BDS finally open up Winter 1-1.
It was a very back and forth game. Even if one team got a slight lead, the other would quickly shut it down.
Yeah.
It was this very close back and forth, but it was Giant X that decided to force the Baron, and BDS responded, well, perfectly. Adam took it upon himself to send Patrick to the fountain.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, I thought he was CC'd. I saw him spin. I saw Odoamne go in with the shield to try and stun him up against the wall.
Yeah.
And while he was being, like, stunned, the ultimate just came down from Garen. The Kalista gets one shot.
I mean, again, this is what we knew Adam was going to do. Even if it took a little bit, at least it happened. But ladies and gentlemen, you can vote for your Kia player of the game at LEC on X. Adam, Shadow, or Ice? I'm going to tell you one thing. I think it's well deserved from Adam on the Garen again. As ladies and gentlemen, we go to a quick break, but we'll return with Mad Koi and SK.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Also, you look down towards bottom side. There's a CS lead and a gank coming through. Patrick dies here. It could be 99, end of the line, and the quiver comes out. Ice with one, and meanwhile, in the mid lane,
Patrick and Ignar have an ability to push. They flash in.
Flash Shattering Strike, as you said. Labrov out with the 6, and he's not there. Flush away from Ice. He has nothing to stop him. Sonic Wave hit from downtown.
We've got a big wave happening right now.
Hey, let's go. Hey, feels like home. hey. This is great.
And welcome back to the Riot Games Arena here in Berlin ahead of our second game of the day. But before we get there, I want to catch up with the man in the top lane from BDS, Adam. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Félicitations pour la victoire.
Merci.
Grabbing the first one of the season after what happened yesterday. I know that it's always hard to get ready on the first day, make sure that everything is on point and everything, but the early game went well yesterday against G2. What went wrong and what did you adjust today in the game?
Well, basically, like we've always been like a kind of early game, team in BDS, and then we tend to work on the macro by scaling for the entire year. And obviously, we had like a pretty good early game, I would say. But then it's mainly because we didn't get used to like each other on stage with the add-on of Ice, right? And we had kind of a lot of misunderstanding in games. We were taking some random fights without everyone being kind of on the same page. So we could actually fix this mistake pretty easily and try to work on it pretty fast, which is why I think today we did a better job at this. So, but of course we'll keep on working because it's not that easy to play with the Korean. You need to integrate him to the team, and we need to be on the same page.
Tell me a bit about Ice, but before we get there, you know what? I wanted to talk to you about this play because I had flashback from Worlds watching this. For those who didn't follow Adam playing the Gods during this entire run and playing Garen again this year, is it a meta champion, do you think, given the changes? Or can you just play these champions all the time? Throughout any circumstances.
I mean, to be fair, I've played this champ like a few times in scrims. I mean, with the Strikebreaker changes, it's kind of a new, different gameplay, but I still think there's like some angles where you can pick him, right? Anyways, it's still one of my best champs, so if I can see good angle, I will always pick, even though this year I still wanted, to focus on pure rising bet, mostly better team champ. But, if there's a Garen angle, I might go for it.
I know you're always going to go for it, but I'm just wondering when are going to players get used to the fact that you're never going to shy away from playing these champions and that you actually can pilot them really well. What earned you player of the game today, the Kia player of the game, actually? So tell me, what helps you to stay on top of your game, even though I feel like people should be used to the fact that you can just play these champions whenever?
Well, naturally, I think in Europe, in competitive at least, I think I'm the only guy who plays Garen right now. And naturally, not everyone knows how to play with Garen or still against Garen. So I think just teams need to understand better what I'm capable of and what my champion pool can do in general. And hopefully I can still play other champions, right? If they just give me free Garen angle like this, maybe,
I want to see the 2024 version of Adam, but later, maybe. And I had a question about your bot laner. We'll see that later in the next interview. I will not forget about this. That's all for us here now. Adam, thank you so much for the interview. Congrats on the first victory you grabbed. And as we prepare for the second match of the day, let's check out the Mad Lions Core's roster announcement. Spoiler alert! Wait for the end.
Cosas que mi gente quiere son las cosas que siempre he querido. Una copita para brindar y otras dos para los dos que vienen contigo. Los que no me subían a internet vacilando de amigos. Ahora que nos ponen la alfombrita roja vienen conmigo. Me maten si no pueden entrar. Me muera no les puedo fallar. Yo sin esta gente, ¿pa' qué cojones quiero pasar? Me maten si no pueden entrar. Me muera, no les puedo fallar. Yo sin esta gente, ¿pa' qué cojones quiero pasar? ¡Vamos! ¡Agua! ¡Vámonos, vámonos!
Camarero, ¿unas copitas de vino?
Que la gloria es el dinero. Pero nos equivocamos.
Claro, le dije entonces en mi puesto.
Nuestra gente lo primero.
Oye, un momento, espera. Pero este tío no es español, ¿no?
¿Cómo? ¿You are not Spanish?
Bye, lol. Soy Bartolomeo. ¡Viva España!
¡Vamos!
Wonderful announcement video, as we have seen many of our teams, but this one was extra Spanish for you. If you missed it yesterday, we of course made everyone who wanted to cover the Mad Lions Koi do a little bit of a Spanish test, but we can't keep it going because everyone was actually quite bad. But that's fine. Yeah, maybe Trimby would have aced it, but he wasn't here. But let's talk. You wouldn't? Okay. But let's talk about the Mad Lions Koi and about SK. That's the matchup we have here today. And these were two teams that weren't rated very highly in general coming into the season. So I just wanted to pull up your tier lists. I think we have yours, Dagda, and maybe
That's fine.
Trimby.
We can check the other ones first if you want. You know, that's
I'm
fine.
not sure which ones first, but in general, I think that does kind of encapsulate how, especially for Mad Lions Koi, Trimby, it's hard to place them higher because it's so hard to predict how they would perform.
Yeah, exactly. Even though you have all of the games pretty much from from EU Masters or previously from Superliga, it's not like you can predict how they're gonna actually play on the LEC stage, right? It's a bit different, and even though, right, you can see it like in most of those playlists, they are put most likely last. It's because of all of the uncertainty there is, you know, behind them.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's just kind of how it is.
It's just the way it is. But I saw yours also earlier, if we can pull it up, and you hoodwinked us because I think it's gonna come up in a second because you didn't put anyone in D tier because you didn't want to get flamed.
No. Because I actually personally thought that there was no team that I could just put D. Like that was my feeling from all of the like pretty much rosters that came up. I felt like all of those rosters can work, and I didn't feel like there is a roster you just feel like it will not work at all. That was like kind of my feeling. That's why I felt like, you know, I have to put it on C.
Well, you're still pretty new as an analyst. You're still nice. You'll join the dark side eventually, just like I have apparently.
Yeah, put everyone. There you go. You actually even put Mad Lions and SK in D tier.
I mean, I don't know what happens to me. I put him in D. I called Ilyoya bad, and then he plays like a literal god.
A god. That's
like,
what you did.
It is what it is. You can't win them all.
No, but all jokes aside, of course, we want to illustrate how expectations can be built, but it doesn't always go alongside expectations, especially not for Mad Lions Koi. Yesterday, Dagda, Ilyoya was leading the troops and had a phenomenal victory over Team Heretic, shutting everyone up.
Yeah, I think it was an absolutely insane game from him. The fact that he ended up getting the Zins out early, was going into the buy, was like, look, if you can offer me a 1v1 in the enemy jungle, I'm going to win it. So they immediately got push on bot, said, let's go immediately invade and try and set up for some sort of play. And Heretics tried to respond, but it just gave that early first blood across to them, and they end up popping off from it.
One thing that I want to actually see is what happens when they don't have that good of a champions, because let's be honest as well, they had so many good champions in that game, right? All of the champions that they had, right, they're kind of a meta. They're also meta champs that were last year too, I would say. So that also feels like it was a really big strength for them, and that's something that I want to see when there's gonna be a bit of a different meta, and then we see how it goes.
We could indeed. Noah also tweeted, who's of course a caster over in the Spanish region and has also joined us before, but she was saying, I don't know if it was towards us or towards Team Heretics, the fact that how are people even surprised that this was what they decided to field for Mad Lions Koi, because this is how the Movistar writers love to play.
Yeah, and we talked about it on the cast, myself and Draco, saying like, if you watched any of the games, this is exactly what you were going to expect. They played towards Super and Alvaro, they got these early pressures, and then they'd immediately look for skirmishes, immediately look for invades, and now look, the dial was definitely turned up to 11 with this game, but you could still see that this is definitely the style that they want to try and go into. And when you've got a guy like Mirwin on the top side who's able to play pretty much anything and kind of play that, I will be fine, do your own thing, I think it works out perfectly. And as the guys were already alluding to, I think the fact you got like AD LeBlanc for pushing mid, you had the range support to try and push in bot, it just sets up perfectly. So do we get a repeat performance today is the big question, or do we get to see something a bit different?
It's so interesting. We got to talk to Ilyoya yesterday on PGL. Another thing he said, by the way, is that he thinks that their bot lane is the best bot lane in EU. We can talk about that later, but I also asked about this matchup versus SK, Broxa, because SK also managed to win their first game, but Niski is in the mid lane over there now. And I asked Elyoya, is it going to be extra personal? He said, we have something personal against every team, starting with SK.
I think it is interesting because obviously Niski and Elyoya played together in the past, and now both of them are in big-time leadership roles, and both of them also were able to really set the tone for how their team played. I feel like Niski in particular had amazing synergy with Isma, who's a very aggressive jungler, and that showed big time. But again, like Trimby said, what's going to happen to these teams when they cannot play the likes of Sinsao, when they don't have an upper edge in draft? Because again, a champion like Sinsao is just unstoppable right now, and not everyone can have it.
It's true. We do have some voice comms also that we can listen to of the cooperation that's existing between Niski and Isma. Let's listen.
Okay, Isma?
Yes? I'm not a decent bait, I think, guys. I'm
I think okay. I think looking is dead, okay? On my screen is dead.
Okay.
Right
I'm
now.
here as well.
We have
Yeah,
Barda. I will flash on him, okay?
Yeah, wait.
Just be in the bush and I will ult him here, okay?
Yeah.
If he goes for this minion.
Okay.
Watch now.
Yeah.
Okay, this one.
Yeah.
If he doesn't, I'm not going. If he does, I'm going. I'm going.
Great, nice. Nice call.
There you go, Trimby, listening to that, it's quite clear. Niski, that leadership role, and immediately taking Isma under his wing.
I mean, it felt I would say, you know, if I was Isma, I knew exactly what I have to do, right? And that's something that it's really comforting, especially in first games of your career in LEC. I think it just like sets you up so well, and yeah, it just showcases how big of a leadership Niski has, right? And how he feels that he has to do this stuff, you know, at first, so he actually makes his teammates like feel good in the game.
And I think coming into today, both these guys are going to have a lot to prove, just because, well, you got Niski going up against Elyoya, right? Obviously, the rivalry there from the old team, but also when you look at Isma, he's going up against his old roster and Movistar Riders as well. So he was the like one French representative on that Spanish lineup, and he's kind of cheered against Carmen Corp at the EMEA Master Finals. Now we get to see him going on towards a team where he's making a name for himself alongside another Frenchman in the mid lane. So I'm very excited to see how these two are going to show up here today and what they want to take onto the Rift against two teams they're very familiar with.
Yes, we're going to be covering the picks and bans here on the desk, and it's quite interesting indeed that we have, you know, Niski and Elyoya now on other side of the Rift, both taking on a new role in their career. As you know, that the fans are here to cheer as loud as they were yesterday. It's hard, you know, between the fan bases. I think Mad Lions Koi is also super loud, but we'll see what they decide to draft today.
So far, in terms of bans, if we look at the top side, the priors have been the likes of Rumble, Jax, probably Nocturne. There's been some LeBlanc bans. AD carry or bot lane, we have Ashe, we have Caitlyn, Kalista, and we'll see what these teams do, because generally there's no locked bans. Everybody has different approaches, and it really comes down to where blue side begins, I feel like, how they set the tone and draft, because red is usually going to be adaptive.
Yeah, I think a huge portion of it for me is like things like Rumble probably going to be gone. Like we've seen inklings of AP Udyr and stuff coming in the LPL to try and counter it, but haven't really seen it come across to Europe just yet. But I think getting rid of that, the Ashe, and I think honestly with how well Frescoe played on the AD LeBlanc, I think giving it or leaving that open for him would just be so disrespectful after what you saw yesterday.
Yeah, and as we see first bans, of course, Jax ban quite fast, but in the other hand, there's Irrelevant in the enemy team, really good Jax player, completely understandable. Rambo from Red, pretty understandable too. There's Nocturne, also extreme nightmare right now with a new item, so... Oh, and here we have the LeBlanc, right? So everything seems pretty standard. One thing though is, there's not many... Oh, and there's Maokai, so there's a lot of AD carries open, and some of them can go to support, so I think there will be a lot around bot lane in this draft.
So if you were on blue side right now and you see there's not a single bot lane ban, what would you be looking for?
Oh, I think it depends on what you feel the most comfortable with, because I don't think there's a straight up best champion, but if Ashe and Varus are open, I think you might want to look... Okay, Ashe is banned. So now there's a question if you want to go Kalista. Maybe you wanna... Okay, you just go Zinza. Okay, that champion does look broken, and you take it away from Isma. That makes sense.
It does lead the question now, is the case of, hey, we want to try and go for a very similar style that we saw yesterday. Look, we have the strong jungler. Let's try and get a counter pick in the bottom side, see if we can get push there, and then we can go for for what basically set us up for success. Yesterday's Mad Lions Koi, which was push bot, early levels, and then get control. We can lead that into the jungle, and I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, look, we won't see what it is at the moment, but I think that'll be the big plan here to go through a Mad Lions
I feel like it might be even like Poppy or Renata. But on the other hand, I feel like right now maybe there's an angle when they just go Aphelios. Oh, there's a Renata, right? So maybe it's gonna be an actual Aphelios angle with a counter pick as an enchanter. Okay, we just go for Lucian. EU Lucian doesn't look as good sometimes, but I think it's a good champion. And in a pair with Milio, it gives a great setup and pretty much scaling for the side of blue side.
And this is actually the combo that I prefer. I think Nami, yes, you've got that engage tool, well, engage, disengage, whatever way you want to use with the wave. I think Milio just makes you a very easy to, I want to go now. I'm going to shield you, I'm going to put down the cozy campfire. You get the extra range and just helps Lucian significantly more in team fights where he can be more of a threat. And even as you see, like Renata, great answer, the Milio, because you can get rid of that hostile takeover. Even if you end up with some of the CC that can come through from like Renata, or sorry, from a Rel Q, you've got that answer as well. So I think this is a great start for Mad Lions Koi, especially if they want to try and go for this aggressive bottom side.
So from what we've seen so far, on paper, Kalista Renata definitely would be the stronger bot lane duo. But Trimby, would you feel comfortable playing Lucian Milio into it? Do you think they can shut it down and have more impact?
I think it just depends how well you play first levels, especially level 1 and 2. I personally, when it comes to like Milio Renata side, Renata is the one that has to be like aggressive, right? But it's not like Milio cannot answer it back. It's just about how you play around her Q, right? Because if you actually get hooked, there is a high chance you're gonna die or make an enemy actually give an option to dive. Because as you can see, there's also as well Rel coming in that most likely is gonna be a jungler, right? Like looking at it. Unless you're Wunder. I saw Wunder playing it top, so I don't know how it goes nowadays. But yeah, that's gonna be probably the look where they're gonna try to look for dives. And when it comes to bans as well, as we can see, like they're not gonna have many chances they played yesterday, Mad Lions Koi, because a lot of them actually get banned too in the second phase.
Yeah, I'm now curious to see what we're going to take into jungle here for Isma, because it feels like that's going to be the next rotation. Or sorry, not the jungle, sorry. You're going to have to flip it between top and mid, actually, with Rel picked up. So I think it's going to be, well, we won't know whether it's going to be...
Maybe a little Cassandra does a little top lane bans.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what irrelevant for me looked really strong and stuff like the sign that. So it is actually going to be Kali, but I think it is kind of a case of like leave irrelevant to that counter pick, because I think he's looked far more comfortable where he's able to go, hey, I can dominate the 1v1, and there is a lot of those just good mid laners open.
Oh, Poppy here is really good, to be fair. I'm actually shocked it went through the draft. Like Poppy is so good into Kalista, it's so good into Rel, and it's really good into Akali. And I can... Okay, there's a Gragas by Frescove versus Niski. That's actually really spicy and interesting. I'm curious if it's just like a kind of a takeaway, or...
I mean, you were actually talking about backstage for me for Cabo Shard, how well he was at like controlling the Akali yesterday, although it was like top versus mid. I think it's going to be a very similar story here of, look, I'm going to try and get push and just interrupt things.
Yeah, I like it. And on top of things, Myrm has a really good Poppy when it comes to like itemization. So that's something that I want to look at and see if there's going to be something spicy in there.
I think it was also smart by SK to 4-pick mid instead of top lane, because Mervin is known for having a lot of spicy counter picks, something we talked a lot about yesterday. This way, you make sure that he's going to blind, get a stable top matchup that you're happy with for Irrelevant. And obviously, Poppy, so far, well, I don't even think we've gotten to see it. It's been permabanned.
Yeah.
But Renekton, traditionally, very good into it, and Irrelevant is going to be able to shut it down if he plays the early laning phase wall.
Cool. What's the most interesting lane you have your eyes on? Mid?
Oh, I would say there's gonna be a lot happening bot lane. I think mid, it depends how the laners play, to be fair, but yeah, bot lane is the one that I think SK has to do quite a bit in order to make sure that things go well, because if they don't try to do anything, Lucian Milio, I would say they take over in this game with the help of Poppy, with the help of Zinzao. I'm not sure how you get on that Lucian without, you know, like having to go through all of those front lines over there.
Yeah, also Ardent Abuser, so great. I think this is going to be wonderful. I think it's going to be great. I mean, pop it onto the Lucian, it's a bit silly, and yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing bot lane. But also, as you say, mid lane, I think it's going to be really curious to see how you can try and get control there as Frescowy, and then see if we get a similar style of, well, we got the Zinzao, is that the combo once more.
Okay, let's see what happens. I'm already missing Hysterix' voice, so let's head over to our caster.
This is so kind. Thank you very much, and welcome to our second game of the day or night. I used to watch this at 2 a.m. in the morning, so for me, I'm all out of whack. But Mad Koi picking up their big win yesterday against Team Heretics when they were definitely not favoured. A huge statement to come into Winter. SK, you can say the same deal, especially when Isma was making his debut. There's a big matchup. I know there's a lot on the line. Vedius has told me a stat that has come from the family here at the LEC, that Merwin is apparently 9-0 on Poppy in his career, which is nuts as we get a pause, so we get time to talk about it.
I really like the Poppy pick. The analyst desk already talked extensively about it. I was surprised that it made it through the ban phase.
Me too.
I thought that we would see the Gwen plus the Poppy, but especially when you have Rel, Akali, Renata. Sorry, Kalista. Rel, Akali, and
that's it.
Kalista.
Yeah.
It's I don't know why my brain went somewhere completely different then.
It's okay, I'll be there, mate.
But I think that it's really interesting how Mad seem to have this constant flexibility in draft, right? It was one of the big talking points for Murren coming into this matchup, just because it's his incredibly deep champion pool is supposed to offer a lot, and so far we haven't seen anything too crazy, but he seems to be able to pick and choose whatever is needed, depending on what the team is looking for.
Yeah, a lot of people have been feared as well, but ladies and gentlemen, we've just been told there is an audio issue on stage. League officials are investigating. We'll update you as we find out more. So while that gets sorted, you get to chill out with another pause. It's okay. We live in the pauses. It's fine. I don't know.
This will be resolved very. It's just a hardware issue, so it shouldn't take too long.
It's chill.
He says optimistically.
Good one, Benny. I mean, I feel I didn't jinx it last time. I think I kind of encouraged it. So you might be all right. I will say, at the very least, as we get into this, you were telling me like you're so excited for this one because you're talking about this being a bit of a grudge match, right?
Yeah, I mean, for me it is because like there was.
That's good enough.
All right. Last year at MSI.
Yeah.
There was the debacle.
Okay.
There was the French community and the Spanish community going after each other.
And it was a debacle, was it? Whatever that is.
Because of the reactions of the players post the T1 loss.
Right. Ah, yeah, okay.
One player was smiling and another one wasn't. And,
yeah,
and there was a big debate. Okay, there was a big debate from the fans, not from the players. The players were like super.
That created the debacle, right?
And that created the debacle among them.
What is a debacle? Debacle?
A debacle is like, I mean,
do you mean debacle?
Debacle, yeah, but it's pronounced debacle.
I don't think it is.
I think it is. Anyway,
I just don't think it is.
Anyway, it created a conflict between the fans.
There we go.
Okay? Yeah. And I mean, when we come into this year, right? Niski's no longer a part of Mad Lions, right? That former Mad Lions roster was not as... it clearly didn't work. They were able to find some success in Spring Split, and a lot of people were optimistic, but then MSI did happen. They returned. They were not able to find a huge amount of success, even though they did end up qualifying for the World Championship. They didn't have a great run, to say the very least. So something needed to change in the Mad Lions roster, and everything did. It was Elyoya and the boys. An entire roster was built around Elyoya. Everyone else was kicked from the roster, and they picked up a lot of young players, formerly from Movistar Riders, and then Niski had to find a new home. And typically, Niski is a player that sits among one of the top teams in the league. You know, he was formerly on Splice. He found himself on Mad. He's found himself on Fnatic. Like, he's a player. I mean, over in North America, he played on C9. He's a player that's used to being on these very competitive rosters that sit near the top. So to find him on SK was definitely a surprise. But it's a roster where I think a lot of the responsibility falls on him to be that kind of leader. And we heard it in the comms earlier how he was already taking on that leadership role within the game. And so I'm really fascinated because now with two of these key players in Elyoya and Niski now competing against each other in very new environments, it's hard not to believe that both of them want to prove what they can do in these different environments.
And isn't it funny as well, like Niski is the leader in this team, the way you look at it with SK. You look at Mad Lions Koi and you're like, well, Elyoya, of course, is the leader as well. Both of them are taking leadership positions where Elyoya on day one, yesterday put on a bit of a clinic. I mean, we came in, Team Heretics was in my top 4. I don't know where you put them, but they were definitely high up when you see that, you know, G3.0 coming in. More like G1.5 on day one, but they've got another day to prove. They've got many days to prove it. But more importantly, you know, Mad came in with lower expectations. And I think, you know, we look back and I've definitely been discussing with Dagda as well and some of you guys and some of the highlight talent that's come through from secondary division. Super is a great example as well. When people look at secondary division, they talk a lot about Kalis, but they forget about this guy who's also come through the Spanish leagues too. It's exciting to see now getting their chance on LEC. They performed yesterday, or rather he did. And there's a lot to be expected here today after both these teams are sitting 1-0. But both these teams as well came in with really strong starts, defining starts as well. SK on the other side versus Rogue. I'd say the exact same thing. Rogue had high expectations, or
And
at
I
least
think the way
higher.
that they played those games was largely through their mid jungle. In the SK game, we saw a huge involvement from Dawson.
Yeah.
Bard. I think that this mid jungle is going to be super important. I know that the analyst test talked a lot about action around the bot side of the map, but how involved and how much pressure is put on these two mid laners, especially when we saw Frescowi and Elyoya doing so much work in putting perks behind.
Just a bit of an update for you. Player has requested changes to their audio settings, so we are just waiting to resolve that. And then we can update you with more when we have it as well. Apologize for the delays, but again, when you have a nice matchup here, one that, when I was looking at, you know, opening cast, Fetty, like coming into today, I'm like, okay, Mad versus SK maybe for a lot of people won't have as high a priority. But again, when both these teams have started strong, when they've beaten those expectations individually in their matchups of day one, I think it puts new hype on the matchup itself. And it means one of them ends 2-0 to end off today.
I mean, for Mad Lions Koi, it's an opportunity to rebrand yourselves, both literally and figuratively, right? Domestically, Mad Lions has been a team that has been able to contest the top spots. They have been a European representative internationally for many years now, but people's expectations on them are very, very low, right? But now they have brand new coaching staff, brand new players. A lot of these players obviously coming from the ERLs as well. They do have a fresh start, and so people's expectations can completely shift. And already in their debut, they showed a completely different play style to what we're used to, right? Whereas for SK, this was a roster that was full of potential. It was always talked about how they could grow into something significant. And in winter of last year, they even secured top 4. Everyone was really excited about the potential. Exekick in particular was really popping off. And then gradually throughout the year, that hype just kind of slowly dissipated. The team didn't really evolve anymore from where they were. And we saw them in positions where they were so commanding and leading, and then they couldn't actually close out games. Like, there was an incredible performance from Irrelevant against G2, where his Gwen was absolutely decimating, and then they still ended up losing that game, you know. And it was just the curse of SK, where they, even though they did make the season finals, they couldn't quite live up to that potential. So perhaps they can do that now with the addition of Niski and Isma, and that's why I think it's very much a fresh start for both these teams. And getting a win today, put them at 2-0, put them in a great position.
I mean, again, look, it's just the fans going nuts in the meantime as well. Now, the SK fans, are they getting drowned out? The answer might surprise you. It's good to see the support. Like, how rowdy have the fans been? Like, but it's awesome to see, you know?
The energy is definitely electric.
Yeah, it's great.
They're here to show the support for Mad Koi.
Can I just ask, who let him in with the drum? Like yesterday, I'm like, man.
I mean, it adds to the ambiance.
It does, but it's, you know, through security check, what's this? It's just a drum. It's just a drum, mate. Look, ladies and gentlemen, there is a bit of a delay, but while we wait to get ready on stage, we can check out SK's roster announcement going into this 2024 season.
So, are you guys joining? Are you joining?
But it's just a board game.
Not in my tavern, you rats! That's more like it.
Place our bets. Who gets it all tonight? A 2 versus 2 it is.
In the land of dragons and giant forms, there are warriors who brave the storm, picking up their weapons and magic spells. They march into hell.
He wandered around, lonesome. After many battles fought, legend. A whisper.
Who goes there?
Ah, Niski, I've heard this name before. The legend of Summoner's Rift.
Good to see you around these lands, Niski. It's on the house.
League of Legends? I've played it before.
Try your odds then.
So, new fellowships are built. The foretold contestants are set. May their quests begin.
Just a board game, huh?
Yep, good game. Another drink.
Make it yourself.
Videos were fire. I mean, from multiple organisations, I might add as well, but SK's there behind me as we welcome you back. We're still waiting on a technical delay, and we're going to update you as we go through. So don't worry, chill with us for a little bit. It's nice in here. We're in a new arena.
Time for the Hysterics and Betty interim podcast.
True.
We'll get you through the technical difficulties.
Yeah.
So
Top
what have you done
topics.
since you've been in Berlin?
Well, I've been bouldering.
Oh.
I got invited into that
They
club.
got you into that cult,
Yeah.
because that's what it is, okay? Dracos started luring one or two
Yeah.
people into
Some of them have tattoos of it as well.
It's true, they do.
And one of the person who has a tattoo doesn't even go to it as well. he knows who I'm talking about. He's not even part. I've been twice since being here, and I've been here like a week.
It's a dangerous group to join.
It is, but it's good.
That's what they make you believe.
It's good. There's
All
7
you're
levels.
doing, you could climb real mountains outdoors.
Yeah, and die if I fall down. At least with bouldering, I fall onto a mat.
I mean, not that I, it's the problem is ever since I watched that the video, the free climb guy,
yeah.
he climbed that
I'm not doing that.
crazy long mountain.
Yeah.
It's bouldering can never do it for me.
No, well, look, I mean, weren't invited anyway. So. No, you should
That's
go.
hurtful.
Have you actually gone or not?
No, Dracos has invited me multiple times.
And you haven't gone?
Gang, yes.
All right, well, look, we'll talk about that later. Dracos will help me get you there.
What happens, it starts with bouldering.
Yep.
Then it's Magic of the Gathering, okay?
So?
And because they're trying to just get you to invest in all these things that you don't need to invest in.
Yeah, but there's fun, though.
Have you spent money on a card game before?
Only Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, same,
Yeah.
right?
But that was worth it. Actually, no, also
It
Pokemon.
wasn't worth it.
It
No, it
was
wasn't.
worth it. It was worth it when you...
I have so many Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon cards that when I was a kid, I was like, oh, I'll keep all them and I'll sell them when I'm older. But you won't sell them. You'll never sell them.
When I'm 50 or 60, maybe I will.
Your
but
nostalgia
look,
will prevent it.
more importantly, I do believe we have Shocks in the audience who's going to chat to more important people than us. Yes.
We have a new Riot Games arena, so we have a lot going on here as well for in between the games, which is fun. I'm gonna look for some people to talk to. Hello, would you like to do an interview? Did you do the quiz as well?
Which quiz?
Like yesterday as well, or not?
Oh, yes, I did.
With Medic?
Yeah, with Medic, yes, I did. I lost everything.
You did. You did have some funny answers, I think.
I have a lot of fun, yes.
Are you funny? Are you funny in general?
I hope so.
I think so too. What's your name again?
Valerio.
Okay, and I see that you have a G2 jersey on. Now, after this next game, we'll have the match of the week versus KC. What do you think?
We're gonna smash them. Yeah, easy. We're gonna smash the wall.
Bot lane?
Bot lane, mid lane, everything.
Why do you have so much faith in G2? Because usually when you have a lot of faith is when they, don't do that well.
But locally, we have always winning everything. It's internationally that we struggle the most. Yeah. So we're gonna win LEC.
You said it. I mean, you are the favorites for sure. Do you like this area, by the way, where you can just chill?
It's a very nice place. A lot of seats, maybe. Yeah. Good venue.
A lot of seats. Did you want to give a hint?
Maybe less than expected, but yeah.
Cut this interview right now. No, I'm kidding. Hey, we're looking forward to that match of the week. I'm going to keep walking around and seeing what's going on here. I don't know how long the cable is for the camera, but who knows? Anyways, we have the Wall of Champions as well. As Valeri said, maybe G2 will win another championship. We'll see it over there. This is the cup. If you've never seen it up close, I'm sure you have. They also have engravings of everyone that has one, which is really, really dope. Of course, Munich at the end of the year as well. So we're looking forward to that. There was someone I was talking to before. Hello? I'm sorry, you're just having a beer. I apologize.
I'm not having anything. No, I'm not. Howdy, how you doing?
And to stare in the camera. Do you have experience working in front of the camera?
I'm a Portuguese caster, so yeah. Me and my buddy TB, he is right over there. We started at the same time. Come here.
Go over here.
Yeah. He's my dynamic duo guy.
Yeah, but I can see it. You have so much charisma.
Hi, how you doing? What is this?
Co-streamers Portuguese.
Oh yeah,
and co-casters.
Bet on us, please. Yeah, we would love to co-stream the LEC.
My caller caster to my PvP caster. Yeah, we're a thing.
I love it. This is so great to see because you send out a story being like, oh, I'll be on the other side in a few years.
I wish if I get to be on a desk with you in the LEC.
We have.
I don't know.
Together.
I know. Pinch me.
We start together.
You know what? Do you want to? I don't know if we can do it with the cameras, but we can go right there. We could just sit on the desk.
Oh, sit on.
Yeah, we can't cast.
Wait.
But if you want to, we can go.
Do you let us go?
I mean, I think it's fine. I'm basically just doing what I want now. So come on, let's go. Let's go. If security tries to hold you.
Hey, I'm a big guy.
Actually, do you want to be my security guard?
Hey.
Okay. By the way, what's funny is there's windows here now. Yeah, and you can just look at us at all times. Okay, let's see. Here we go. Sure, we're making TV. Come on. So, and this is the studio.
Yes, it is. Hi guys.
I heard you're taking our jobs.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, are you coming to say? Here, you take the seats. You can take ours.
Yeah, we'll leave.
I kept them warm for you. There you go. Here.
I could leave.
Here, you can take this. I have one.
Oh, thank
you. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks.
Go ahead.
The thing is, from all the days that this could have happened, you chose the day that I'm dressed like a trash man or.
I like it.
Something.
You look great.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we're doing.
Is this one on?
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Can I grab it too?
You can, but listen, you're on a live broadcast now.
Hi,
Roxa.
Hello.
Behave.
Thank you for the seat.
Hey, since you are the casters for the Portuguese stream,
we are.
Yeah.
In general, you obviously know about the game, right?
A little bit. Now I'm questioning if I know about the game because there's a whole.
He
book
took some
to read.
vacation.
He did.
There's a
So
whole book
did
that I need to read.
It's fine.
Oh, wow.
But we do have SK going up
Okay.
against Mad Lion's Core.
All right.
So, what is your expert opinion on what's going to happen?
Oh wow. Wanna go ahead?
I can take this one.
Okay.
So
I'm sorry, the team's are ready.
Oh,
We're
absolutely.
going to hear later.
it's fine.
All right.
Go ahead. Do your thing.
Oh, I'm sorry, those guys, absolute legends. Massive shout out. Shocked, you're a legend as well. That's the most fun segment I've watched. But welcome back. Yes, we are getting close to getting in game. If you're wondering what the delay was, we had an audio issue on stage. They've changed the hardware and you can see us right now, but you're about to see the gameplay as I see it moving on my screen as well. So we are getting close. We're about to jump on in, and we've been waiting for this SK Mad.
I just love
little rivalry
Chalk's
for a while.
making TV, man. It's
good TV, man.
Yeah, it's great TV. I had a great
TV.
time. But yeah, hopefully we should be getting back into game soon, as Hysterix highlighted. We just need to refine some of the finer details that our players are experiencing. I want to make sure that all of our players are in a good mindset, that they have all of the things that they need in order to perform at the optimal level. We do not want to have anything interrupt their ability to play League at the highest level. So, yeah, the reason why you're listening to us is because we're very close. It is, of course, SK versus Mad Koi. And so without further ado, let's jump straight back under the rift, shall we?
Hell yeah, Betty. They've waited long enough. It's time to get into this one. One apiece for both these teams. Mad and SK coming off huge wins in day one of Winter. It is a single round robin. Every win counts. I know you're sick of all that story stuff, but it really is true when you have teams like this who I am guilty of putting in my C tier. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the fans. I didn't know any better, did I? But now I'm learning the truth.
I feel like you, of all people, should be wary of day one predictions.
Should I?
Because I've seen the LPL, okay?
Yep.
I've seen teams that have started strong.
And I pulled Weibo as #1. And where did they end up last year? In spring last year of LPL, I went in.
I found another
week 1, day 1. I said, that is the Shy, baby. And I said they're #1. You can't get rid of him. He made it all the way to the finals. And they almost won. Outside of the 3 games they lost, they almost won. But look, more important things here, of course. We've got to start up that year before getting towards the end. Yeah, there is another one indeed. Of course there is. The best player that ever existed outside of EU.
I think I can hear Cadril from here.
Oh, really?
His
Wow.
enthusiasm for you. It's crazy.
It's incredible.
Now, Aljoya will be spotted out on this deep vision invested by SK. Already has secured that level 2. Isma with some creative pathing there to get himself that level 2, starting on the Krugs on the bot side. He is sitting on a ward himself. And Aljoya, I think he's just primarily thinking, do I try to cover or do I just leave him be for now? He's going to leave him be as Isma chooses to disengage. Exockick gets to level 2.
Great trade.
Going to force the heal. Nicely done there. So already a lot of pressure being put. We kind of look at the mini-map, and we can already see push coming across from SK in the top side of the map, in the mid lane, and also on the bot side. So having these pushing lanes very early gives you a lot of agency, and it gives your jungle a lot of freedom. And again, yesterday, we saw Isma and Niski working incredibly well together. We got to hear the comms from the analyst desk about how Niski was providing a lot of guidance. Exockick losing a lot of HP.
Yeah.
But again, we're going to be keeping our eyes on what these junglers are up to. We now see Aljoya on the top side, and Isma making his way back towards bot.
Man, Exockick, as you said, the heavy trades might hurt out, but again, you've got coverage from Isma. That ward's still there, about to expire, so SK will get the information, but with a heavy push coming through, I think it's more about the wave thinning out as they have spotted out Isma moving between that fog of war, so they know. But look at where enemy jungler is, or Aljoya's on the other side of the map.
Stealing away the red buff. I don't think that... Oh, flash!
Flash, but does it execute? I mean, you only get one. Super's free firing under turret. It's so messy. SK is... There's a bit more damage to come through, but Super still getting hit hard. The Ignite burns it out. As for now, they survive. The dive thwarted. A couple of flashes burnt. And Super only hurt at the end of it.
Well, ultimately, this will be an advantage for Mad Lions Koi, just because Aljoya can now steal away the entire top side of Isma's camps. The fact is, Super still has all of his summoner spells available, and Isma is trying to force this play.
It makes sense. Again, with Exockick, they kick him away, though. The root back on down. The crash down works, but Isma's a hit away. Super finds him, but as the expiry comes through, Isma will still die, but it's the kill in the end from Exockick that pays out with that double down dive.
If Isma had been able to get a single hit onto Super, he wouldn't have lost his life there, but it ends up being a 2-for-1. The massive investment from SK to try and get this bot lane ahead will prove fruitful as you see a 700 gold lead now in favor of Exockick.
And I thought in 14-1, when we're going into a new patch, we've got Void Grubs, I thought, oh, we're going to talk more about top side, more about mid. It is still about the bottom lane as we see Isma doubling down again.
Nice connect there on the handshake from DOS to bring Alvaro back underneath, or into range, I should say, of Exockick.
Yep.
And then when Super sees an opportunity to land that extra auto to make sure that Isma goes down, they're able to make it work.
Just John.
Nice, happy face from Niski in the mid lane. We talked about it, that potential grudge match between Niski and Aljoya, both wanting to prove but they still got it, that they can be better than their former teammate.
And it's funny to see in this grudge match as well. I mean, getting something like the Akali, you know, yesterday we got the Azir. A lot of people talking out, it's like, well, it doesn't really feel like the Azir matchup for Nisqy.
What I will say is that, like, Nisqy has been a big team player for a really long time, right? And I think he had a fantastic Worlds individually. Like, I remember back their game versus NRG, he was the reason why they kept finding plays back into the game. I remember, like, the knockbacks he found in, like, the bot lane tier 2 dive that NRG was threatening, and he did so much work on his Talia, and I think that after that World Championship, we had an interview from him where he said, I proved to myself that I can compete. I just need to have more faith in my own abilities rather than constantly playing for the team. And I'd like to think that this Akali pick is him demonstrating that he can just pick a carry and say, you know what, I can lead the team and I can be that carry player. We'll see how much of an impact it can end up having. Again, that Poppy is scary. From Merwin, he's going to be the big displacement. He's the guy that's going to run walls in the faces of SK when they have so many dashes.
And again, he's 9-0 on the pick. If you missed just before we went into that tech pause, 9-0 on this Poppy top, so expectations arise as ulti comes through from Nisqy, running into Frescoe, but bumped back into the turret. He's out with the perfect execution, needs a little bit more, but a barrel roll zones him out. He holds onto his flash. Frescoe does the same with both ultis expended.
Really well played there from Frescoe, making sure that he interrupts the E connecting once again. Also throws him underneath the tower, not giving Nisqy the opportunity to reset his passive. And they both walk away limping, but no summoner spells burn.
At the very least, Nisqy putting his dominance forward. We already talked about it. Got a small CS lead in mid as well. And things going pretty well for SK overall here in this early game. About a 1k gold lead. And I'm looking towards that bottom side that picked up a double kill on a Kalista, which yet again we need to highlight. Even towards jungle, bit of a CS lead as for now. On the other side, Elyoya is going to be starting up the grubs while topside battles it out. But Irrelevant and Merwin just facing off against each other for the time being. While there is a bit of movement up towards the top side, we'll have to see if it develops to anything, as the grubs might be gone by then.
With Alvaro here to assist his jungler. You can see that it's going to be a difficult contest from SK. Dawson and Ismet are in the area. Oh, Irrelevant's found a window to roam down. Are they going to look for the fight?
Well, the bass drum has erupted in the crowd, so maybe it's setting up for the play as Elyoya is not level 6. He can't negate the damage, and Irrelevant is just taking him down by himself on this Renekton. Flash matched over the wall. Irrelevant does it again, but with the flashback Merwin, that was clean. Makes it a 1-for-1 in the end, and you have to say, the guts from the top laner of SK looks good.
I don't think SK can threaten a dive here. So Merwin going to be pretty happy. You're right, you were correct in how you said that he played that perfectly. Dashing and bringing him back underneath the tower and then popping up that steadfast, just in case the Renekton does have the dash. He's not getting out of there. So nice trade back from Merwin. Nisqy taking a lot of damage from the minions here.
Ulti again.
The ult.
Well, Elyoya comes on in. Nisqy, oh, we're laughing at him. Perfect execution, thumbs up. He's feeling cheeky. He's laughing before. Pops out the Akali today.
I mean, his team's in a great position right now. They have a small gold lead.
Look at him.
He's feeling confident. He's looking in the face of his replacement, and he wants to go toe-to-toe. We'll look back at this play. Irrelevant knows he has a 2-level lead, and he just keeps on hitting onto Elyoya. Elyoya feels like he needs to hold on to his flash in case Isma chooses to engage. Once he realizes he's far enough away from Isma, he then chooses to flash, but the damage is already done. But then the response here from Owen, flash into the drag back underneath the tower, and then the steadfast presence to prevent the Renekton from getting away to safety. Very well played from him. Now Isma looking for a dive in mid. Frescoe though keeping the minion wave away from the tower and staving off the potential dive. Look at this, he's found a very nice freeze. I don't think that he'll be able to hold this for very long, but by denying the ability for the minions to take aggro, he's actually staved off the dive that I don't know if he has any information of happening.
Oh, Yo's going to help out for the time being. That means Isma's in a bad place. Crushed down over the wall, it seems. Waiting for it and use it in the end. Frescoe as well, remember that he's also got his ulti, he's got his flash available, and he's Gragas. Still going to be a hard task as we pan up to the top side. But Vetty, in this early game, let's just say, even with the trade back top side, that 1k gold lead has been maintained by SK. They've got a Mountain Dragon as well. Only thing it looks like Mad are going to be running away with are those 2 grubs. I'm not sure if they got a third one there.
No, they did. He managed to slide it. Yeah. So right now it's 3 in, as opposed to 0.
And can I just say, you know, calling them void grubs hurts me a bit because grub in Australia is someone who eats food off the ground.
Oh.
So
you guys don't have the 3-second rule over there?
Well, we don't talk to anyone about it. We do, but if someone sees you, then you're a grub, you know?
I see.
So, well, I'm not saying I do, you know, that's...
Grub is the word used for food in A Bug's Life, and that's why I always
Very
remember
true.
it. Yeah.
Beautiful butterfly, yeah. Great movie.
That's a great throwback.
That's like our generation. It's crazy because New League of Legends generation probably haven't seen that movie.
Maybe. Nah, man.
How crazy is that?
I'm 31 now, okay? I don't like my
old.
mortality. Why would you? No chill, bro. No chill.
I'm 28. I'm 28.
Dragon spawning in about 1:15. I expect that to be the next major objective, but the second spawning of the grubs are also on their way out. So we'll see what the priority becomes here, because I think if you're Mad Lions Koi, you wouldn't mind sacrificing the second Drake in order to secure those grubs, giving you that extra sieging power. Another ult used from Niski. I don't think he's going to get it. Maybe? Hang on a minute.
Oh, actually buff it in. Niski's back in. Perfect execution at the ready, but uses it out. I mean, again, Niski playing with fire. This guy's crazy.
So he's actually going for the Haunting guys, likely into the Riftmaker build. A lot of Akalis in solo queue have been prioritizing the Storm Surge. I'm curious as to whether or not he goes both Riftmaker and Storm Surge.
Okay.
But remember that the advantages of Riftmaker now is the Omnivamp is so powerful once you get those full stacks from the Riftmaker. And Akali is a champion that just loves to be in combat for an extended period of time, so she gains a lot of value from it as well. In the past, a lot of Akalis avoided the Riftmaker build because the build path was really horrible, but Haunting Guys gives you everything you need. So it's a much easier itemization to go for in the early game.
Does Fan of Knives count as AoE?
Yes.
So you get 100%
yeah, you do.
back from it. Yeah. Again, if people don't know, slightly hidden change. Thanks to Medic as well for bringing up.
Grubs.
Take us, Betty, because the grubs, as you said, number 6 will be coming through. More important before we see that Riftmaker in action, as you could agree. SK are moving up in River, taking full control themselves, so grubs will be on hold.
In the River. Wait, they're still aggroed from up there?
Wait, where's the patience meter?
Where
no
is
way.
The patience meter?
You could go back to base and then follow you. What is happening? All right, at least SK are taking one away, but patience finally wearing down.
There we go.
And there we go, they run back. I'm not sure how that works.
But, I mean, this is the most important one, because if SK deny this from Mad, then they won't get their 5th one.
Very
which
true.
Which means that it'll just be a 2-4. Obviously a small advantage for Mad, but you're denying that 5 that you need in order to get those extra mites to spawn and hit onto those towers.
Well, at the very least, 2 for themselves, and as you said, no mite's going to be coming up towards turrets, so for SK, able to deny that is great, especially when they hold the early game cards at this point as well.
While all that was happening though, Moen did get a bunch of tower plates in the bot lane.
Yep.
I think he's not taking any damage. We've only just started and still making fun of AD carries.
Yeah, still the same. All right, come on, extra kick. There's the flash, handshake. But can they do it with the ignite down and the rend?
Not quite.
So close. So that Poppy doesn't even have a full item.
Moen didn't flash, by the way. That was flash, ignite, burn from DOS, and now Algoya might be able to punish.
Yep. I mean, again, using quite a bit for SK. X-Kick also taking a bit of damage, but Spears going in onto the Dragon, teleport committed. Here comes Ismar. That ulti big as well on the back line for SK. In a bit of trouble, it's X-Kick first to go. That's their big damage source, but that 3-man knockup could turn the fate. Niski runs on in, but can't get the finishing touch onto Super as Merwin sends them away. They get a bit of space from SK as 2 have dropped. 2 on the side of MDK as well. It's an even trade with Dragon actually going over to Matt as the plus sign.
What a chaotic fight. There was so much happening. It was hard to keep track of everything. Super getting away just barely with his life. But this engage from Mad Lions Koi was good. Notice that the second Isma jumps over the wall, Algoya goes in along with the Gragas ultimate coming out from Friskawi, shutting down X-Kick as quickly as possible. While he is able to revive for a little while, it doesn't amount to much, as both the divers of Irrelevant and Niski tried to dive onto Super. That's the power of Poppy. We saw the steadfast presence doing a huge amount of work to mitigate the dive threat from both of them, keeping Super alive long enough to actually disengage from the fight. Wow, I'm hoping we get more chaotic fights like this, because you're seeing how much value this Poppy can provide.
Even in the damage department, he contributed a massive amount as well. I mean, Merwin, absolute insanity. No wonder this guy is 9-0 in his career on this pick. Already picked up the Sunfire Cape. He's able to deny Niski from getting the final bit of damage onto Super. And Mad here claw their way back, stopping the Dragon stacking as well. So early game is contributing quite a lot here as we go into mid and just sit for the time being. SK looking for a bit of a pick onto Super, but he's not stepping forward as Merwin is just cuddling these guys for the time being, make sure SK can't do a thing.
That bot wave has been completely abandoned. The Herald has now restarted off for SK, which is why they brought so many members up. Irrelevant with no TP. Owen has found DOS, getting a bit of chip damage onto him, and notice how Irrelevant's being completely zoned away. This gives Mad Lions an opportunity for collapse as Nisqy fights for Scowie.
Zoning it on the top side. Nisqy still does a lot of damage through here, but for SK, is it enough to buy them time and turn onto Mad, who are moving towards the Herald at 2.5k? It's secured over to SK, but Irrelevant on the backside. Super runs into him, and there's so much damage coming through, but Irrelevant can't finish the job. Isma tries to get in range. They turn for Elyoya, and they might have just found their fight. Nisqy cleaves it up, and SK with a quick two-piece feed. Lock it down.
I love the aggression that we're seeing from both teams, but that was too much from Super. No summoner spells. He walked himself into melee range of that Renekton, and even though Alvaro was there to offer that support, it was not enough. Notice the dive that comes through from SK. When that Poppy isn't there to protect, there isn't that much protection. You'll see immediately Super getting too close to that brush. He ends up losing over half his HP, and then watch Nisqy uses Elyoya to create the space in order to close the gap, and Merwin isn't there to provide that peel. A big overstep from Mad Lions Koi means that SK find the punish, and now they have a very solid gold lead here as we enter the mid-game.
I mean, across the board, again, it's huge. A quick tidbit, of course, you're looking forward to the next matchup, which is Match of the Week in G2 Esports and Kameen Corp. That's going to be a big one. Don't forget, this one here leads to a 2-win start in Winter as well. We'll put them on top of the board.
Bear in mind, when we look back at previous splits from last year, 4 was pretty much enough to get you into
half the way there, yeah.
And 3 was the contentious one. 3 is normally where you're fighting, but to be able to get these wins early on gives you a lot more freedom as you move later on into the regular season. Only 3 weeks long, a lot of pressure on these players to adapt as quickly as possible. But I love the competitiveness that we're seeing from both sides. When we think about expectations coming into the season, this was supposed to be a bottom of the table fight between these two teams. But right now they're both sitting at 1-0, and they're both poised to take a very important game. SK extending their gold lead as they secure the first tower of the game.
I mean, they're also picking up their first items of the game as well. Previous fight that was picked up. Herald also picked up in the previous fight, which means someone can go for a bit of a joyride. There's Mad Koi try and defend, but Isma's like, no way, man. I want to ram this in. Pops on out, gets a bit of damage down. But Mad still able to defend to keep the game going at least a little bit longer in mid.
Nisqy moving from top lane into mid. Is a little bit behind in XP against Frescowie. He's mainly just been sitting in a side lane for most of the game. Doing a really good job of keeping up with the farm. Nisqy saw an opportunity in the mid lane, but it's not going to pan out. He's now making his way towards top. I don't know if he can kill Merwin here. Let's find out.
Great question. I mean, again, with only the Riftmaker available, you might be right, Vedius, but wait for that shuriken to hit.
He cannot.
Okay. Doesn't want to take it.
Tanks are tankier on this patch.
That's very true.
They are very difficult to kill.
And there's a lot more MR options as well.
Way more. I love the extra MR options that we're now seeing in the game. But it does mean that for some of these assassins, they don't have as much threat as they used to. But once those things like the Void Staff starts coming through, then you'll definitely start to see some more lethality, I should say. Which not to be confused with actual lethality. I'm talking about the kill threat.
The kill threat one, yeah, okay. Again, that's like you saying, what's that item that starts with O called? Opportunity. There's more opportunity in the game, but not literally the
my
item.
brain immediately went Oathbreaker. Hang on.
Whoa, Titanic is strong. Who knew?
Oh.
Titanic is strong. And Elyoya shows us how it's done.
That felt personal. He flashed in onto Nisqy. Nisqy thought he was safe. He knew he was on the weak side. He was playing defensively, trying to secure the Krogs for himself. But Elyoya, he saw something that we did not, and he was very quick to kill his former teammate.
And the rivalry shown on screen. The trade-off is mid-turret going down, though, for SK. So while the kill follows suit, at the very least, Mad are going to look for a little bit more. T2 on the top side is getting punished hard. You can see Vedius, I mean, SK are moving up to try and stop this push coming in, but Isma's by himself for the time being. You mentioned it, teleport coming through, so Nisqy's angle's there with ulti and level 11. Flash also available. Isma trying to buy time, but it's 3 members of Mad. Elyoya is still doing a lot of damage. His X-Kick now flying through, but that 3-man Magnustorm buys him so much time. Nisqy running in, wait for that shuriken flip onto Super, but he doesn't take it. Instead gets execution. Here's Mer when he goes golden as the flip out. Means that they've got no members left remaining, but Nisqy's still alive. You can see this man is still alive as DOS flash ulties, gets 2 members. Nisqy jumps back in. How are SK members still alive? Mad under their own turret are getting ported as Irrelevant flashes in as well. This team is crazy.
SK Nice! Mad Lions Koi, just short of 20 minutes into the game. And are SK going to quickly convert this into the Baron? I think they just might. Elgoya will be alive. The HP is very low. But on spawn, they're going to go straight for it. What a turnaround from SK to blow this game wide open.
And again, another big talk point about Kalista, I'm sure is going to come through, but SK surprising us all. A 3K gold lead, a Baron that'll elevate it even further. And you know, the Mad Lions fans came out to play. I hope that one guy who was here yesterday for SK is shouting louder, because they deserve it after we watch back
Remember,
play.
this started with a dive onto Niski and the tier 2 being secured in top lane. Isma sees an opportunity. Niski goes the long way around, which he quickly has to pivot from, but this engage from Isma is great. Lands on all three members, gets a huge ultimate off. Niski's able to do huge damage to the backline. Then Exekick makes his way into the fight. He chips away, combines the damage from both the Akali and the Kalista to get that initial kill. Then look at this. The shielding is going to come out to keep Niski alive from DOS. Then Irrelevant joins the fight as well to get the kill onto Friskawi. And it's just a chase down. Niski playing at the very edge as Mad Lions Koi falls short and they only get a single kill back.
And I think we can say SK's comp is really good at following up and chasing. I mean, this team just never says die. And with the champions available to them, they keep chasing them down, they find the kills, and they push themselves.
Considering how low Niski was pretty much in that entire fight.
He's 4.5K just about.
And this is, you know, he wanted to prove that he can be a big carry for his team, and he's doing just that. His scoreline doesn't necessarily reflect it, but his impact in the fights is definitely felt.
I mean, we've seen play aggressive in that laning phase all game long. I think more importantly as well, we're seeing another great game out of Isma too, as the engage tool, the pivotal piece here from SK. Irrelevant has just impressed me so far, as a lot of people talked about him being one of the most underrated players last year. One of the most underrated top laners, at least, to say something. Irrelevant, definitely not his namesake, neither in this game, as he picks up his second item in the Randuins. Now for SK with the Baron, look at this multi-lane setup. That is Niski pushing through mid, SK hovering in fog of war, threatening a potential dive. They're just trying to get themselves some turrets so they pull up more of a gold lead and make this insurmountable for MDK.
Pressure is being put down onto DK's jungle. SK are doing a good job of kind of moving between top and mid. They're going to need to start hitting these towers though, but they're still cautious of Merwin. He goes in, he's just...
Interesting, okay, but stops Exekick at the very least. Ulti comes out from DOS as well. That stops the backline. Merwin almost dives over, bobs away. Big core damage of SK, but Mad Koi need to find themselves some follow-up. Isma is not going to take the brunt of the damage. And look, Niski didn't join this whole time. They commit for the fight, and he's just taken away turrets with his combo deal of Baron and Baron's granddaughters and grandsons in the Void Grubs, helping push fast turrets.
SK end up getting an objective. They will make the Baron work, and now they need to reset. Dragon spawning in about 30 seconds. Gold needs to be spent. What are we going to see come out? There's the fully completed Zhonya's for Niski.
Yep.
Choosing to go for that second. And while there are 2 items available on Lucian, it's 3 completed now for Exekick.
We hit Terminus.
We did hit Terminus. For a long time, I kept forgetting the name of this, but now I just remember the Terminator. And I feel that Exekick is ready to assassinate as we enter the next fight.
I think of that cringy song from 2001, you know, We Hit Turbulence.
I don't remember that song, no.
Okay, you're old, come on. We just talked about this. You remember A Bug's Life?
Yeah, but what I remember is S Club 7, okay? That's
okay. That's still goaded, that's still goaded. Everyone else understand what I'm talking about. If you're not familiar with this item, ladies and gentlemen, you get armor MR on, I'm not sure if that's light or dark, armor and MR. Penetration
dark is penetration, light is armor.
There you go. So defensive item that also has on hit that gives attack speed. And with Winters, it is such a good combo. I mean, these 3 items in the game right now, no wonder Kalista is making big presence known. They are beautiful to watch. As I will say in game state, SK picked up their dragon that's leading them to Dragon Soul. It's only a Chemtech Soul, but still, it shows how much control of this game that they're in. 5,000 up as well. We had some back and forth early game yet again, but that solidifying fight topside, the Baron has kind of put them in a lead that feels hard to come back from, Betius, although not impossible with how we know game states these days. But still, you know, that item advantage you talked about makes it hard for this upcoming fight that you'd expect around next Dragon or maybe Baron in 145.
Yeah, Baron is likely to be the next point of conflict. Yeah, and I'm seeing pings coming down from SK. They have their eyes on Merwin. I don't think they'll get much, though.
No.
And Merwin's going to hand them off. Quick thumbs up as the teams choose to disengage. Is this tower going to drop? Yes, it is.
Objective bounty as well, so worth noting, bit of extra gold here for Mad Koi to play with.
But what an impressive start to the season from SK. I will say that the way that they've built their advantage this game kind of came from opportunity rather than I would necessarily say from like very clean, incredible macro.
Sure.
You know, they managed to punish what was effectively an overextension in the top side from Mad. But I think being able to find those windows is really important, and I'm hoping afterwards we can hit team comms and see where the communication came from. But this is the type of quality that you often see from Niski. He is that guy that will often make those calls and lead the team towards, I think we can punish this, I think we can go for this play. But it's exciting to see what the potential this roster can have and where they can still go. Of course, as you already said, Mad Lions Koi not out of this game just yet, but it's definitely SK in the driver's seat.
And I think if we're talking about opportunity for SK, I mean, that's how they won yesterday against Rogue. You know, punishing Larson with his misstep mid, Isma in the right place at the right time consistently. You know, bot side as well, playing really well in the team fights. You mentioned Doss on the Bard. Missed a bit of Qs, but also some great ultis that came through. I think what we see is that SK are great at punishing some of these weaker teams that don't have the clean macro, don't have the clean gameplay mechanics. Let's just throw more League of Legends terminology in there. And at least for now, we know that SK are great at punishing teams like that, as MDK look like one of them. But for now, we're waiting for that Baron to spawn, the Worm coming through the river.
So what I'm expecting to see is they need to push another wave in mid, make sure they have that control. There's room for them to catch another wave in top as well, but Niski's going to basically act as a bodyguard. It's Exekick that you really need to threaten onto the Baron, but instead, SK have said, you know what, we see you pathing towards top, we're going to abandon that and threaten mid instead. MDK going to threaten the Baron.
The game might end. Matt, you might have to get back. The game might end. Irrelevant is coming through. He's like, yep, they're there on the purple Worm. It's not going down that fast. Niski positioning for the teleport, and they're like, okay, we're not going to threaten the end. Instead, we turn for the fight.
Fresskowy doesn't really have anywhere to go.
Not at all. I mean, he won't be involved if they just turn for the fight. Niski's damage at this point is huge, as we talked about before. But what does the play end up being? I mean, Fresskowy now in an opportune angle. If he pulls the trigger, Merwin's going to be the first one there. This is janky. As Isma runs on in, it's a great engage though, and from Doss as well, that ulti, absolutely gorgeous. Irrelevant jumps on in with a flash. Niski is still alive. This guy is James Bond, he never says die, as he runs on in for a double. Nesquik, you are a beautiful drink.
SK are going to continue to clean up the fight. That's another ace. They'll give their mid lane over as sacrifice, but SK, just like that, are looking to end the game.
I mean, again, watching this team fight has been exceptional. And man looked great yesterday, but overcome by SK, who seemed like they're on the train. I was looking before, I'm saying, who's getting on the Mad train? I feel like the train's going the other way. It's SK today.
We're not talking about him, but Exekick 8-1-5. The kind of silent carry in this whole fight is irrelevant. And Niski are on the front lines. It is him on the back line cleaning up and dealing this damage. And it's going to be enough to bring him the win.
Well, at least with the spawn timers coming up, we have to question a little bit more, don't we? Super in 3 seconds. Nexus turrets are going down. SK fighting to hit down this Nexus, but Mad are back up. LEC going to be the first to die in this little grudge matchup. They don't have enough damage to get the Nexus. Too many members of Mad stand there, but
look
they're
at the
looking
stacks.
for the Rand. You're right, Exekick bopping away. Merwin saves the game, saves his life. They will hold the defense for now.
They know Dragon spawning in 35 seconds. They need to get these resets off. Niski will make his way back out onto the map. Actually, he might have their eyes on Baron. They know that with Elyoya dead, this is a very big window for them to just secure this objective. But it feels like Exekick have this massive wall that he can just continue to play around.
True.
There is not, like, when you have a Renekton and an Akali and a Rel all diving on top of you, they're your immediate concern, which just allows Exekick to free hit away. We thought this Poppy was going to be a problem, but Poppy doesn't know which problem to deal with.
And the problem is, as soon as you get close, if you get past all that many, then you have a Renata who presses ult, who presses handshake. There are so many tools, as you mentioned, to keep Exekick safe as the second Baron goes over to SK. And this feels like it'll be the finishing blow. We go to 10K. And at least Soul's denied, yes, but the Nexus is bare bones right now. And we have a Jack show on Exekick, so let's add to that.
Oh, okay, so shout out to Medic for teaching me about this tech.
Good
But basically the idea is that Jack Show empowers your bonus armor and magic resistance. So when you build the armor and magic resistance through Terminus, the Jack Show then furthers empower it. So it's a good late game item to just basically make your Kalista that much tankier. So you thought Poppy was hard to kill. Well, now you've got a super mobile AD carry that's also just got a bunch of defensive stats.
Very smart. Medic should go pro. I mean, 24k already damaged, and you're right, going to be more unkillable. SK putting the nail in this coffin right now. To start off 2-0, a lot of people wouldn't be saying it's going to be SK for sure. But here they stand looking for top side to bruise it on in. Niski is threatening mid. It's an open season on the Nexus. And with Baron pushing through, it's a final thoughts for MadCoy.
Niski doing what he can to create this pressure. SK has said, you know what, there's an open Nexus. Screw top lane, let's just keep pushing in mid.
Why not? Fight it out with this Akali, 4-4-7. Doesn't need the Rabadons to end the game.
There's Isma. They've got to be careful of Merwin, though.
Full handshake, though. They're doing a lot of damage.
There's the
Exeking is
steadfast
outside. You're right. Look at him go. Exeking is just fighting away. The steadfast meant nothing, but he as Niski deals with El Yo-Yo on the side. The grudge is real. Niski shows him what's up as Frescowi is just there to say hello. Nexus now going to be battered down, and SK are looking mighty fine with their 2-0 start in Winter.
A commanding stomp from SK. Look at some of these scorelines. 1-1-18 from Isma, 1-0-18 from DOS, 11-1-6 from Execute. Really, it was only Niski that was dying, but to his credit, he was dying for his team. He was doing so much work in the fight. An incredible performance for SK, and if you weren't excited for this team before, you need to be excited now.
You do indeed, that 2-0 start, but ladies and gentlemen, key player of the game, you can go vote at LEC on X. Is it irrelevant, Niski or Execute? I vote for Niski. I don't know.
You've
That's
got a
hard.
lot of options. It's a difficult one for sure. This team has come up in impressive fashion, and I'm excited to see what they can do.
Man, it is an insane start for them. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a break. When we're back, we're talking with KC's owner, Kamado, and the analyst desk with the audience afterwards.
Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
welcome back to the Riot Games Arena. I'm here joined with Kameto from Carmine Corp, of course. 31st interview on broadcast. Merci beaucoup de nous rejoindre.
Pas de soucis, thank you. I'm glad to be there.
On peut la faire en français tranquille. Ouais, tu prends pas la tête.
Comme tu veux,
on
aussi,
chill,
okay,
on chill. Bon, qu'est-ce que ça fait d'être ici? Le premier match, c'est pas passé forcément comme vous le vouliez, mais toi, personnellement, être à Berlin, cette ambiance, le fait de pouvoir stream sur place.
Non, moi ça me fait un truc de fou parce que de base, la K-Corp, j'avais créé ça sur League of Legends et je suis un joueur de LoL, donc forcément mon but à moi quand j'étais joueur c'était de jouer les Worlds. Bon, j'ai pas pu, j'étais trop nul, mais avec mon équipe c'est mon objectif et rejoindre la LEC c'est la première étape pour ça et donc c'est vraiment très spécial pour moi. Même si on a perdu hier, d'habitude je suis énervé après les défaites, sauf que là je souriais carrément.
C'était la première, tu m'étonnes. Et puis voilà, t'as l'euphorie du fait d'arriver là. Je sais ce que ça représente pour toi, étant donné que c'était quand même ton but dès le départ, hein, quand t'as fondé Carmine, d'arriver en LEC. Mais je veux savoir quelle a été ta réaction quand t'as appris que ça allait finalement être le cas. Parce que je sais que vous avez parlé de ça dans une de vos vidéos. La déception de l'an dernier, elle a dû être difficile à encaisser. Ta première réaction quand tu savais que c'était fait cette année?
J'y croyais pas, j'étais en mode je vais pas y croire tant que je suis pas là. Et le fait d'être là aujourd'hui, bah maintenant je commence à y croire. Mais non, j'étais vraiment heureux parce que ça fait des années qu'on pousse pour ça. Il y a des moments où je pensais que c'était impossible. Je me suis dit, bah on va pas y arriver. Et on s'est battu. L'année dernière, c'était la plus grosse déception de ma vie. C'est la première fois que je pleure en stream parce que justement on avait la réponse que c'était mort. Et cette année, quand je l'ai fait, il y a surtout du soulagement et aussi le fait de présenter un nouvel arc à tous nos fans. Parce qu'on avait gagné les EU Masters, la LFL, les EU Masters, la LFL. Et là, vraiment, on rentre dans le grand bain et dans le nouveau monde, on va dire.
Le nouveau monde, exactement. Ouais. J'adore toutes les références à One Piece de toute façon. Tu vas me suivre? On va aller au centre de l'arène quand même, parce que je sais que t'étais dans les booths qui étaient au-dessus hier, mais quand même, venir au niveau, ça sera rempli tout à l'heure, évidemment. Bah tu sais quoi, voilà, tu vas aller sur scène pour la première fois. Tout à l'heure, ça va être rempli. On voit les noms ici. Vous affrontez G2 aujourd'hui, les champions en titre, l'équipe la plus décorée qu'on ait en Europe. Comment est-ce que tu anticipes l'ambiance qu'on va avoir plus tard ici dans les studios, Kamel?
Hier déjà, il y avait une grosse ambiance. J'ai vu les G2, ils sont venus en bus, etc. Donc ils vont faire du bruit. Moi je sais que le Blue Hole, ils font ça tout le temps. Sur tous les jeux, sur tous les events, ils viennent et ils savent quoi faire, même s'ils sont moins nombreux, même s'ils sont plus nombreux. Donc l'ambiance va être électrique, j'ai hâte.
Un mot d'encouragement pour ton équipe et pour les Ultras aujourd'hui, tu peux regarder cette caméra.
Donnez tout comme d'habitude, on n'a pas peur de G2, on n'a pas peur de personne. C'est pas les titres ou quoi qui vont nous faire peur, on va jouer aujourd'hui, on va tout donner. Let's go.
The fearless team, we know they are. Kamel, thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
And they give everything usually, and they are here now, ready for G2 Sport versus Carmine Corp. The first, I am here with the fans this time, and Valentine, thank you so much for joining me. This is maybe fixed, it's fine, no worries. But I know that you come to every event and that Kamel explained how important it was for you guys to be part of every event and support the whole team. What does it mean for you to be here and to come to every event to cheer on Carmine Corp?
Well, indeed, us fans, we are trying to come to every event. This is the first time for us in the LEC, so it's really impressive because it's finally a way for Kamel to achieve his dream to go to World, to win the World one day. So now we try to bring as many Ultra as possible to cheer and to be there for the team. That is really important for us. And Carmine Corp means a lot for us. It's a team that brings everyone together. We have an amazing staff, an amazing CEO, Arthur, for example. We have amazing players. We are really looking forward to see how this new team with Bo and Upset is going to play together. So we just can't wait for this new year, for this new season. Yesterday was a bit difficult for us, but it's only the beginning, and I'm pretty sure and confident that the team is going to be beating everyone this season.
It's going to be a nice challenge for them today, Broxa. Thank you so much, Valentine. I'll come back to you after, of course. Any words on Carmine Corp's first steps in the LEC yesterday, and what do you think about what the fans and everyone brings to the league, Broxa?
Well, I think the atmosphere we've seen today and yesterday reminds me of my own player days, playing in huge stadiums. It's been crazy. And for Carmine Corp in particular, I wouldn't be so worried about them dropping a couple of games at the beginning. It doesn't really matter too much. At the end of the day, it's about growing in the long run. And I think with the players they have, with the coaching staff and the structure they've built, they are going to be really, really solid. We just got to give them a bit of time.
Well, let's see if the fans can help in that sense. Valentine, can you prove to Europe why you guys are the best fans?
Well, we are going to show you. Raptor.
Aux armes! Aux armes! Aux armes! Aux armes! Nous sommes à la Blouane! Nous sommes à la Blouane! Et nous allons gagner! Et nous allons gagner! Allez, Carmine! Allez, Carmine! Allez, Carmine! Allez, Carmine!
Well, Sharks, let's see what your guys have to say on the G2 side.
Yeah, I'm on the other side, and come on!
Let's hear you!
Hey, they're doing better than you. Come on!
Where's the noise,
Come
lads?
on!
Where's the noise?
Let's go, G2! Let's go, G2! Let's go, G2! Let's go, G2! Let's go, G2!
I mean, all right. They're gonna keep going. I'm gonna try to ask them some questions. Can you hear me?
Barely hear you.
Listen, Kolak-san, you've been a big part of the G2 fan organization for so long. I feel like there's finally more fire in the studio. You have been here with this group for so long, but isn't it so awesome what Casey is bringing, and does it make you more motivated to bring more?
It is really beautiful to see, not just KC, the Fnatic fans, the Las Carpas, everyone, like, compared to the previous years in the LEC, it feels so much more electric. It's really nice.
You brought a special guest as well, Kesha.
Hello, welcome. Thank you.
So what do you think G2 is going to do to Casey?
Yeah, I can't say it on microphone, but we're going to stomp them, that's for sure.
Are you having fun?
I'm having fun, and I would rather be Loud and the best team in the LEC than Loud and have a trash team, so that's good.
Oh my God! I don't think they heard it. I think you're lucky. I think we have to toss back to the desk.
we're going.
They will make noise. What's your prediction?
I mean, look, it's got to be G2. Listen to these fans.
Has she gone? I think she has gone. She's gone. All right. Well, that's it then. Thank you so much, Casey Ultras. Thank you so much, G2. It's time for the match of the week.
The greatest ERL team that we have ever seen. The most successful EMEA Masters are on the verge of a fourth.
G2 have got a dozen.
It's in our DNA to win. We've been very dominant and we've been craving to go to LEC for a few years now. So everyone is super motivated to get on this new stage.
It's always a bigger league, bigger stakes. There's a lot more people watching now. And it's not only their fan base watching, it's everyone watching. We love a challenge in our team, and I think that will also make us better and will make the league better. We are not scared. We are here to, showcase we're still the best in Europe.
Yeah, they dominated, but we weren't there, so things will change now.
Well, welcome to the caster desk for what is shaping up to be a pretty exciting matchup. I'm joined for the first time in 2024 by Jamada. Welcome to the desk, Jamada.
Hey, thank you. Glad to be with you, of all people.
Nice. I'm glad you prepared your opening so well there.
No, I didn't,
No.
but that's all right. I think the people who were prepared were definitely the G2,
Yeah, the G2
KC
fans are directly behind us, and it's
Yes.
sometimes a little bit difficult to hear exactly what's going on. So, Jamada, I've been thinking of duo names. We have 1 minute, 55 seconds or so
Okay,
before we kick
awesome.
it off. I'm thinking Jammy Dodgers.
I'm down for Jammy
Yeah,
Dodgers.
Jammy Dodgers. The problem with my name is you can only really use the first half of it in any duo name, because the usual duo name is just an amalgamation of the two names,
Sure.
So it would be Mimada, right? Because you can't say Jam, because that. So I think Jammy Dodgers is like a unique, you know, we're artful dodgers, we're from the streets, although, yeah, neither of us are really from the streets that much, but it kind of works. Jammy Dodgers are nice, and they're good biscuits.
Yeah, they are. They're quite nice.
Yeah, very tasty.
Haven't had them in a long time.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while for me too. How are you feeling about G2 KC? How are we looking for this matchup?
Well, I mean, I feel like I mentioned it last night on PGL as we was closing out. KC had, whilst yes, results-wise, not the best time in the world yesterday, their early game was quite solid. Yep. And I'm kind of looking forward to see what they're willing to bring forward towards G2 here tonight. And G2, I feel like, kind of came in. It was mostly business as usual. It kind of, you know, early signs to me, BDS might be on the struggling side of things. So it's one of those kind of things where it's hard to gauge exactly where G2 will be at. But we know the ceiling from a lot of last year, how they're going to be looking towards their expectations when it comes to big matches like Common Core.
I think the good thing for Common Core is how good their early game was, and even in the later game, they had some solid team fights against Fnatic, a very tough opponent to face in Game 1, of course, and then following it up with G2 as the new organization here in the LEC. It's a challenging road for Carmine Core this weekend, but with G2 struggling a bit in the early game against BDS, I think there are signs of promise, perhaps, for Carmine Core if they can manage to continue that early game pressure that they showed us yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like, especially when you have Bo as your jungler, it's always going to be one of your stronger points. You imagine, as a team, you want Bo and Seikun linking up and trying to attack, specifically the side lanes, bottom lane in particular.
Totally agree with you. Usually we talk over these player walkouts, but I think we're just going to shut up and let the crowd do the talk.
Yeah, let's.
Yamato didn't even go for the fist bump there. Wow. All business from the coach of Carmine Core. Dylan Falco, obviously, both of these coaches very experienced. Dylan Falco very decorated now as well. With how many championships he's won over the last few years.
They're locked in, especially Yamato. That was a serious stride onto the stage, straight into the ear of Bo as well.
Has to give those final bits of advice before we get into the draft phase. I like the fact yesterday we saw Bo on something more aggressive. I think a lot of people last year looked to how he was utilized by Vitality and said, are you making him a bit passive? Are you making him more of a tank player, more of a utility player? Can he be unleashed? Because that's where he thrived so much when he was on FPX.
Yeah, exactly. And it always kind of feels a bit bad when you see players come in, it doesn't matter where they're from, right? Coming from a different region, a different level of play, and then they're forced to kind of change the style of what kind of got them there in the first place. It feels like, to me, Bo on this Carmine Core lineup, if anything, if it's take anything from yesterday, is going to be a lot more unlocked compared to where he was at with Vitality last year. We're here, though, into picks and bans for Match of the Week.
Let's see if we get anything spicy. Immediately, even after taking away from Targum, is one of his favorite champions, something he's very comfortable on as well, so no real surprises there. Draven from Hans Summer, banned in most of the games we see with G2 in them. Hans is locked and loaded. Mickey playing around with something magnetic, a little bit more playful it seems. Ashe taken out of the pool, very good support, also a good AD carry. Kalista as well. A lot of bot lane focus so far in this pick and ban phase.
Yeah, a lot of bot lane focus, a lot of the picks that we've come to expect to be banned, and I was going to bring up the Rumble because that was one of the 100% presence picks yesterday. Coming into today, Jax is the only one still left up and available, and it was Bo that piloted that in the jungle yesterday to a pretty decent success, I'll say, until things started to turn around. So curious about what the priority is going to be there for G2. Do they want that pick? Is there something else on their mind? The Aphelios, potentially an answer here.
I think Aphelios and Varus still being open does give you a bit of flexibility in the AD carry pool. Aphelios, we saw him hotfixed and teams went, okay, maybe Aphelios is pretty good. You Emax, you get as much lethality as possible. We're seeing a mix of builds, Stormraiser into IE Bloodthirster or Collector into IE Bloodthirster as well if you want that little bit of extra lethality early on. Aphelios is the lock though, as we said. Now Carmine Core don't have to pick the AD carry here, of course can do it on 3, but could look towards the Varus or even Lucian Nami, which is still available.
I think Nami, Milio, either or. We'll see in a second once Yak gets his lock in.
So it was Milio. Lucian Milio locked in here for Carmine Core. That will be up on your screen in a second. Yesterday, of course, we saw the Lucian Nami coming out from KC. Milio gives the Lucian just that little bit more range. Also, I think he has a little bit more safety than the Nami. Double shields, the heal and the range extension, the kickback. It's a little bit easier to disengage on the champ, and obviously his ultimate being that massive cleanse helps you out a ton. Does mean you probably want to be a little bit more engaged from the rest of your team, unlike with Nami where you have that tidal wave.
Yeah, exactly. But G2 still happy to lock in the Nautilus inside the lane. They'll use that and probably layer in something, another form of engage later on into the draft. Wondering what the jungle pick will be here for Yike, though. I mean, first thing that springs to mind is the Xin Zhao. It's been super popular all weekend long. Will they want to go towards that, or will it be something a little more team-orientated? Oh, the LeBlanc. Wow.
AD LeBlanc.
Yeah.
Made its way through. Of course, could still be AP, but expectations are this will be AD. Does mean you need to stack your top side with a little bit more magic damage. When still on the cards, wouldn't be surprised if we see KC ban that out. But with the Rumble being taken away, those are kind of the two priority top laners. Singed and Teemo are solo queue terrors if we're talking about AP top lane, but I don't think we need to discuss them until we actually see them on the ring.
Yep, so Seiken's answer or Bo's jungler. I think those are the two options Karmine Corp are looking towards, and it's going to be the Nico. So fair amount of wave clear. I feel like Nico does a good enough job, especially in the lane, until LeBlanc hits one item, but kind of just keeping that one stable and not really super volatile as LeBlanc tends to make lanes. So let's see where Karmine Corp want to go now with their band. You would expect that because they've got 4th pick, they're just going to try and remove away 2 picks that they feel like Yike is going to lean on. Jack's still up as well. I also do want to bring that one up. So we'll see exactly where G2 want to go in response. There's the Poppy for number 1, technically a flex as well.
I mean, it kind of implies that maybe they want to go towards that. Jax obviously has a dash to get into the fight, and Poppy can negate that pretty well with the steadfast presence, and would give them a better damage profile as well if they had a good AD jungler hit alongside the Nico. Cabo can always default to something like his Gragas, which Poppy also works well into, so wouldn't be surprised if we see Cabo on a safe top laner once again, who does have a lot of burst with the new Storm Surge build.
Definitely. I feel like Karmine Corp are going to be in need of at least one frontliner here. Yeah. Aphelios and LeBlanc are going to be an absolute terror if Karmine Corp are basically piloting 4 or 5 very, very squishy champions. So hopefully that comes through for them. What will the second ban be? Is it going to be Xin Zhao? Is it going to be Jax? What do they want to kind of force G2 into?
Instead, the Velvet,
that also
very powerful jungler on this patch, and a Yike specialty as well. I made his name on it in the ERLs before joining G2 last year. G2 have got rid of the Jace for Cabochard in the top lane. I mean, there isn't really much flex about Karmine Corp's composition. You don't ever really see Nico top, and Lucian Melio is always going to be bot lane, so you know that Jace ban is targeted specifically at Cabochard. There's the Jax ban as well, which does pinch Bo's pool a little bit. If he is looking for an AD jungler, you're going down to things maybe like a Viego, maybe like a Vi, if you want a little bit more engage.
Skirmish, I think, right now. It's one or the other. Karmine Corp either want a strict team fight and they're going to need 2 strong team fighting champions out of the 4-5, or they kind of look a little bit earlier, something with powerful level 6 spikes on both the top and the jungle. Try and fire around the dragon, try and fire around the Void Grubs.
It is Vi that gets locked in, so much more skirmish. Obviously that level 6, the cease and desist, the lockdown with the Relentless Force power strike afterwards makes it very difficult for you to trade into. Also gives you a relatively powerful mid-jungle duo. You have the lockdown from the Nico, the follow-up.
It's a bounce house.
It's a bounce house, so it's very good for Karmine Corp if they can get that lead. Kennen locked in for G2. Riftmaker Kennen is something I've been seeing quite a bit of. Alongside that, Viego for Yike, which kind of answers the power of the Vi Nico, because Viego plus LeBlanc, especially at level 6, is an incredible burst combination.
Yes, it is, and the resets become a very, very worrying thing to have to deal with. Now, what will Cabochard answer this Kennen with? Again, kind of mentioned earlier on, they need a front line. I would like something like this Malphite. Decent in lane in terms of answering out Kennen can really make Kennen's life a bit of a hell, to be honest with you. And then, of course, Aphelios consistently has to worry about that unstoppable force. So I like this round out. It now gives Karmine Corp 2 very solid forms of engage as well, which, to me, Handsummer is going to be on his toes the entire time, and G2 are going to have to ensure that they're giving him the options to actually try and hit targets without worrying about those 2 elements.
He's going to have to be playing so far back. No Gale Force in the game, remember, so he can't just dash away. I mean, we're all saying our thanks to Papa Freak for that one, but it's going to be very difficult for Handsummer to navigate later game teamfights, especially with the flank potential of a Nico as well. I do wonder, and I want your thoughts on this, Jamada, is this a game where maybe you flex away from the AD LeBlanc? Maybe you say, we've got Viego, we have the damage coming out from Aphelios as well in terms of physical damage.
Yeah.
Do we need a little bit more magic damage so we can work our way through that Malphite, who's likely to build armor?
It does feel a little bit more like an AP LeBlanc game than it does an AD. I mean, if you do go AD, then you also kind of have the luxury of allowing Kennen to be a sole AP threat, which also feels quite nice. So it kind of just depends on the conversation that Caps and Broken Blade probably had once that was locked in. So we'll see how things go. There's loads of kind of weird Kennen builds flying around as well. It's not just strict AP or the AD as well. A lot of hybrid things coming out there. So we'll see. I think both work pretty well.
Very much agree with you there, Jamada. Have to wait and see. As you say, yeah, there's Ginsu's Terminus cannon builds, there's Riftmaker cannon builds, there's Rocket Belt cannon builds. You know, Cannon has always been a champion when his numbers are in a good spot that can flex. I mean, Reckless, the original 10 in the bot lane player, at least here in Europe. We'll have to see how G2 decide to navigate this. We'll be getting into game in just a few moments. There's a slight delay on stage, and it wouldn't be day 2 of the LEC without a slight delay on stage.
Yeah, as we was going home last night, I did say yesterday went a little bit too smoothly.
You cursed us.
I did. Man. No, I did. I'm the new guy.
Yeah, you still have the caster powers.
I guess, but yeah, we are paying the debts a little bit today, I'm afraid, friends.
That's what they say. The LEC always pays its debts, like a Lannister. Right there. Kit Kat, very happy though.
Oh yeah, Kit Kat, they're feeling pretty good about today.
As are we. I mean, the gameplay has been very enjoyable.
Yes.
Even if there have been a couple of delays, and obviously, they're no one's fault. Everyone's working through them as quickly as we can. Yes. It's a new arena. The players are on stage. They have scrimmed on this stage, but they're on stage with the crowd and with all the lights and everything active for the first time, so it can be a little bit tricky to make sure that everything is working optimally. I do see the players getting back into draft, so we'll rattle through that one as quickly as possible. Is there anywhere you think early game we're going to see much happen on the Rift here, Jamada? Anywhere you think the priority for these teams is going to lie?
I mean, before I say where I think it's going to happen, I can tell you where it's not going to happen. It's top lane, unless Kabashad really finds some nice trades. So it's just going to be about the bot lane. I feel like you've got the Lucia Milio on the bottom side. You've got a hook champion in the Nautilus. It should be relatively volatile. Viego has a lot of setup to work with, and I just anticipate that both Bo and Yike are going to really try and just do what they can to impact that bottom side as much as they can. I will say, once level 6 comes online, mid lane also, pretty hot zone. I feel like if you can control the mid lane in this game, if you've got a Lucia Milio that starts to snowball and you control the mid lane, you can shut down the LeBlancable thing, slow down her economy, things start to look really, really good for you.
It'll be really interesting to see, because yesterday Seiken did struggle a little bit in the mid lane matchup against Humanoid. It was Azir into Akali, and it felt like Humanoid always had control of when he gained priority, when he could move out of that lane, whereas Seiken was always a little bit more on the back foot.
Yeah, it can be a tough matchup to navigate as well, to be fair to Seiken. And I feel like this matchup here should give him a lot more freedom to kind of flex his muscles and give him a little bit more of an opportunity perhaps to pair up with Bo, especially with such an explosive combo.
And I think for Seiken as well, this is a proving split, right? You've come up with Carmine Core, you won EMEA Masters 4 times with them. We've seen you a couple of times in the LEC before on Vitality, and you never really had the opportunity to shine with a team around you that it seemed like entirely trusted, that you'd grown with, that you'd developed with, right? And for a long time, I think people looked at Seiken as the benchmark for what ERL mid laners are, but just below the benchmark of what an LEC mid laner should be. So my hope is this year he gets to prove that he is amongst the LEC mids rather than just being that guard of the door to the LEC.
Yeah, it's very well put, I have to say. And Seiken, as you mentioned, he's their franchise player. I think it's probably just the easiest way to summarize it. So I feel like for Carmine Core, not just the fans, everyone, you want him to perform. And I think it would be a pretty good way to start your split if you can perform against Caps.
And he had a relatively good game yesterday. He just struggled a little bit, you know, in the laning phase, and struggled a little bit later on. Fnatic played really well, but G2 did take a pretty convincing win against BDS yesterday. The early game a little lacking, and it looks like we are finally ready to make it onto Summoner's Rift. The draft was remade with all the same picks and bans, and now here we go, onto the Rift. I really feel, I talked with Betty about this a little bit, we need it's lights out and away we go for Summoner's Rift. You know, we need that.
We do.
Like, it's lights out and away they go, and into the first corner. Here goes Seiken running down towards the bottom side Tribush, looking to see if you make that Apex, but instead they're just all staying pretty stalled, it seems, here, Jamada.
Yeah.
As Carmine Core just waiting for the red lights once again. There's a pit stop, perhaps.
They're expecting G2 to green light through this Tribrush.
Yeah.
G2
have set out the safety car of Hans Summer, making sure that no one can get past. Caps jumps forward, can jump back. We'll see Bo and Targamas trying to get closer, maybe to place a ward over into the blue. Didn't use it. You can see Yike and Broken Blade taking this opportunity to step up into that top side jungle, get their own vision down, and now spot Bo as he works his way across towards the Raptors.
So information traded. just about everyone knows where everyone is, except for Yike, who will have his start hidden away for now.
Both the bot lanes will not be leashing, we expect. I was a little surprised that Upset was working his way towards mid, but that's Seiken, just cosplaying as Upset on the minimap.
We keep on getting caught by that when we look at the minimap first, don't we?
Difficult, you know? Especially when two champions are on top of each other and you just see the Melio icon and you don't see the Lucian icon underneath. Yeah. Yike starting leashless on the bottom side of his jungle, whereas Bo is starting leashless on the top side of his jungle. Yike actually on his most played champion. 30 wins, 8 losses, almost an 80% win rate on the Viego.
That's a crazy stat.
I mean, it's very impressive. Caps is running Fleet. We'll have a look at all the runes, but expectations are with the Fleet footwork that he is going for the AD LeBlanc we have heard so much about.
I think that's fine as well. Yeah. Again, to kind of harp back on the point from earlier on, it does mean that Broken Blade will be the sole AP. There's a lot more onus on Karmine Core members to kind of build up armor because that's a majority of the damage profile they'll take, and that does mean that Broken Blade should have a little bit of an easier time dealing damage across the board to the members of Karmine Core when he does find the backline.
Very much agree with that. Oh, I didn't mean to press that button, but there's the XP per level. We'll take that down. And, we'll continue to see Broken Blade pushing in the top lane. Expected in a ranged into melee matchup. Broken Blade just has the ability to constantly gain this pressure. Looks like Yike is working his way up towards top. Maybe expecting Boa level 3 towards top lane.
So it kind of works as both, right? It's a cover and it's also an opportunity. It seems Cabochard is chunked out to about half HP, but I don't know, this feels audacious, Medic, but they're going to go for it anyway.
Cabochard flashes away. No one tanked the tower, so they can just walk away. But that's Cabo's flash down. Which does make him a little bit more susceptible to ganks in the lane. I do see we have our runes underneath our champion portrait. So I'm going to see if I can remove those by double tapping the button. And if you turn it on and off again, it's all tech problems in the world.
Thank you very much, Producer Medic.
Bo, though.
Yeah.
Got his blue. Only at 4 camps so far. Can look down towards this bottom lane. Mickey and Hansama only level 2.
Yeah, so Bo knows that Yike's not on this side of the map, so this dive should be easy enough to pull off.
Flashes forward. Bo starts to tank Mickey with the root, though. Bo will fall 1-for-1. Targamas gets the kill, and Mickey gets another. Both the supports now on the board.
Yeah, cross-map response from Karmine Core, seeing Yike try to pressure Cabochard. They get the kill onto Hans, they get both his summoner spells, and he'll miss out on a fair bit of the wave. So Karmine Core are happy with the result. They can go back for a reset or even stick around if they want that plate. Be a little bit greedy on the tempo, so they will back away.
I think backing away is the right choice, as you say. You want to make sure that you get back in time for the next push out. Already a 10 CS lead for Upset, even though he didn't get the kill. Getting that extra experience. You can see he's about half a level ahead of Hansama. Those little pink bars next to the champion portraits on the side showing us the XP. Yike now looking for that repeat gank. The top is so hard to get into. Cabochard is stunned up, will be stunned as well by the Spectral Maw. Cabo tanky enough for now, though, as Yike flashes forward, the red buff is enough as G2 get their second kill of the game.
Man, this is a top laner's nightmare. Cabochard at the very least has teleport, so he will get back here as the wave continues to slow push back into him, but good setup from Broken Blade and the flash forward from Yike to secure the kill as the red buff is what actually ticks down. Is good enough for the play. So repeat pressure towards the top side seems to be the aim of the game for G2. I lied to you guys. I said there was going to be no action up there.
I mean, there's a degree of trust as well in Mickey and Hansama to be able to weather the Bow Storm, because that's what's coming. There's a Tempest brewing down towards this bottom side with Hansama having no sums and Mickey in the same boat. You can see now Yike is coming down here, covering the push out from the G2 bot laner, making sure that any gank can't happen. Of course, it could still happen, and he just counter ganked it.
Of course. Now, my next question, as Caps takes a pretty nice looking trade. I have to hold the point. Nice hook.
Hook onto Upset, but he does still have the flash here. Mickey looking for the second root. Stun goes down onto Targamas, who has a flash of his own. Yike takes Targamas very low, but Hansama without summoners means he can't flash forward and get the final auto in. Bo now coming in from the side as well. The tribe was warded by G2 will stop their advances.
Really, really cautious about where Bo could be. Don't want to overstep. Targamas and Upset limp away from the play. My question was really going to be about where G2 continue to put their pressure, because they've kind of camped Cabochard, not necessarily out of the game, but for the first 5 minutes. Do they want to keep the pressure up, right? That wave was bouncing back. Broken Blade has crashed it now. Was it going to be a grab angle? They went for the dive instead. No Dragon Eva, but it does kind of undo some of that damage from the early gank from Bo.
Very much agree, and I do think G2 have this track record of gank Broken Blade a couple of times, get him into a good spot, and then accept that he can win the lane from this position, right? Like, Broken Blade is taking plates for free. There's only a Ruby Crystal onto Cabochard. Broken Blade availing himself of the discount now on amplifying tomes to get 2 of them. and it's very difficult for Cabochard to actually play out this lane. Wouldn't be surprised with the pressure, the priority in the top lane, Broken Blade being able to move first here. Yike starts the grubs. Bo is on this side of the map as well, but it's actually really hard for red side to gank the top lane. You just put a ward in the tri-bush, and how is Bo going to get in here?
Yeah, exactly. It's very difficult. Not only that, Cap's traded some of his health bar. Flea as well will help out later on, but just making sure.
The hook landing there. Upset cleanses away, dashes away. Cozy Campfire tops him up a little bit, but you can see the damage that Mickey and Hansama are starting to put down.
Now, will Yike go straight across the map expecting a dragon takedown, but Bo's actually looking for the gank instead of the objective, and he's kind of gone across all of the vision here.
That's good movement from Bo. Bolt breaking across the wall, Targamas flashes forward, gets the kick, Mickey with a good hook, Bo rooted up, Upset flashing forward as well as Hansama. No summoners is taken out, Bo secures the kill. Mickey trying to keep the wave away from his tower, but can't do so. Yike nowhere near the area to assist. Slicing Maelstrom in the top lane forces Cabochard out. Has hit 6, so he has the unstoppable force and the flash to get away. Yike will go into the top side jungle to try and steal away some camps, make up some of the loss that happened in the bottom lane, but a bit of a lead starting to develop for Carmine Corp down towards that bottom side of the map. Unfortunate for Upset, he didn't get the kills.
Yeah, that's about the only bad thing right now for Carmine Corp. Whilst the pressure is nice, no kill. Credit has actually gone towards Upset, so there's no gold difference, or gold lead rather, between the two AD carries. And G2 continue to try and take away resources on the top side when and where they can. Yike gonna be pushed away from the red buff, however, but I feel like G2, for the most part, probably pretty happy with this. The Aphelios is still scaling up relatively well against this Lucian.
I think that's the thing, right? You are putting him behind. The Lucian is getting assists, but he's burning flashes to do it. Hansama's summoner's about to come back up. They've only taken one plate. And in the end, is the pressure you've applied bot lane from Carmine Corp enough to negate the pressure that Broken Blade now has in the top lane? You can see Cabochard has gone Spectre's Cowl first on the Malphite because he knows he needs some magic resist to be able to survive through this lane.
Yeah, I mean, he could realistically sit on it. The magic resist items for tanks as well, significantly stronger this season. But you're right, at the end of the day, it's only really now that Carmine Corp have gone top of this dragon. G2 are here. Is it going to be a 50-50? They're angling for it. They're trying to go around.
Yike walking in. Seiken uses the clone to watch if anything awry is happening. And Bo secures the first Drake of the game. G2 do have 3 grubs. Those will be spawning relatively soon as well. So maybe G2 are just looking for that trade. They have top side control. They do not have bot side control. So trying to play for early dragons is against the theme of their team so far.
Yeah, just the flow of play. Yeah. Right, and for Carmine Corp, it's good that they finally got this dragon in with all of the pressure that they put down. Does now mean they'll have that one stacking, and we'll see what soul eventually comes to spawn. See if they can get the next one as Mickey flash forward.
The Targamas look for Upset, gets the knock up onto Upset, no flash, no cleanse. And with Hansama and Yike here, Targamas with a breath of life, but it's not enough to save himself from death. Now Upset's caught on the wrong side of the rift. Mickey low, Upset takes him, but Yike answers, follows suit with a kill of his own. Seiken coming in, the pop blossom flashed away, but the airborne still lands, sees the assist as well. Hansama could heal, but he can't get the shurikens down in time. Yike trying to trade 1v2 as he takes out Seiken, and now Yike has a whole litany of spells at his disposal. Dashes in with a Heartbreaker, and has broken the hearts of the KC faithful here in the crowd.
4-0-1 for Yike. That was a huge fight for G2. They kicked off because they knew Upset and Targamas had no summoner spells, and in the end, they're able to pick up so much from this play. On the top side of the map, there was a trade of ultimates as well. Cabochard tried to take down Broken Blade. Broken Blade teleporting here. Not going to put down any pressure onto Cabochard, but fantastic fight picked out by G2. Carmine Corp did a lot to try and respond there. Upset did finally pick up a kill, but it does feel a little bit lopsided for G2 as we go into the replay. And again, they understand. No summoner spells available. Great flash over the pushback from Mickey X, and Upset is practically dead. It just takes a little while, and I will give Upset credit, puts out a fair amount of damage, but it's just not enough in the end, as it takes Seiken and Bo to try and find a response. But it's Yike with the eventual turnaround.
It's a cooldown death.
Yeah.
Yike gets 4 champions worth of cooldowns.
Yeah.
In this brief skirmish in the bottom lane. And it becomes so difficult to trade with him because you can see he comes out here, gets the root, gets the damage from the Q as well, and then jumps back out, has his own spells back up, and Bo, all he can do is punch, man. He's Saitama, but his punches aren't strong enough.
And this is what we spoke about, right? Those first couple of resets that start coming in, skirmishes are so potent. And we get to see a case study of exactly why G2 coaching staff, relatively stoic as ever.
Apart from Mamad is just cheering on as much as he can. Kraken now finished on Yike. He's got his ultimate back up in 5 seconds, and here's the move from Mickey and Hans Summer towards the mid lane. We are seeing this shift for second grubs a lot at the moment. A few people were discussing whether it would happen on Twitter. Some people would be like, well, you only really do it if you get the first 3, so you can make sure you invest in 5 or make sure the enemy team doesn't get 5 or 6. Here, G2 moved Mickey Hansama to mid, gives them more pressure to fight for the grubs, and of course, the fact that Yike is 4-0 definitely helps a little bit.
Yeah, just a bit. Caps. Ooh, very smart. Dash forward and out.
That's the power of LeBlanc, right? Like you have the mimic, so you can jump in and Sigil of Malice mimic it and do extra damage, or you can jump in and then mimic your distortion and just jump out. It's so easy. The Void Mites, their merry little charge. Neither of them will get any damage down.
They're so cute.
They are very cute, although they do come from the Void, and that scares me a little bit.
Yeah. The Void's
in that
a scary
sort of
place.
exciting, scary way, you know? You know?
No.
No?
No.
You don't get like excited scared ever?
Excited scared? Well, yeah,
That's
no.
why people watch like horror movies, or when you go on like a ride, like Nemesis at Alton Towers or something, like a theme park, right? Excitement scared.
Excitement
scared. That's what the Void does for me, yeah. It's pretty difficult as a relatively new caster in the LEC to follow on from that, isn't it? It kind of painted you into a corner there.
You have, but it's okay. I'm prepared for the gear for this meta.
Yeah, it's going to be fun, right?
It is.
It's going to be fun watching these two teams battle it out on the Rift as well. Carmine Core trying to get control around the Dragon. Mickey going in, Bo jumping across the wall, and now Mickey's isolated from his team, and he'll be shut out. Yike still looking for more. Hansama with Infernum. Gravitimus Broken Blade has the flank on here. Upset has Flash and Cleanse, uses the Cleanse, but still gets stunned. Broken Blade exhausted, though, as he will fall. Yike going deep, and it's a huge fight for Carmine Core as they wipe away G2.
Bit of a separation of focus there from G2. Broken Blade has the angle, but he can't really get into multiple members. Opts to try and dump all of his damage into Upset, but the Cleanse comes through for one of the stuns, and then Targamas is able to get in range for the exhaust, so keeps himself alive, whilst Yike, I believe, died underneath the tower, and then Bo just lowered him, so very easy turnaround there. All the while, Cabo just up here, farming away.
Yeah, it's equalizing that goal difference that began to expand in the top lane. We'll have another look at this, because G2 are itching for this fight.
Yes, they are. They just want control around the Dragon spawning up, that's the issue. Bo comes over the wall and blocks a lot of the potential AoE damage from that Infernum ultimate as well from Felios, but it's just this split focus, right? Caps, the chain unfortunately connects onto Seiken, so the damage doesn't go into Bo, but Bo got the passive shield anyway, whilst Yike just steps a little bit too far forward, so a little bit unfortunate from G2, not able to kind of get all of their focus fire onto one target.
And Hans has to play so far back because he doesn't have Flash and he doesn't have heal. How can you ever step forward into the enemy team when they have a control warded bush and you have no opportunity to get close without being jumped on by a Nico or by a Vi or even by Cabochard, who could have TP'd into that fight? I believe he did have the TP.
I think it just came up.
Okay.
Just came up.
Well, then Cabochard couldn't have TP'd in, but the rest of the threats were still there.
Exactly.
Still very ready. Now, the Rift Herald will be secured in exchange for the Drake. Yesterday, we saw Caps Verstappen go from bot lane to mid lane and not get a Rift Herald charge off. Here, they might give it to Yike instead, I think, Jamada.
Yeah, let's keep the Herald driving responsibilities in the hands of junglers, I think, from now on.
He's just claiming it. Only junglers have
Only
it.
junglers.
Maybe you have to do a Herald driving test as part of the practice tool, like the Scion Speedway, as we see a fight erupting in the top lane. Unstoppable force out from Cabochard. Might wonder what the little feathers of fire that have spawned on the map are. Those are Infernal Cinders. They spawn on the Infernal Rift because the terrain of the Rift no longer changes, and if you pick one up, you get a burst of movement speed for a short time, and you get 0.3 ability haste per stack. When you die, some of them drop off, you keep 5, and that's a hell of a lot of Void Mites, but they're all gonna die! No! It's like Lemmings. You ever play Lemmings?
Well, no, I've not played Lemmings.
I think there's
Okay. Oh, well, he's using it for a rotation, so this one doesn't quite
he's
count.
just super speedy, you know?
Yeah.
Gets him to blue buff quicker, can try and direct it towards the mid lane. There is a duration on the charge, I think, where it chucks you out, and there it goes.
It's about 10 seconds, I think. Thereabouts. Upset will kill it, get some gold. And now, I expect a little bit of quietness. Well, not here in the arena, but certainly in the game, as the objectives will be off the map for a little bit, so it's going to be a lot of Caps just trying to chip away at this tower. He'll get this as no one on Carmine Core is here to answer. The Void Knights and the Wave do the rest of the work for him. As he moves up to second highest total gold in the game.
You can see relatively even between the laners. Bot lane, similar. Mid lane, similar. Yike, the only one with a sizable lead, about 1,000 gold ahead of Bo right now. I mean, Cabochard and Broken Blade, there's 500 gold in that as well.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be one of those games where Third Dragon really makes or breaks a lot of the rest of the remainder. Just simply because it's been pretty apparent G2 have been happy to give up these dragons, right? Took Herald, got all of the grubs. So that's been the game plan from minute one. Karmine Corp need to continue to stack these ones up if they want to feel confident moving into the later stages of the game.
So then how do you set up around a dragon like this? Say you're G2, you know you have to fight it. Is there a specific path you want to take? Is there a specific vision setup you'd like to have to make sure that you can fight this next trade?
Well, first off, mid lane control is always very, very important. So hopefully at some point, probably in around 60 seconds-ish time, maybe 90 seconds, G2 force numbers through the mid lane, and then they'll have caps on this bottom side of the map where that tier 1 just dropped, and you kind of just try and sync up the waves where they both crash at the same time, and that gives G2 the opportunity, specifically Mickey and probably Yike, as a duo, to just slip in, drop some wards down, and get yourself some information, and also provide Broken Blade some potential TP flanks later on. That's the angle for G2. If you're Karmine Corp, you want to try and stop the initial mid lane push, I would say. It's probably too hard to try and lock down the Blanc on the side lane. Once you see those numbers kind of gather from G2, throw your Malphite in, throw your Vi in, and try and take down a key target so you can then move into the river yourself and get a bit of a base of operations going around the dragon.
I think something often that's missed by the layperson, me in solo queue basically, is how important lane prio is to getting vision control over something. Because you see an objective come up and you're like, I'm going to run towards that dragon, I'm going to sprint towards it, I'll go through my jungle. But going through mid means that you know who is answering that wave. You know there is at least 1 or 2 people indisposed answering the wave, so then you can path into the river.
It is like coaching 101 in the mid game. You always just try and get your lane. Guys, push through mid, wait for someone to answer the lane, and once you kind of have a rough idea of where everyone is, it's safe. You see it all the time in solo queue. People disrespect the lane states, get themselves caught out. See whether or not G2 have been following the fundamentals from League of Legends.
They've done it relatively well over the years.
They have.
Of course, so have Karmine Corp, just in the ERLs. Bo looking for Mickey, stunned up, but just walk his way away. Frozen Heart second here on Bo. Very cheap, very effective item right now, especially into multiple ADs. You have 4 physical damage dealers on the enemy team. Well, Nautilus is mostly magic, but we'll say 3 physical damage dealers and 1 magic. So having that Frozen Heart, the reduced attack speed, the extra armor, so powerful in this sort of draft.
Especially when you're diving in, you get a lot of value out of that attack speed slow too. So feels good if you're Bo at the minute to be at 2 items. Kind of take a look at the rest of the inventories. 2 items Forsaken, Storm Surge, and Rocket Belt, of course. Still waiting on that second item for Caps as he teleports back out, or is rather resetting again. Oh, did he forget to buy? I think he might have. Yeah, I think he's about to base and buy a whole second item. Yeah. Perhaps a little bit of a mistake.
He must be sitting on a ton of gold.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there we are. Storm Razor second for him. Unsummer went Storm Razor first. Infinity Edge second is the expectation. There is a Hollow Radiance on Cabochard. It's one of the newer items built out of that Spectre's Cowl we saw earlier. Just think of it as a magic resist Sunfire Cape. Easiest explanation, that's what it does. When you take damage, you deal damage around you. And you have these little AoE bursts as well if you kill an enemy, so it's nice. It does basically what Sunfire Cape does, as we see the Baron spawning under the Rift Scuttler.
So scary this season.
Karmine Corp will just start up this trade.
They will.
Don't really have vision control. They are pushing through mid. Karmine Corp aren't answering it. They seem to be willing to sacrifice their mid tower for this. As you can see, Hansama still pushing forward. 2,000 HP on the Dragon, and G2 have given up, trying to contest. Third Drake of the game over to Karmine Corp. Cabochard gets the flash out. There's the hook, but can you really follow up on this? Because the rest of KC are on their way in. TP behind.
Oh, this
Broken Blade has Flash and Slicing Maelstrom. Bo has to flash the wall. Upset. Flashes away from the roof, but there's the Slicing Maelstrom. The follow-up coming out. As Bo falls, Targamas falls, and Broken Blade gets the hell out of there. Blinking health for him. The engage comes in once again, but yikes. Dodging away there. In the end, Karmine Corp take the Dragon, lose 2 kills, and lose a mid-tier 1.
It's quite funny, we spoke about what the setup would be for G2 around this potential third Dragon takedown for them. It kind of happened in the mid lane. They gave up the Dragon, though. That was a willing choice, as now, with Bo dead, 15 seconds on the death timer, they opt over towards the Baron, and it should just about be theirs.
And it's not just about taking the tier 1, it's also about letting that minion wave push up. So Broken Blade can then TP behind Karmine Corp, who are trying to answer the pressure. It's a bit of a bait in and out smart there from G2. Targamas looking for the steal, never gonna get it. Smited away by Yike. Yike doing the right thing there, not trying to smite at 1,200 HP, letting it go a little bit lower because you know the enemy jungler is nowhere near, and then smiting, so there's no possibility of it being stolen away.
Seen many funky stills over our years. That won't be one of them, as Cabochard does blow Hans Summer's flash, so that's something to look forward to later on within the next 5 minutes. But it's just an attempt. You mentioned the wave pushed in just gives Broken Blade such a strong angle, and the collapse is very, very sweet from G2 as forward movement. Oh, that's what, yeah, it looks so straight.
How he did it. So he dashed forward with the buy bolt breaker and then heartbreaker back out to dash in and out.
Looked very, very weird in live. Looked very, very weird in live, but hey, yikes out.
I think Roman was mad that they gave up the Drake.
So
was like, what? Oh, no, it's fine, it's fine.
But I will say, even though now, if we kind of speak about this game briefly from the Karmine Core perspective, right, they're down 4,000 gold. They still have those 3 dragons. Infernal Soul is going to feel very, very nice to pick up no matter how you slice it. So for now, they've got that kind of win condition to lie on. And if they can do something to try and mitigate this Baron power play potentially from G2, as right now it seems like a very slow one for the time being. I feel like Karmine Core are still sitting comfortably enough with the potential of some wombo combo action going on. Malphite R, Nico R, they've got the engage options there to shut down a push. They just have to find the numbers advantage, and it could be onto Broken Blade down here.
And we often talk about press archons, right? Like, at any point in the game, if you are within some semblance of a gold lead, press archon works perfectly.
There you go.
Decent assist coming out. Dash away from Caps. Does still have the flash. Cabochard unable to get there before the second distortion. Caps tries to block, dashes back with the distortion. Puts some damage back onto Cabochard. The chase will continue. Yike is on his way, can jump the wall here, misses the Spectral Maw, but the rest of G2 are now beginning to collapse. Bo trying to cut the wave. Cabochard flashes away from the Heartbreaker. Bo on the wrong side of dodge now, but there's the pop. Blossom, it lands on 3, doesn't put too much damage down yet. Hunsummer exhausted, and Hunsummer sent packing to the fountain. In response, Bo will fall. Another hook lands as they try and catch out Seiken. Another Heartbreaker coming out from Yike as he takes out the enemy mid. Yike goes back, forward, back. And Upset tries to dash in and out, but Caps will take him out in the end. Caps looking for more. The tower forfeit here by Karmine Core. Broken Blade trading with Cabochard. No flash, no ult on the Malphite. Cabochard stunned up, should be able to walk out of this, but Broken Blade with the minions might be able to take down this tower. Remember, they have 6 void drops as well.
Yeah, that's
so
a
you
lot
have
of
the true
extra
damage, you have the mites, you have everything taking out these towers for you, and G2 break the base on 2 separate fronts.
We said that G2's Baron power play was looking a little slow, and that Karmine Core perhaps had an angle to look for a numbers advantage. That's what they tried to do, but Caps remains too slippery.
Caps is dead, I think. Although Bo doesn't have any damage. His Black Cleaver frozen high. He just doesn't have the damage to get through them. Targamas shuts him down.
The fleet heal almost came through. I saw the number pop up.
It was on its way to Caps, but couldn't quite get them in time. Targamas getting that shut down isn't the best, of course, for Karmine Core. It's better than some other supports because he's an Enchanter, so he's just building to buff up his team. But let's have another look at this.
Yeah, support items are very strong as well, but as you say, let's look at this. Caps just makes as much of a meal out of it as he can for Cabochard and Bo, and they're just not able to lock him down long enough. Caps tried to use his clone to block that Vault Breaker from Vi, not quite enough, but he does buy so much time that the entirety of G2 push up mid lane and come and respond. Initially tried to lock down Cabo, and then they recognize once that he's kind of flashed out and away from the play that Bo is just the next port of call. But this ultimate from Seiken buys so much time for Targamas or Upset to get in position. They blow up Harmsama immediately, but it's not quite enough, and the rest of G2 continue on their rampage.
Mickey constantly landing hooks. 6 seconds on the Drake. Let's look at where we are in terms of Summoner Hunsummer. 8 seconds before his flash is back up. Caps doesn't have one. Upsets has both of his, but Seiken no flash, and Cabo none either. Unstoppable Force could be massive in this fight. The TP behind. There's Broken Blade to join the fray. Cabo stops the TP. Cabo has a TP of his own if he can get away. Upset trading here. Yike dashing across the wall. Season assist on Hunsummer down towards the bottom side. Those Mickey's trying to protect him. Bo putting the damage down onto the enemy AD carry. Hunsummer winning out the fight, but he can't quite get the damage. Bo will take him. Caps and Yike now going towards the Dragon. Bo goes down to 500 HP. The base in tatters, in shambles as Cabochard tries to defend. Another hook hit lands onto Seiken. Bo with the Vault Breaker across. They're giving up the Ghost on this Drake because they've lost the Nexus Tower. Broken Blade's going to be able to escape from Cabochard, who has finished a Jack Show, but Upset's on his way, and the Seismic Shard will slow him down long enough. You have to feel for Cabo to clap him out for Broken Blade.
Oh, he's getting the movement speed.
Gets the
from
movement
the
speed from the Infernal Cinders, and he gets the hell out of there.
Cabochard saying thanks, guys, for the new addition. They're like little speed pads in Mario Kart. Yeah. Bloody hell. Well, Karmine Corp's gamble to try and pick up that soul. For now, feels like a failing one. They lose the Nexus Tower. They do manage to pick up Hans Sama in the midst of the action as we get a replay look. And Teleport could have been very dangerous for KC to deal with, but not quite enough. But it's a fight on two fronts, really, right? Caps is 1v1ing Upset. Yike comes over the wall to try and finish that one up. Then Bo manages to find his way onto Hans Sama. Everyone's just kind of playing peel for their carries, pretty much. And there's KC that do find Hans, but at the end of the day, it feels like without being able to pick up this dragon, a lot of this early game feels almost for naught now.
Yeah. It's always tricky. I mean, the thing is, if they can survive through this next Baron fight for another 4 minutes, they are still on soul point. Karmine Corp still have that ace up their sleeve. They've got Mikhail's now as well on Targamas alongside the Ardent Sensor. That Lucian does get stronger. He's not as good a scaler as Aphelios, but with a strong Enchanter support, he can still dish out a lot of DPS.
Yeah, and absolutely. With a composition like this as well on Karmine Corp, it's a shotgun comp, right? You can never really rule these compositions out. Scaling, as we kind of learned throughout a lot of last year, can be thrown out the window with one good team fight. So whilst they might be several thousand gold down,
locks down Mickey.
It's okay.
Mickey, no flash, no way out. He's rooted, he's shut out, and that's one down. And as you said, they just shotgun to the face, flash forward, the blast cone, Bo hits it, Hansama back, and Hansama is found wanting by Karmine Corp.
I may have cursed you too, but I feel like Karmine Corp won't mount.
Bless Karmine Corp, man.
There you go. And they should be able to pick up this Baron, but I mean, again, it's going to come at the cost. Urban Inhibitor, it's going to come at the cost of pressure from Broken Blade on the top side.
Yike can steal as well.
Yeah,
they don't have the tools coming out of the pit. That's the issue. Yike, I don't think he's been spotted. Puts the control ward in. Now they know he's in the area. Clear the control ward out. Yike has no more wards in his inventory. Goes forward. We'll see it's at 4,000. Dodges away from Bo. Upset. Now tanking the Baron. Means it takes less damage as well. 2,000 on it. Yike going forward. Heartbreakers across. Exhausted. And the shutdown comes out. The Nexus Towers, though, the target is G2. Continue to push in. It's a traditional trade. Baron for Nexus, but they managed to hold on. The empowered recall's enough for Karmine Corp to have one last sliver of hope in this game.
All right. Hold on to your seats, people. Double teleport is almost available, and we know what G2 love to do when there's an open Nexus.
No wards in the base, though, importantly for them. Makes it trickier for them to get in. Obviously, super minions will push in. It looks like top inhib is going to respawn in 17 seconds, so it's one less point of pressure for Karmine Corp to deal with.
Exactly. Now Karmine Corp really need to make sure they can keep a grip on vision control inside of their own jungle, kind of push out as a unit, and specifically keep these side lanes as shoved out as they can possibly keep them. For now, this could just be a stabilizing Baron, bring them towards that Infernal and look to try and fight around that soul, try and finally pick it up. But it's still going to be a lot of options for both sides with the map so open.
And the issue for Karmine Corp is it's a minute and a half until the Drake spawns, but then 2 minutes after that, their bot lane inhibitor comes back up. So those super minions are always going to be something they have to deal with, and their base is so open.
Yeah.
As you say, all it takes is Cap to, double jump like Mario into the base, put a ward down, and then you have a TP coming out from Broken Blade, and your base is in tatters, in shambles. We'll see how Karmine Corp are able to navigate these next few moments, because they could be huge. They've played well these last 2 days. They have kept Fnatic and G2 on the ropes in both of their games, but to come out of these last couple of games and be 0-2, you still have 7 more games to play in the split, but it's a disappointing start when you put on such good performances.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, no matter how you slice it, you've come into the league, huge expectations, yes, but you're playing against, for most people, the best 2 teams in Europe coming into the year. So you can't really feel or be too hard on yourself, I feel like, if you're Karmine Corp. They put out very, very solid performances. And it's not like this game's over. Still have the opportunity to turn this one around.
Still look for that steal. 3 items complete on Upset and Seiken. 3 items as well on Caps. Has that Voltaic Cyclo Sword now. On Summer with Infinity, Bloodthirster, Storm Razor. difficult as well because of how flexible G2's composition is. They can look for front-to-back team fights. Not the best at it, I'd say, as Upset dashes towards Caps, puts down the Culling. Caps dashes back. Caps already level 18. Continues to try and run away, but Caps just going to fall here. Great play there by Carmine Court. They've given up the Dragon for this, importantly, but they stopped that extra avenue of pressure from G2.
Yeah, I mean, shut down into Upset's back pocket. Cost them the flash, though. Could be a pretty big investment, but at the end of the day, they keep the game afloat. They're not going to take a flip. It's technically a flip at this point with the base open if you lose a fight.
It's gone. The game is over if Carmine Core lose the next fight. It might even be over for G2 if they lose the next fight.
Yeah, we're approaching that point.
How long the respawn timers are. You can see it's still 30 seconds before Caps comes back up.
Yeah. With Caps dead, it feels like a lot of the poke pressure from the side. Our Fog of War is kind of just gone, so Carmine Core feel very free to push up and secure 2 towers. That's a lot of standing gold kind of put back into their pocket as an engage coming through from Bo.
Mickey with a good buffer there to get the jump back out. Han Summer trying to trade with Upset, who cleanses away. All right, so Mikhails who's actually used on him. Mickey with a re-engage, and Upset then uses the cleanse, but shut down by Yike, and now the follow-up continues. Bo tries to flash a wall, but can't get away. Flash forward with a heartbreaker, as perhaps it's Carmine Court who fall foul of overstepping. Broken Blade in the base, Seiken can't hold him. Broken Blade now on the Nexus, Seiken's fallen, and Carmine Court's hopes dashed against the rocks here. G2 show why they are still atop of the LEC.
Carmine Court put up a big fight to close that gold gap, but in the end, frankly, it wasn't enough, and it was Mickey throwing out that dredge line at the very end to lock Carmine Court into the mid lane and give Broken Blade that space to just close out the game. Definitely in results, like we just said, feels bad for Carmine Court, but they put out 2 very, very solid looking performances so far.
If they play like this tomorrow, you'd expect on current form they're able to pick up the win. Your player of the game votes at LEC on X are Broken Blade, Yike, and Caps. Yeah, they all played really well. It was very much a team performance, I think, mostly from G2. I wouldn't vote for Caps personally.
No, mine's going to Yike. Yeah. I feel like he was kind of spoon-fed a lot of those kills in the bottom lane, but he carried it very well.
I agree with that. The 4 kills in the bot lane helping him out a bunch. We're going to go to a short break, but Yike and Caps will be right back afterwards, so don't you dare go anywhere.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Did anybody see Vegas KitKat?
knows that Yike's not on this side of the map, so this dive should be easy enough to pull off.
Flashes forward, Bo starts to tag Mickey with the root though. Bo will fall 1-for-1, and now Yike has a whole litany of spells at his disposal. Dashes in with a Heartbreaker, and has broken the hearts of the KC faithful here in the crowd. Broken Blade has the flank on here. Upset has Flash and Cleanse, uses the Cleanse, but still gets stunned. Broken Blade exhausted though as he will fall. Yike going deep, and it's a huge fight for Carmine Core. Alright, so Mikhails is actually used on him, Mickey with a re-engage, and Upset then uses the Cleanse, but shut down by Yike, and now the follow-up continues. As perhaps it's Carmine Core who fall foul of overstepping.
And welcome back to the LEC stage as the Blue Wall takes a second hit here in their debut in the LEC. And I have Yike with me to talk about this amazing game. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good to have you back. I want to ask about playing KC because being the match of the week, it was also one of the most anticipated match in the LEC. And I know that Mickey said that this was the team that impressed you guys the most in scrims. Were they different today? And what is your take on this new team we have in the LEC and how things played out?
Yeah, it's true that they actually impressed us the most. I think they were the hardest for us to scrim against. So playing against them on stage we knew it was not going to be easy, and I think this game was not easy. We really had to do some weird stuff to try to win the game, and yeah, I mean, I think we just played good today, and I think them playing on stage, I don't think they're playing bad or worse than in scrims. I think they just had two hard opponents, Fnatic and G2. So. I mean, I don't think it's bad that they lost this game, so I think it's still fine. Yeah, interesting week from the script writers, of course. But let's focus on G2 here, because 2024, 3 champions no more. Yike playing Viego here in your second game. Amazing one, actually, that got you Kia Player of the Game for the team. Tell me about this champion and the fact that you felt the confidence. Thank you, Berlin. Thank you, guys. Yeah, I mean, Viego is one of my favorite champs, maybe my favorite champ. And yeah, I had a lot of 3 duty last year, so I was not really, I mean, I'm always happy like playing whatever because I want to win. But this year, maybe it looks a bit more different. I played Vi last game, and I kind of played tank Vi, so I was still playing a tank. But today I got to play Viego, and it made me really happy. And I'm happy I could perform well. I did like 1 misplay, but overall I'm very happy with my performance. Really great game. I want to wait a bit more games before asking you about the meta, because we haven't seen much yet. But about you, Yike, this is your second year in the LEC. You got to do so much last year. You got the Rookie of the Season, you won so many titles, got to your first 2 international events. How did you refine your approach as your second year in the LEC compared to your rookie season? Yeah, I mean, my rookie season was probably one of my best years ever, and I'm very proud of myself doing well that year. And I mean, this year, I think it's just mostly looking to improve. I think I want to improve so much on like the macro stuff, because I mean, I knew I have good mechanics and I knew I have good decisions. But just the macro, I can always improve on, and like the way I communicate with the team. So that's my main focus for this year. What was your first focus as a team? Because being the only team we have which stayed together, meaning the 5 members, you added Duffman, of course, to the coaching staff. But what was the first reflections you had at the team? Thinking about last year and moving forward, what was the first focus for you guys? So I think our main focus was for sure playing mid games, because we realized at first that we were not good at it. And I think Mickey even said it yesterday. And it's true. We rewatched the games and we just realized that we were just bad in mid games, and that's where the Asians were very good. So it was a big difference, and it made it very hard for us. So now with Duffman, I think he just helps us a lot with that, and he just talks a lot every scrim day with us about mid game, and we improve a lot. You guys all quote mid game, so we're going to pay extra attention to G2's mid game this year. Yeah, thank you so much for the. Thank you so much. Good luck on tomorrow's game, and we have more to hear about what happened today. So Shocks, back to you with Caps.
Thank you so much. So wonderful to hear from Yike as well. I remember last year, the first couple of times he did interviews, he was like a little bit apprehensive, and now he's a natural. We love to see it. But we have Caps here as well. Congrats. 2-0 so far. I got to ask you, because we hear about this mid-game and how bad it was, you think, last year. So do you share the sentiment, and do you also feel like you're making good improvements, at least in practice, in that regard?
I mean, definitely think like not just us, but like a lot of the European teams are struggling when it comes to like a lot of the especially like the Drake setups and just like the overall mid-game macro. And we've been kind of just falling further and further behind the last few years. And I guess now we're trying to reverse the process, right? And it starts with our week 1 here, and we have already learned a decent amount, but it's all about keeping it up, right? And not not getting, I guess, complacent, so to say. Because even I think last summer, we also learned quite a lot from MSI, but then that was all we learned, and we kind of stopped improving as much, and then we came to Worlds, and suddenly there were a bunch of new things that we had to pick up. So I think that's something to do.
Trimby, do you agree that the mid-game, you know, in general in Europe, maybe we've fallen behind? You, of course, experienced it also at those international events.
I mean, for sure, when you go to Worlds, for instance, I didn't yet get to go to MSI, but from Worlds at least experience, it feels like it's, yeah, when you play those mid-game games, the game just goes away, you know, it's not on your hands anymore, and it is for sure frustrating, because that's kind of part of why as well it's so hard to improve when you just see, right, that they're so much better, and it, right, as Cap says, it comes down to daily practice and how you, like, you know, perceive stuff and how you try to learn from all of it, and that's something that is really nice to see, right, that, like, at least we can see that G2 players are saying that, you know, Duffman helps with it, and yeah, it will be nice to see, you know, in the next games how, like, it improves from week to week.
Yeah, even here the mid-game was dicey, Yike said, but you wanted to highlight Yike, of course, with his Viego.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see him get play of the game. Not surprised that Viego is one of his favorite champions. He's clearly played it a lot, because if we are to look at this fight early in the game, I would actually like to hear from you, Caps. Do you remember anything about what the communication was like in this moment? Because it looked really chaotic from an outside point of view.
I mean, definitely, because I think we didn't see Vi, so I was giving respect to like her being around mid. So we knew that if we went for the bot play, we would have to be very fast, because otherwise, like Vi and Nika would collapse on us. But everyone felt comfortable that it was like a winning play, especially after they got the one shot on Lucian and like Vero got the reset. And then it did end up looking quite scary in the end. But I think even if they trade somewhat even, it will be favorable, and because I think I got 2 plays in the meantime. So if they feel confident that they can get like an even trade, it's alright.
Okay, let's immediately also take a look at the Baron base race situation we saw. Is this part of why Yike was saying it was dicey? Why do you think the game went away from you?
I mean, it was definitely like an interesting game to play. I think they had like a very, very hard engage with Devi and Malphite, and we were kind of struggling to both play the fights, but even like side lane was also not easy against it. But I think that right here, I think Malphite all just got burned, and we were looking to go like threaten the base, but then sadly they found the engage right before, and that's kind of where it comes from with the Malphite and Devi especially being very, very hard engage, right? And then we just tried to do as much damage as we could. We got the one turret, but sadly, yeah, they managed to base in time for the the base itself.
Yeah, it was a bit sad at the end. I thought we were gonna get a super big fight, but then Broken Blade was just hitting the Nexus by himself at the end. So yeah.
I got the last hit.
Oh, you did? Okay. Nice.
How do you feel playing the LeBlanc? Because obviously it's a very different style than playing a traditional mid lane champion. Do you enjoy it? Are you comfortable on it?
I mean, definitely a lot of fun to play the AD LeBlanc. I wanted to play it already last summer, but then there wasn't really the opportunity for it. And I think with this AD build, you're just like a very big menace on the side lane. Like even like a Malphite who usually a LeBlanc can never even do damage to. So as soon as I start hitting him, he just has to ult away because there's just no escape. So definitely a lot of fun to play. And yeah, hoping we can get it tomorrow.
Yeah, indeed. I do want to play a little game that you talked about builds before, but we played it on Ready Check yesterday. It's called Spot the Imposter. So you're basically going to get an item and the build path, and something is wrong, and you have to tell us what's wrong. I think it's coming very, very soon. Finn was extremely good at this, like crazy good. Okay, it's behind you.
So this is the magic pen item.
Mm-hmm. So what's it called?
Like the item?
Yeah.
I think it's Bloom... something Bloom.
Okay, well technically you only have to find the mistake.
And the mistake is the... Wait, which one of it is it? It's the...
Do you know it, Trimby?
I mean,
because I'm a bit lost.
This is the magic pen, one. The one that heals,
the
right?
Jewel, like the jewel.
So it needs the jewel on the left.
And I think the jewel. Wait, actually it gives ability haste. It gives ability haste for sure.
Yeah, so it's on the left.
It's the left one. It's the left one.
Okay, so you're correct.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah.
Crypto Bloom.
Oh yeah,
Crypt Bloom. Sorry. We don't do that anymore. Yeah, correct. So do you like this game? We can make more of these. It's fun.
anything. It's fun.
It's like those cheat cards when you're studying for an exam, you know?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. In general, though, Caps, how have you found the mid lane now in the new season?
I mean, I like it, I think, at least so far. I think it's a lot hard to gank, so that's nice. The bushes are like further away, and there's like the one wall where you're like pretty safe. So I think it's been pretty nice so far. I think the items are also pretty nice. Some of them,
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, some of them. I think, yeah, I like it.
That's good. Okay, we're heading into Fnatic versus Vitality. Trimby, what's your prediction?
I actually have one more question. Are you gonna play Hwei maybe? Like, you know, any Hwei games maybe? How do you feel?
I mean, he just got hotfixed. I don't think it's coming until next week.
Actually, true.
So probably next week we'll see some Hwei.
Okay, nice.
Okay, cool. And what's your prediction?
Fnatic will take it, I feel like, yeah.
Okay, that's the consensus, it seems like. Let's head over to our casters for Fnatic versus Vitality.
Thank you very much, Shox. I'm Medic, this is Jamada. We're still here after the Carmine Core G2 ruckus that occurred. What a game that was, but I'm looking forward to the next one. Fnatic versus Vitality. Fnatic yesterday obviously beating Carmine Core, Vitality losing out to GX. It's going to be really interesting to see how Vitality bounce back from that, because I think a lot of people have put them mid-tier or lower end of mid-tier in their tier lists.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of understandable to a point. I feel like a lot of the rosters also, there's a lot of known quantities in the sense of like GINX kept a fair amount of their core, Fnatic basically only swapped out the support, G2 is G2, whereas with Vitality it's kind of just the whole shift up minus Photons. So you know, Douglas coming in as a rookie, someone who I personally got my eye on because he impressed me in 2020 summer when he came in to try and save the sinking ship.
Yep.
So yeah, I feel like for Vitality, there's not a crazy amount of high expectations, I feel like, community-wise, which always makes it very fun if they're able to bring up upset wins, which you never know could happen, even though Fnatic looked great yesterday.
They did look really good. But sometimes the lack of pressure really helps elevate a team, right? Like, when you don't have much on the line or when it's all doomed, it's like, okay, well, now we can just play the way we want to play and enjoy ourselves. Now, obviously, there's still pressure. Vitality sitting 0-1, Fnatic sitting 1-0. Usually 4 wins guarantees you a spot in our playoffs, in our top 8. We've seen a couple of teams get through with 3 wins, but we've also seen a couple of teams get knocked out with 3 wins. So 4 wins is the benchmark out of these next 9 games. I wonder if we'll see anything spicy in the draft. Obviously, Hillasang yesterday did bring out the Renata, but a little bit more known for his engaged supports. Renata kind of pseudo-engage with the ability to flash handshake, but Hilly's made Lulu engage by flash wild growthing himself in the middle of 5 people. So I think Hilly always sees the angle.
Hilly goes where he pleases. And truly, should be getting into draft right now. There you go. And again, our eyes should be on a lot of those high priority champions, your Kallistas, your Jaxes, your Rumbles. Nocturne will remain off the rift. This definitely also a bit of a personal favorite of Douglas's over the years as well. So keeping him off of comfort. We'll see exactly where Fnatic rather want to continue to hit. Is it going to be the bot lane with Kazi focused bans? No, it will be the LeBlanc right now. I imagine we're going to continue to see it mostly banned out. We did obviously just see caps on it, but LeBlanc is just kind of bit too strong, I feel like, to really leave open ever.
She's so powerful. Her ability to just push out side lanes, to be safe in mid lane as well, makes it very hard for you to ever shut her down. Rumble and Callista taken away. There's the Ashe as well. Wonder if Fnatic are looking for that first pick of Felios. Obviously, Noah very comfortable on the champ.
Very, very comfortable. Vitality could also opt to not ban away the Varus and try and kind of make Noah make the decision on what ADC he may want first pick. Caitlyn also an option on the list if they need to continue to fall down the list of AD carries. Jax also still up and available. Zin's out as well. Caitlyn is the ban away, so let's see what Fnatic want to go towards. It's the Varus.
Varus first pick. He's just so safe. You can go for a bunch of different builds. We are seeing mostly lethality here in the LEC, but I have seen the Terminus Jack Show build where you, with Ginsu's on hit, can just go full tank as well.
Radiant Virtue may be dead, but I promise Tank Varus probably isn't.
I'm just looking forward to like the Unending Despair sort of build where you're just like, okay, you just get on top of me and I just do a lot of AoE damage. It's perhaps not viable, but it'll be fun in ARAMs from time to time.
The real answer here is we need to get Kerberos on the phone. He's the guy that invented Tank Varus. See how he feels, but Zin's out, as kind of expected, very powerful. Does mean that Jax is up and available as a potential flex and answer into it in the jungle, and that second lock-in there for Team Vitality is Lucian. So probably opting towards a Milio, or of course the Nami is the other option. Personally, to me, I feel like Milio just makes Lucian scale even harder than the Nami does, but of course the options are in Hylissang's hands. And speaking of hands, Handshake will be available to Jin as he goes towards the Renata.
And it just gives you so much safety, right? You can go for a poke Varus with a bit of poke from the Azir. Renata stops any engage that comes out from the Xin Shao or the Lucian dashing forward. It makes it a very difficult bot lane to have to play around for Vitality. Jack's still left open here. The Azir pick. VTO, well known for his Akali, and it is a matchup we know, but instead, Kazi and Hylissang will be going to Lucian Nami, and I'm just saying, Lucian Nami doesn't do well on the stage in Europe. Okay, guys? It might be really good in scrims.
Am I costing you Drake?
But it constantly loses, okay?
Yeah. I mean, Fnatic did make Vitality have to choose between their mid lane and their support, and feels like Vitality did not want to give up to support bans and maybe go on to something a little bit subpar into a Varus Renata lane. So this does mean that jungle bans a pretty easy path for them to now follow. The Vi's gone. Plenty of other engage champions that Resort could be very happy to go towards. Should likely be the options here, as there's the Orianna. VTO, you probably expect an Akali ban second here, but maybe they leave it up. Maybe they want them on the Akali. There's an answer waiting in the 4-5 for Fnatic.
I mean, the problem with Akali is into the Renata, you already have a bunch of safety for your backline. If the Varus is building tank as well, you don't have that Storm Surge, just pure burst. So it can be a little bit difficult for Akali to play into those champions. Can still just ban it away because you don't want to play against VTO's Akali. It's literally the champion that really made his name in the LEC, picking up Quadra after Quadra when he joined with Misfits Gaming. But there's the Orianna ban, the Vi and the Jarvan removed by Team Vitality. They don't want Razork on anything that has that early impact. The Jack's still left open. Gragas taken away from Photon or even from VTO in the mid lane. We have seen that flexed a little bit.
So what will the option be now for this mid lane? So pinched. Like VTO, I mean, we mentioned the Akali, but now that you've kind of gone over the potential weaknesses, I kind of lean more towards what you're saying. It could be a very tricky one to pull off, but perhaps it's what they're going to angle for in the end. Fnatic, though, what will they look towards is now it's going to be the Jax in for Photon. So holding VTO's pick to R5, kind of giving him the opportunity to just see the whole composition here. Poppy wouldn't be too bad.
Poppy will be really nice.
It will neutralize the heck out of the Jax, but also dash on Xin Zhao, Das as well, of course, on the Lucian. So I feel like it'll be a pretty high value pick, and of course it's still a flex until the until the final pick comes in for Fnatic, so it just gives them more thinking time.
Razork was bringing out the Poppy last year as well, very comfortable on the champ, so I wouldn't be too surprised if that does go into the jungle, but as you say, still flexible. Fnatic have drafted a really good please don't get close to us composition. It's the social distancing comp, right? You ever try and get close, like 6 feet away, Sante helps with that as well, with the ability to remove someone from the fight. The problem for Fnatic is if they fall behind damage-wise, it doesn't really matter if you hold people away for a little bit because they are just going to be able to chase through your disengage. VTO picking the Xerath last here. Long range, lots of poke, maybe will help getting the Fnatic members low enough for the engage to really work.
And this is a really decent Xerath angle for the other kind of side option here of there's not a bunch of hard engage for Fnatic, right? It's pretty conditional and very short ranged at best. So VTO should have a pretty decent time in the mid lane, farming up, scaling up, getting to that kind of 2-item mark around the 20-minute point of the game, and then kind of just chunking people out really heavily. So I like this last-minute pivot for VTO. And it does give Vitality, to me, a lot of options around trying to answer the poke of what we expect to be a Leaf Alley Varus. And I feel like now there's a lot of pressure on Fnatic to try and shut down the mid lane if possible, and then try and shift that pressure down towards the mid lane where they've got that very strong 2v2 in the very volatile lane of the Varus Renata and the Lucian Nami.
It's going to be really interesting to see how these teams actually butt heads on the Rift, because we've talked a lot about, you know, disengage into engage, dashes into Poppy, but there are enough tools on either side that if a team gets a lead, they can get a stranglehold on the match, right? Even if Vitality can't get onto the backline that well, if Fnatic's frontline isn't that tanky, it doesn't matter, because they just work their way through the frontline with the Lucian Nami and then get onto the backline eventually, even with the poke coming out from the Xerath, right? It's going to be super interesting. I am trying to see if VTO has played Xerath before. I cannot find a game from him on Xerath, at least on Games of Legends. So possible somewhere in his distant past, at least, you know, competitively, somewhere in his distant past he's cracked it out, but it seems like the first time here, he's so good at it, We gave him an extra 450 gold at the start to get double Dorans. You can see Photon as well, availing himself of the discounts going on in the shop. Obviously, the underlay there, slightly wrong, but we'll get that corrected as soon as possible. It looks like just lines of scrimmage from both these teams, Jamada.
Yeah, shouldn't be anything super spicy. I feel like you could at best kind of late invade maybe if you're Vitality, but could be very, very scary. And I feel like both junglers will probably want to be on the bottom side of the map regardless, so not gonna go for anything too special. Now, I feel like, as I mentioned, the onus is a little bit on Fnatic here to try and shut down the mid lane just a touch. Now, terrain changes will probably make that either harder or easier, depending on how you look at it. If Humanoid can get a shove in and it's kind of synced up perhaps with a Jun and Noah crash on the bottom side, you could get a huge rotation in towards the mid lane. In that way, it's kind of easier to attack the mid lane. But again, with the lane being so wide, you can't really come through the brushes anymore. It's very, very difficult to make that one happen. So we'll see how Fnatic try to abuse the Xerath pick when and where they can, because I feel like Vitality have a very, very solid option in the mid game to really answer back some of that poke.
The issue with Xerath is as Hylissang falls low and has to flash. Level 1 handshake there from Jun. Sometimes you see Renata's going for the shield early on just so you can trade autos, but Jun pulls Hylissang back, burns the flash out of that Nami, and it's a very susceptible lane now for the Vitality support. Of course, Hylissang on Fnatic for a very long time. Flash, pullback, but there's the heal. Comes out before the Grievous Wounds. Noah needs a couple more auto attacks. Not quite enough flashes. Can't get it with the ebb and flow on Hylissang just in time to heal him up. And now Kazi can turn this around. Heal used by Fnatic's bot lane. And in the end, it's 4 summoners to only 2 burnt by Vitality.
Yeah, Kazi's holding on to his summoner spells, but one thing I really want to point out is the fact that Douglas, at the moment, he's doing what is effectively a full clear. He's probably going to skip camps and he's got to come and cover Vitality. Kazi and Hylissang will be dove as Razork's making his way over. He's on vision, but I just don't think it matters.
And you just died. You go for Hilly first. Kazi has the cleanse, has the flash. Razork might just be covering. You can see Douglas making a beeline for the bot lane as well. He's going to spot Razork as he comes across. Flash forward. They look for Hilly, burst blood. Jun stepping forward, Razork tanking. Jun's going to try and get out of this one as Kazi tries to turn it back around, cleanses away, and now Douglas is here to join the party. He gets 1, he gets 2. 1 over to Kazi, 1 for Douglas himself, and in the end, Kazi surviving means he catches the whole wave as Photon proxies in the top lane, but it's probably the best state of affairs things could have ended for Vitality.
Yeah, things were looking really dire, right? Kazi having summoner spells and not having to drop them during all of the trading really is paying off dividends there. On the back side, Hylissang just kind of taking too many trades, makes him a very easy target. The escape path was almost there, but with Douglas skipping all of those camps, beelining, as you put it, very apt for Vitality. Is able to make a cleanup happen, and I think a very important thing on the back end of all of it is Kazi picks up so much in terms of solo XP too, but Hylissang, very easy lockdown. Razork gets chunked out, but then Douglas with this flash forward, really nice. Wind becomes lightning as Kazi takes out Jun and then flashes away to ensure his life isn't traded, and Douglas gets his own in Noah.
It's huge for Vitality. They don't have a lead in that bottom lane. Kazi has reset, but the fact he didn't lose those waves to tower means he's almost level 4. Noah on his way there as well. Hylissang, though, still no summoners, and Razork spending his time down in the bottom lane. Can't quite land the stun into the wall. Douglas looking for an entryway towards the bot side of the map. Might just go for the Razorbeak steal. Ping comes out, though. VTO's TP'd back to mid, but Humanoid can move first, and Douglas might be in a sticky situation. Humanoid's about to finish his recall. Razork catches out, Douglas catches out Razork, gets the knock-up, and Humanoid finished his recall and didn't think he could come and help his jungler. So huge from Douglas here. 2-0 now. There's a bounty on his head.
Just easy pickings for Douglas. Sees Razork go for the repeat play on the bottom side and simply just punishes it because he knows that Razork's gonna have to come and farm camps eventually. Really nice to ensure that he doesn't get steadfast presence off the charge. Uses the E whilst he's knocked up just for the execution. So well played by Douglas, and the lead continues to grow for Vitality.
Yeah, it's huge. It's massive for them. You know, 700 gold ahead. Douglas has already got himself a tunneler, going up towards that first item. And in the bot lane as well, Noah and Jun still no flashes, only the Ignite available to them. Of course, Kazi and Hylissang don't have their flashes either, but I think I take the Lucian Nami side of this. Ignite goes down to Kazi, handshake dodge. Kazi then dashes away. Jun goes down to half HP. Kazi about the same. Hylissang low on mana and no real mana regeneration apart from that support item. So it looks like it might just be a recall.
doesn't want to commit the biscuit. So they will just take that reset. Trades in the immediate not going super well, as Oscarinen did hit level 6 there, isn't able to find the dash back. Photon as well ticks over. Of course, Oscarinen gets so much back on the ultimate cast. Let's use all the spells almost immediately again.
And the question for Douglas is, how do you accelerate this lead? Bot lane is explosive. We've seen that already, but summoners are starting to come back up. You can see Jun and Noah's flash about a quarter of the way. Same for Kazi and Hylissang. Heal back up, cleanse back up. Do you continue to focus there, or do you try perhaps to look towards the mid lane where Humanoid doesn't have a TP and could overstep? Do you go for objectives? All of these possibilities as the Pathmaker is used in the top lane. Oscarinen gets the all out as well as Razork goes in. Photon locked up, no mana on him. And he'll be shut out of the fight. Razork finds a gank in the top side, realizing perhaps the bot side is not working out too well for Fnatic.
Yeah, it wasn't going so well, and Photon just sitting a little bit too low for Razork's liking. It will turn into a grub takedown for Dragons, so that'll be the exchange between these two teams here. Tally were first on it, but these grubs should be taken down fast enough that there shouldn't be a response. So it will be a cross map with Fnatic picking up that kill. Goes into Oscarinen's back pocket, and he had a very, very solid performance yesterday.
Yeah, he did. Has yet to die
Has
in
yet to die.
2024 on the LEC stage.
Well, give it about 10 minutes. I'm sure you've cursed it well.
I am pretty good at doing that. I was going to ask you, actually. Yesterday we got Ed, and Eddie for the Void Grubs.
Yeah.
Do you have a name for the Void Grubs that you want to put out into the ether as a possibility?
Ooh. You put me on the spot a little bit, because I've not thought about it too much. I like Ed, and Eddie.
I like Ed, and Eddie for the first one. I'm wondering if the second one should be renamed, right? Because someone suggested to me Blinky, Pinky, and Inky, and we don't talk about what happened to Clyde, you know, the other ghost, because there's 4 ghosts
in Pac-Man. Yeah.
Which I thought was quite fun. I also like Fed, and Fetty, because they're the second one, so people are getting more. That feels a little bit derivative, you know?
A bit. I'll give it a think. I'll get back to you.
You give it a gander. You give it a mosey. Razork trading. Good steadfast presence there will stop Photon from jumping in. Douglas was in the area, has already hit level 6. You can see the lead in the jungle, where Vitality have their only lead, in fact, with Oscarinen and Noah having leads in their respective lanes. 20 CS lead as well for Noah, meaning that alongside the kill, just being able to out-farm, as now we've decided to get rid of all the gold.
But it's back now. Like you were mentioning, those short trades really haven't been going the way of Kazi and Hylissang at all, and Noah and Jun have continued to have a very, very solid start to the year. Expect them to continue that trend. See what Fnatic actually end up doing with all of this pressure as well. Only one plate's been taken off the tower. Now that Razork doesn't have the grubs to worry about anymore, do you wonder whether or not after that one gank he will return focus down here? And I mean, he's on top of Douglas right now. Humanoid's here to respond too.
Humanoid with the first move, can look to push Douglas back. He flashes over the Emperor's Divide, and now Vito trying to put the damage in, but low on mana. And long cooldowns on the Xerath early on means he can't really do too much to help. Douglas shut down by Humanoid. Kazi trading with Noah and Jun down towards this bottom lane. Both the ultimates burnt from the Fnatic bot lane. And Hylissang still only level 5. Only about a quarter of the way to level 6 as well. A long way away from having his own ultimate. Noah low on mana, but Jun has some.
In that mid lane exchange, you can kind of see for VTO, whilst he's got enough damage, it's just not really going to be there consistently for a little while. Long cooldowns early on, as Kazi and Hylissang continue to find themselves on the worst end of some of these 2v2 trades, and whilst Razork was there to pressure, the call here for Fnatic is just to go for the reset and see if they can find something on the way back out. Definitely a very scary, I feel like, King Fnatic in these early games so far. And I feel like Vitaly in this game, they've got this 2-on-1s into out. We asked earlier, how can he get back or continue to grow out this lead? You would have thought maybe the top side, right? Try and snowball the Jacks, but Razork got there first. The bottom lane's not going so well. Maybe you can look for another counter gank, and of course mid lane is there set up, so it's a little bit hard to find your way in there. So I feel like Vitaly, for now, are kind of almost at the beck and call of Fnatic. They might have to kind of wait for Fnatic to make a play and look for a response instead of being proactive.
The Dragon in a minute 40 is probably where they're going to look to try and find a battle, try and find a skirmish. The wonder always is do they have enough poke to get Fnatic low enough? If Oscarinen joins, he's already really strong.
Yeah, that's really the big thing about this composition from Vitaly. They need their items to fight around, right? Those spikes are going to be huge. for Kraken Slayer for Kazi, or just first time in general. First time for BTO. They need those online.
Flash forward. Handshake goes wide. The tidal wave comes out though, but Razork is here in time. Kazi flashes. Good bubble. Razork has to tank it. Noah down to 250. In the end, Summoner's burnt on the Vitality side. Double flash, but Jun burnt a flash of his own. I think Razork burnt his flash to get in there as well. Does have that Hex flash.
I can't recall the last time I saw Kazi and Hylissang have Summoner spells this game. It's been constant pressure, and Razork is just sticking around. Daggerless just come off a reset, and he was on the top side, clearing away his campus. Only now he's going to be able to respond. More recalls will come through. Pressure, 1 out. They feel happy with the exchange. Will look likely towards this Dragon, unless they want to go towards the Grubs. I mean, the opening for Fnatic now is kind of whatever they want it to be. Pressure up here as well on the top side of the map.
And they already got 3 Grubs, so I think if it were me, I would go for the next set of Grubs, maybe bring Jun up here with a hostile takeover to make sure you can secure them, and it looks like that's what Fnatic are doing. We've seen this switch a few times. It's the new Rift Herald switch at the 8-minute mark. Yeah. Bring your AD carry and support to mid so they can shift down to bot. Humanoid's already shifted to bot lane himself so he can push out that wave. It makes it so much easier for Razork to safely secure Fed, and Feddy.
Exactly.
Or the Powerpuff Girls.
The Powerpuff Girls.
Could be Buttercup, Blossom, and Bubbles.
Bubbles.
Always forget about Bubbles.
Always forget about Bubbles, yeah. But I do like this lane assignment here from Fnatic as well, because it's just it's a min-max, right? You don't really lose any resources anywhere on this rotation out.
Humanoid even TPing into top. Foden does still have the flash. Emperor's Divide will lock them up, and the sun comes out, but it's not enough. Oscar Rinin tanks the tower for days. And now with the Grubs and the Mites about to spawn for them, that tower is going to fall mighty fast. Demolish as well available. Oscar Rinin won't use it. As the Void Grubs fall, we'll see the Void Mites spawn, and we'll see that tower fall rapidly.
Mighty fast, eh?
The true damage is absurd because you have to remember, pre-14 minutes, towers have plates.
Yep.
Every time you take a plate, depending on how many people are around that plate falling, the tower gets tankier. Void Grubs give you true damage, which means the tankiness doesn't matter.
I will say, they changed the Mountain Dragon's effects for a reason all those years ago.
They did.
But, of course, it does make the early game...
a long time ago.
It was a very long time ago, but it does, of course, you know, give teams a reason to play around this objective because it is such a powerful ability. And Vitality have traded 2 dragons for it.
Yep.
They're falling behind a lot in gold, but they do have 2 dragons stacking up, and it will be a Hex Tech soul on offer, which I feel like most will still consider the strongest soul.
I mean, I very much agree with that, but if you can take 4 Hextech Drakes, it doesn't matter if you lost the first 2. You can see the gold lead balloons as well for Fnatic. 3k ahead, 1.3 in the top lane, almost 2,000 in mid. Humanoid's already got himself a Nash's Tooth and a Verdant Barrier, which now gives you a spell shield like Banshees on a longer cooldown. And BTO doesn't have a first item yet.
Yeah, there's a bit of a gold gap going on at the minute. Actually, yeah, let's get a look at it. Well, but...
You can see it on the screen.
You can see it. Yeah. I was thinking total gold. That's my bad. But, yeah, as you mentioned, Void Mites as well, just kind of means that, in general, if you're taking these objectives, you tend to really hammer home on those plates very, very early on. And the gold lead showing in those solo lanes. That's exactly demonstrating that for us. Vitality, I feel like now that we've got that Storm Razor on offer for Kazi and that Ardent Sensor is there for Hylissang, you want to try and force something through them. Yeah. It will be a little bit hard if Fnatic do just kind of play at a distance and kind of yield a lot of mid lane pressure, as they're still going to get the rotations off anyway to these objectives.
And you can see Fnatic's game plan in action. Get a lead in the top lane, use that to get the first set of Grubs, then use it to get the second set of Grubs through, you know, better 2v2 fighting the bot lane, move your team to mid, then get top tower, get plates in bot lane, get plates in mid lane, get the Rift Herald, and the map just opens up. You have so much more ability to get vision control. You can walk deep into the enemy jungle knowing you have safe routes out. You can crack these tier 2s, which give you more gold, 675, I think, with the local gold added in. And then you have the Void Mites, and they gobble up these towers lickety split. You can see Razork looking for the engage as well. BTO, long range Arcano Barrage, isn't going to do too much. Tower does fall. Humanoid puts one up in its place, but more gold in the pockets of Fnatic, and Vitality are struggling to match this tempo. They do need 1-2 items on their carries to be able to fight, and even if they can try to fight, how are they going to find that engage that we were talking about?
Exactly, and it just feels like Fnatic are pulling them around the map to a point where they're not really going to be able to find an engage, even if they try, right? And with such limited options, Kazi could flash away.
That's another one in how long will Kazi's flash be up this game. Pretty sure it's been down more than it's been up. Yep.
Goodness me.
Timing it well. Oscarinin might be in a bit of a precarious spot, but just walks away. K'Sante doing K'Sante things. The hollow radiance making it very easy for him to push the wave. 1 minute 40 on the Hextech Drake Jamada, and you have to feel that's where Vitality will try to draw their battle lines. Getting a bit of vision in, trying to see if they can catch anyone out from Fnatic before the fight really erupts around the objective.
I think Oscarinin just based them, basically bought a whole Frozen Heart.
Yeah.
He's at 2 items, whilst poor old Photon is still looking for that Titanic Hydra. He's just about got it. And like you mentioned, this will probably be, if we continue on this trend, the closest in terms of items and gold that Vitality will have an option to fight at. I feel like your best choice might just be to yield this. You've got a 2-dragon lead, right? You've got that buffer. Try and cross-map, right? Try and get a top tier 1. See if you can get a little bit of chip damage in the tier 1. If you go head-to-head, whilst the items are even, you might have an opportunity. You may also just end up kind of flipping this one out. But they're here, they're putting numbers through the mid lane, so they want to try and secure a bit of a vision foothold before Fnatic can, and see if they can maybe, just maybe, catch them off guard with something like a Photon TP behind them.
I think the argument for cross-mapping is always a good one. The question becomes, as Humanoid is knocked up here, Douglas with the Crescent Guard forces Humanoid flash out, which is great. Interrupted his dash away as well with his knock-up. I think the argument for cross-maps is always a good one if you're just trying to get some gold back on your team. The question becomes, if this game is 5 minutes longer than it could be, do we win? If we can try to scale up. As Kazi's caught out with no flash, and yeah, Kazi dies. Tidal Wave used on Noah, but he flashes away. VTO lands a bunch of the shots, and it's enough, a double for VTO. They picked up Jun beforehand, and that could be what Vitality were looking for. Photon has the TP, he's going to push out top. Razork and Humanoid can start this up. Emperor's Divide available to them, but no flash, remember, on the Azir. Razork flashing forward, lands the knockup. Douglas chipped away at no Crescent Guard, but he flashes away from the Emperor's Divide. Now VTO joining from the side, long-range artillery mage, doing everything he can. Kazi's now respawned. Noah's still 5 seconds away.
Still 5 seconds away, but Dragon not started up by either side. It feels like Vitality were happy almost to kind of back away, but it does just give Fnatic all of this time. Photon, all the while, will pick up this tower. So that's a nice bit of gold kind of clawed back. Still over 1,000 gold behind. As I feel like Fnatic now trying to eye up this Dragon, deny this stack from Vitality.
I mean, I think what happened in essence was Vitality got the cross map without having to play for the Drake.
Yeah.
Like, the Drake didn't go down, they still got a tower, and they got the TP from Oscarinin, which means now Humanoid is the one who has to go and answer that push. Now we see Photon TP behind. Humanoid has to answer this TP, because otherwise Fnatic are just going to be collapsed on. Now, they did see Photon. Originally, they didn't see the TP. It wasn't under control wood, but they saw him walking into the bush, so Humanoid answers with his own TP after pushing out the top lane. Photon will use the Hex Gates to join with the rest of his team, and now Vitality realize they have to answer this mid pressure, because otherwise they're going to lose that tower, and Fnatic get control of the river for the moment.
Maybe my LPL brain is still ticking, but I feel like that was kind of a lost opportunity there for Photon.
Yeah.
Had a pretty big time advantage in terms of the TP differences there between himself and Humanoid, but didn't want to pull the trigger, and now it's Fnatic with the positional advantage. They can pick and choose who they go on as Vitality enter the river.
See Oscarinin just blocking their path in. The Dragon over to Fnatic. Vitality can look to push out mid. You can see the pings going down on it immediately. They'll try to get this tier 1. They should be able to crack it unless Fnatic have something very magical up their sleeves. They have no TPs. They have no way to really defend this. Maybe Razork with a good ult can knock away the wave. Instead, it's just Oscarinin and Razork walking in to the river that dissuades Vitality from their plan of action. Humanoid no flash does have the Emperor's Divide. Photon still has his flash. You can see Fnatic being in control of this top side. Razork, delay that, man. 30 seconds. Razork, just wait 30 seconds, man. Who cares about tempo? Just wait. You can give it to your whole team, Razork.
Nah, still away now.
I mean, you should. That was 100% the right choice from Razork. I'm just the support sitting there being like, hey guys, it would be lovely to have some more mana. It would be really nice in this situation if I had some more mana. Obviously, if you wait till 20 minutes. Oh no, it wouldn't have happened because it has to respawn anyway.
Oh,
it has to spawn after 20 minutes.
After the 20-minute mark.
Ignore me, Razork's a genius, okay?
Yeah, exactly.
And you're seeing Baron spawns onto the rift. So, in case you're wondering why I was confused and wrong, at 20 minutes, the next buff that spawns becomes a void buff and will give the buff to your entire team. So the next blue and the next red. If it spawned before 20 minutes, as far as I understand it, which obviously isn't very far from the mistake I made, if it spawns before
Save
20 minutes,
as much as you can.
It still only gives 2 buffs over to your team like it did last season. So Razork was 100% in the correct. In the correct?
In the right. It's okay. Got there in the end. But Vitality for now actually have... Don't look at me like that.
I mean, I'm just laughing at myself, I'm going to be honest, Jamada.
They have the pressure in the mid lane. And if they can maintain this, it could give them an opportunity to slowly start to set up some more vision pressure, and it could lead to an opportunity where, hey, you know, Photon does actually get that TP flank off, and they can start to look for something of a positive fight. One thing that I feel like we kind of alluded to in draft but then didn't happen is Noah's actually gone towards the on-hit build, despite having the Azir, so has played the Ruin King, going towards what I believe is now the build path of the Guinsoo's Rage Blade, off the top of my head. I think it's got that half-bound axe in it now. Let us know.
Yes, it does.
It does, there you go. So, is looking towards that second diamond, despite all of the trials and tribulations that Kazi and Hylissang suffered in the early stages. Technically an item up from Noah right now, so...
Has that Cyclo Sword already complete. Has only gone for the magical footwear, not for the full boot.
Yeah.
So saving a little bit of gold there. I think you can kind of usually tell what a Varus is going to go build-wise, depending on his starting rune. So he went Lethal Tempo here, which kind of implies the on-hit. Often you see Halo Blades if you think you're going to trade aggressively in lane with Lethality, or you can even see the Comet if you think you're just going to be a Q-bot later on. And you just poke from range with that Lethality. Humanoid and Oscarinin joining up here. Remember those grubs helping them take this tower. See with that purple effect, and that tower will fall in a moment. Fnatic get their 4th of the game.
It's just so difficult to answer, isn't it?
Yep.
When it's fully stacked up. And this is massive hit of darkness for the side of Vitality. I will say, with Noah going towards that on-hit build, it does mean that if they ever do end up on the side of Baron, that thing is going to melt so quick with the Azir, who's very quickly approaching. And Rabadon's Death Cap Humanoid probably doesn't need too much gold for it, so waiting on that spike. If he can get it before this next dragon as well, I just feel like Vitality might not really have an answer in terms of DPS at all, as VTO is still scratching for that second item.
Has already got that Lightning Jewel. Believe he is going to Void Staff. Could go to Crypt Bloom, but that doesn't build out of the Blasting Wand second, so Void Staff makes the most sense, because otherwise he's just bought a random Blasting Wand. That wouldn't make too much sense, although I have seen pros just say it feels good sometimes when it comes to itemization decisions. So,
hey, if it feels good, it has to be the best option, right?
I think he's the one that needs to poke away at Oscarinin.
Exactly.
And Oscarinin going for the Hollow Radiance, which magic resist predominantly, and also having extra magic resist on top of that. Makes sense for him to try and get some penetration early on. But the game slows down a bit. Baron has spawned. Drake's still 40 seconds away. We'll see which team decides to go for it. It not being sole point for either of them. Fnatic only having 1, Vitality having 2 means it's less of an urgent objective to fight for, and really you're just waiting for Humanoids, Rabadons, you're waiting for the Guinsoo's Rage Blade that you mentioned that Noah has just completed, and probably waiting for that Void Staff for VTO as well.
Yeah, if Humanoid does pick up this dragon as a base, will be paused, and Douglas is actually behind him, so they could turn this into a slow play here. The rest of Vitality also rotating over.
Across as well. TP immediately by Oscarinin means that Fnatic only have 1 TP left. You can see VTO trying to trade with the rest of Fnatic. But they do still have a TP, and it's on Humanoid, so he can be the one pushing out bot lane while Oscarinin plays top, meaning that you have that Baron pressure. The Drake has spawned now, though, so Humanoid probably can look towards the top side. Instead, he's just going to join his team. The top lane abandoned by everyone. The minions will crash into each other. Gold wasted, but Humanoid doesn't want to invest TP as Razzle goes forward. A 4-man knock-up into the follow-up. The hostile takeover is going to hit on 3. Kazi trying to dash away. Humanoid dashing forward, and Vitality are just routed, but Kazi manages to escape. Hylissang falls first. VTO low as well. Kazi very low, but Vitality walking away wounded. Still 4 members alive.
So many blinking health bars. This should just be Baron. Even if we get a teleport out Photon, Douglas is so low, no flash. It feels so limited to find yourself in a position where you can get a 50-50, so they're going to have to just yield the Baron, go towards this dragon, put themselves on soul point, but it will be Baron picked up for
Fnatic. How quickly you can do this. Humanoid can now TP across, right? And Douglas and Photon are low. It's down to 6,000, but the rest of Fnatic are on their way. A disaster for Vitality, perhaps, as Kazi was spotted as he walked into the bush, and Humanoid slides forward, still has the Emperor's Divide in the flash, but he doesn't need either to work his way through the Lucian. Douglas now caught out. Humanoid is so damn big. 5-0-0 now on the Azir. He has DPS up to the 9s, and Fnatic, that blue goes to everyone, that Drake goes to them all, and the Baron to boot.
Oh, a very, very solid sequence of play, and it all comes off the back of Vitality. Originally, I attempting to find the pick onto Humanoid, but look at this ultimate from Jun. This is what really puts it together. Hits all 5 members, I think, in the end.
Oh, that's crazy. I mean, the hitbox a little wider than the particle.
You know, it's how it is sometimes with League of Legends. Great flash forward from Noah as well to finish off Hylissang, but it's just a great combination of about 3 ultimates, plus that W with a Pathmaker from Oscar Inen as we get the long play in, teleport from Humanoid, and Vitality just know they're out of it. They get a brief look in at Kazi and Humanoid. Both great friends, still slays his former brother in arms. And yeah, coaching staff.
Hey, you should be very happy. It was well played by them. Had a couple of mistakes early in this game, but after that, it's been very strong from them. Photon now trying to push in the bot lane. Fnatic have a minute and a half left on this Baron. Already 3,000 gold off it, down to 2.5k. Positive now. Oscar Inen will match Photon.
What's the
and
play,
you can
Razzle?
see the damage, and you can see where it's focused here. Noah doesn't really have time to on-hit everyone because Azir is killing them from 4 screens away.
I know that's going to be joked at.
Yeah.
Noah's dealt less damage than Cassante. We'll see if that ends up being the final.
4,500 HP, 75 billion ability haste. He's a tank DPS mage assassin.
Hey, I mean, at least they took ability haste off of most of the tank items. Yeah?
True.
They are a lot more about being tanky as opposed to spamming out those spells. Anyway, Humanoid up here by himself, pushing away, chipping away that tower. Douglas, is he caught out?
It's a little bit. Chain of Corruption coming out. There's the root against the wall as well, and Douglas might fall. Razork, the only one there to do damage, though, as Noah and Jun were forced away with the tidal wave. Humanoid now pushing in the top lane. The Baron empowered minion helping him out, and Kazi's caught again. Feel like I've said that a few times this game. Very difficult for him to play in this situation because of how much of the map Fnatic control, but Kazi a little bit overextended there, trying to defend his tier 2 in mid. Oscar Inen trading with Photon. Still yet to die. By the way, Oscar Inen went 7-0-8 yesterday, 1-0-2. Not as impressive as a scoreline, but still unkilled on the Rift, and perhaps I've just cursed him as he Pathmakers in, gets a stun onto Photon. Hylissang and Photon trying to do everything they can to work their way through this Cassante.
I can see the riot emote spams in my head.
Can't kill Heartsteel, man. They were preying on the death of a rock star, but it just didn't happen.
Oh, Noah. It's a little bit awkward.
What are you talking about, Willis? He just sidesteps everything.
He brought his blue switch. Oh my god, that's on hit, by the way. But it's also a level 10 army. So.
Yeah. With the Ardent Sensor and PO mandate. It's not the tankiest fish in the sea.
Nope, certainly not.
That goes to the sunfish. The sunfish. Very, very big fish that you find out in the deep ocean. They're massive, very incredible creatures.
Thanks, Medic.
It's all right.
I feel like Vitality need that little defense to try and pull something back right now.
I really do.
I had to get it back to us somehow. Fnatic 10k gold up, 3 inhibs. Vitality have to deal with. This kind of just feels like a bit of a done deal. It'll take a lot for Vitality to pull one through, but I've seen crazier things here in the LEC, so.
Yeah, rarely.
Rarely?
Like a 10k gold deficit when 2 of your inhibitors are down, only the mid lane. Oh no, all 3 of your inhibitors are down. In fact, mid lane was taken as well.
Yeah.
And Fnatic pushing in. No Baron to steal. No Soul to take away. Perhaps no
minion
hope for Vitality. Yeah, minion waves in bot, mid, and top relatively synced. Perhaps a 5-second difference between them. Dancing on a slight off step, but it will be fine. They'll match up in the end. Here are the super minions, 4 of them so far. Starting to hit the Nexus towers alongside that Void Grub damage, and the first tower will fall. And Fnatic are looking to continue their undefeated streak here, go 2-0. BTO locked up, Humanoid tries to chip away at him. Oscar Inen basically tanking the entire world now as he continues to step forward. Kazi forced back to the fountain, and the Nexus in the eyes of Fnatic, but before it, a couple more kills perhaps. The Nexus falls, Fnatic now 2-0.
Very dominant looking game from Fnatic. The bottom lane kind of stomping Hylissang and Kazi for a fair portion of it with the help of Razork on the wings. And eventually it became about that man on your screen. Humanoid was an absolute machine on the Azir. I feel like there wasn't really much an answer in the end, despite that Xerath coming out. Didn't really put out as much as we were potentially hoping.
Humanoid really a monster in both the games we've seen from Fnatic so far. Often seen as a player that struggles in the regular season and levels up as it comes to playoffs and international. He will be joining us on the desk after the games as well, so we get to hear his thoughts on how the season is going so far. Still 7 games to play, of course, for Fnatic and for Vitality. Your player of the game votes at LEC on X, Oscar Inen, Razork, and Humanoid, or Razrock if we want to give him that slight name change that we have managed to do. But yeah, I think it'll be very interesting to see who wins that. I think Humanoid is going to win it as well. Still unkilled, of course. After the break, obviously, Humanoid joining us at the analyst desk. We'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
out of this one as Kazi tries to turn it back around, cleanses away, and now Douglas is here to join the party. He gets one, he gets two. Tidal wave used on Noah, but he flashes away. BTO lands a bunch of the shots, and it's enough for double for BTO. Kazi was spotted as he walks into the bush, and Humanoid slides forward, still has the Emperor's Divide in the flash, but he doesn't need either to work his way through the Lucian. Douglas now caught out. Humanoid is so damn big. 5-0-0 now on the Azir.
Yes, indeed. Humanoid was smurfing, and he's here to smurf a little more. Hello.
Hello.
You are the Kia player of the game, and I think this was like one of the easiest to predict probably of the week so far. Yeah, talk to me about your game.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game was kind of won in draft. I think, yeah, Zerat is not really that great if you have two tanks, and Azir is a bit OP on this patch, so I think, yeah, it was really hard to lose.
For you, is Azir like just OP on every patch though?
Not really. I think sometimes it is, but I think this patch especially is like stronger than it was even last year, I think. So, yeah.
I was trying to give you a compliment, but it's okay. Dagda, very 2-0 for Fnatic already. This one a bit back and forth at times, but overall sovereign performance.
Yeah, I think, and a huge amount of it was yourself and Razork, which I think have been working super, super well together. I think the fact that you're constantly getting these plays off to like, hey, we're going to shift our pressure from mid lane into, you picked off Bo yesterday for the first kill in game 1. We got to see it here coming into this game as well, where it's just the case of we are constantly looking for the invades, we're catching out Douglas at times. I think it's been absolutely sick to see just how well you two have, not to say it was bad to begin with, but it feels like you've taken another step up when it comes to that mid-jungle 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have both improved a lot, especially from in our first year. I think it was pretty bad, as you said, and yeah, I think right now we are playing really well, and our synergy together is really good. So I'm happy with how we're playing right now.
Is there anything specific the two of you have done to like get the mid jungle synergy going, or do you think it just naturally came and got better over time?
I think it just came naturally, and it also, I think, comes from the rest of the team also playing better, because we are just overall so much better as a team than we were last year or the year before. So it's way easier to play as mid jungle when we are winning every lane. So yeah.
Okay, we were talking to Mickey yesterday. I think it's fair to say that yourself, G2, some of the strongest teams in Europe very, very clearly. And he was talking a lot about how they're focusing on mid-game, and when they got to international, specifically Worlds, and they're looking at it now, they feel like they lost the game a lot in the mid-game. And this was something that was described as a European problem, so to say. Do you feel similarly?
I think it's always like this against the Asian teams, to be honest. They just, yeah, it always feels like even though you are even in gold against them, it always feels like you're losing for some reason on the map. So I think for sure Europe has some problems in the mid game that we need to fix until we can start beating them.
But if we all know it, how do we fix it?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you can ask the Asian players. Maybe they will tell us.
We'll ask them to come help your mid-game. They'll love to do that, right, Broxa? But I mean, it is a good example of something, something's going wrong and you know that you're falling behind specifically versus LCK and LPL teams. But sometimes is it much harder? Because as a viewer, I'm like, well, just look at your mid-game. But it's really not that easy.
Well, from my own experience, almost every time I've gone to an international tournament with any team I've played for, it feels like the first 2 weeks you're just being destroyed by LCK and LPL, and then you slowly catch up. And it feels like, for whatever reason, we always got to get to the point of playing them, because it's always easy, like you said, to look in from the outside and see we should do this and that. But at the end of the day, you gotta feel the pressure of playing them. But I also think for teams like Fnatic and G2 that have made very minimal changes, the grow is gonna come pretty quickly over time, because I think it's one of the mistakes we've always made, that every year a team doesn't perform as well as we expect them to. We completely destroy the entire roster, and then you start from zero again. But this time, I'm sure, like, you guys must have had some learning lessons from Worlds that you're using in this year, right?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, you always come back from the tournament, I feel, a lot more improved. Like, in just 1 month, I feel there's more improvement than in like half a year of playing LEC usually. Because, yeah, you can just play against the best teams, best players, so it always helps. And, yeah, especially to us, I think we improved a lot from that tournament.
Yeah. Also, last year was kind of insane in Fnatic. I feel like, you had a roster change, felt like every couple of weeks. Is it different now? Did you guys talk about, like, okay, we can really look at this whole year, hopefully, this whole year, and at what you can do to improve going into, hopefully an MSI or a Worlds?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, I think this year, I'm pretty sure we're going to go the entire year without any roster changes, because we are actually pretty good. So, yeah, I mean, we are going to look forward to making it to MSI, hopefully, and then performing there.
Okay, let's see, indeed. We want to play a little game with you, Humanoid. It's called Spot the Imposter. It's about one of the items, the new items, and you'll see the build path, and something is wrong with it. And so you have to identify the item and say which component is not correct, if it works. Yeah, here we go. There it is.
I mean, it's the Dirk, I think. Or I built this item like once in my life.
Only once? Yeah?
I think it's the Dirk as well. It must be something else, but the question is what it's supposed to be, right?
I think it's supposed to be Caulfield's wall. I think it's the other.
No, incorrect.
I have no idea what this is supposed to be.
We don't know. Do you guys know?
I'm a big question mark right now.
Oh, cool. We can reveal probably. Because heck if I know.
Oh, Kerchik, of course.
Oh yeah,
that makes sense.
This one.
Ah, this one. Have you built it a lot?
Yeah, you built this on LeBlanc. It's pretty OP.
There we go. Does that happen often? Like, is there just so much information that you just kind of remember by the picture, this is what it does, this is what I need?
I think honestly, since the patch hit, I've been only playing basically AP items, so I don't really know much of the other ones.
Makes sense, makes sense. Next up, we will see Rogue again. They will go up against Team Heretics. Dagda, give us your thoughts, because Heretics had a really bad start, and Rogue did as well, actually.
Yeah, I think for Heretics, it's going to be a lot of trying to see if they can, redeem themselves from what was a catastrophic early game yesterday. The fact that they fell so far behind in the early stages kind of never really gave them the shot to come back into it. But I think when you look at the opposite side, I don't think Rogue were particularly proactive yesterday. And I think this is something that I want to see, especially like Marcoon try and step up and bring to the table, because we did see glimpses of it on SK last year. So if you can bring that proactivity, maybe you can beat Heretics to the punch. Heretics to the punch like we did see yesterday.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a question mark of if you can get that from Rogue.
I also think for Heretics, they're in a pretty interesting position where, sure, it can be demoralizing to lose in the way they did, but at the same time, literally everything went wrong at any point starting with draft. So they just gotta hit the reset button, go again, act like it's the first game of the split, and I think they're gonna be okay.
What do you think, Humanoid?
I think both teams are better than what they showed yesterday, for sure. And I think Heretics are gonna redeem themselves from yesterday's game, but I still think Rogue is the better team.
But Heretics is going to win.
No.
Oh, okay.
They're just going to redeem themselves by losing a bit more slowly than yesterday.
Okay.
And, but I think they're going to both play better than yesterday.
Okay, good. I love that. So we're going to check in with Heretics assistant coach as well, Kire. He's standing by with Lore. And welcome back to yet another interview location here in the new studio with Kire for, I think, what is your very first coaching staff interview. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing very great. Thanks for asking.
So first things first, how is it for you being in this new position, and how are you helping the team? What have you been doing so far?
A new position is kind of nice. We're full veterans, so I've got a lot to learn as well from them. And it's very nice because it's my first time back in LEC as a coach. So it's actually a very nice experience so far.
But it's great to have you back, and I'm happy that you mentioned the fact that you have veterans mostly, because I'm always wondering how much can you help players when they achieved so much, when they've been playing for so many years? Can you give me some specifics on this, please?
I think you can definitely help guiding them the right direction. It's just like reminding them what's correct and just pushing them in a way. And that's most of veterans, especially just like guide them, you push them, and that's basically like my job, especially.
Of course, I think when it comes to this team, people are wondering what was the reasoning behind reuniting this top, mid, and jungle that got so much success within G2, of course. But do you have any specifics to share in that area? Why did you think it was the right direction to go?
I'm not the head coach, so I can't go into specifics, but obviously they played a long time together with each other, there's some synergy, and they did split apart for a bit, so it's time to like rebuild a bit, but I'm sure with time we'll be like really good.
With time, but soon, especially given the format, Kire, I have to ask, yesterday was not pretty. How did you guys reflect on that? And what can you tell me to make sure that it's not going to happen today and that Heretics is going to be back on tracks?
I mean, it was mostly the early game. After early game, you don't really get to the mid game. And I got to give to the enemy. They played well and they snowballed properly. So today, for sure, and tomorrow, we got to work on our early game and make sure that we can show what we can do.
Wishing you the best of luck, of course, in that.
Thank
Amazing having you back in this position.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So much for the interview.
Yeah.
Shucks, back to you.
Going to finish that segment tomorrow.
Of course. Good work today. Good work. Good work.
The final game of the day. I'm just saying maybe we add in more. Who knows? Could be fun.
I want to go to bed at a decent time tonight.
I just don't go to bed.
Oh,
you got a flight in the morning. Just stay up.
Yeah,
you're young. You're sprightly.
I'm getting there though. I'm getting on.
Yeah.
Yeah. I still think I'm the youngest.
32, man.
On the team. Yeah,
I
know.
now. So.
I know. Sorry, Gramps.
Sorry. Speaking of Gramps, Team Heretics are about to take the stage and play up against Rogue. One of the older teams on the Rift. I will say yesterday was disappointing from them, but I feel it very much came down to a meta read problem rather than a hands problem, and they didn't really have the opportunity to show whether their hands were good or not on the Rift because of the draft.
Yep, and also I just feel like on the flip side, Mad Lions played an exceptional game, and once they had a hold of the lead, they didn't really give Heretics an opportunity to play the game. So, again, it's one of those things. A lot of people have Heretics rated quite highly coming into the year. It's because we know so much about these players. They've played together so many times. People call them G2.5.
Yeah.
And it's for a good reason. So this will definitely be a much, well, you would have expected yesterday would have been a pretty good bar to kind of set yourself coming into the year. But Rogue will also probably be a kind of similar opponent, in my opinion. And yeah, I think there wasn't really too much to take away. And like you mentioned, it's mostly going to kind of come down to what we see from them in terms of the draft.
Yeah, in the end, it's one game. Yeah. Right? Judging a team from one game is being unfair both to the team and also to the meta or whatever draft you're having. We're also obviously seeing Rogue on the Rift today. Yesterday was okay, you know, it wasn't awful, wasn't diabolical, but I think they would still want to show us a little bit more. It felt a little bit like yesterday they struggled to do stuff sometimes, and that has been a failing of Rogue in the past.
Yeah, definitely. I've always kind of been critical of Rogue in the sense of their philosophy tends to be a relatively slow game, and it feels exciting when we do get fast Rogue, but often it's, you know, Larson on the control mages, waiting to scale up to almost 3 items, and kind of a similar deal from the bottom side on many occasions. So, as I will always say when it comes to my own opinion about Rogue, I hope they do speed up the games, but it is kind of a tried and tested strategy for them. They are the by the textbook League of Legends team of the league. So I anticipate that we're going to see a lot more of that slow play and see what they can do when it comes to those mid-game team fights against a set of players who are no stranger to those metas inside of Team Heretics.
Well, just waiting for the players to take to the stage, and as they do, I do want to celebrate for a moment one of our most storied players in the LEC. Probably one of the greats. I think he would be in the Hall of Fame. I mean, he's definitely one of the greats, yeah. Well, it's a player that would be in the Hall of Fame if we had a Hall of Fame. And that player is Jankos. Today is his 10th anniversary of playing in the LEC. Obviously, it used to be the EU LCS. He played his first game on the 14th of January, 2014. Tomorrow, he will play his 600th LEC game. What a history he's developed for himself. Definitely the greatest European jungler in terms of longevity, in terms of awards. And he continues to show just why he has earned so many accolades over his years.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming off the back of a fantastic year in terms of individual performance, and hoping to carry that on through to 2024 and 600 games tomorrow. That's a lot of League of Legends.
It's a lot of League of Legends.
It's like almost 2 years if he played a game a day.
Yeah. That's that's actually absurd when you think about it. Well, he'll take to the stage once again. Only the second time he's had to do this walk down the tunnel. The crowd surrounding him, alongside him, obviously, Wonder, Perks, Flackhead, and Kaiser on the other side of the Rift. We have Rogue, Shigenda lining up in the top lane, and then Markoon, who has joined them this year, Larson, Comp, and Zoelis, a player who has been very explosive in the ERLs, and I expect to see a lot from. Known for his ability to find something from nothing as a support, which is always something you want on a team that perhaps is a little bit more, a little bit on the slower side. You want someone that can bring the game to life. in a moment.
And you know what? I really feel like Marcoon, you know, coming into this split would be the kind of player in my mind that'll do that. I feel like he's very, very vocal, and he grew on his time in SK, and it was quite clear that he was a very strong leader, seemingly. And I hope, as I always do with Rogue, that it does mean slightly faster game pace. Yeah. I will complain about it a lot, but that is just kind of me with Rogue.
I think we're all, like, you and I are in the same camp, where I find League of Legends more exciting when stuff is happening. Yeah. However, playing slowly is not inherently wrong. Yeah. And that is an important caveat for us to put out. Yes. Rogue, when they play slowly, they can play really well. They can suffocate the enemy team. The problem is, sometimes it feels like they don't have the extra arrow in their quiver. When they fall behind, they can't find the tempo. They can't find their own plays in those moments. Instead, they are marching to the beat of their opponent's drums. Rogue on the blue side, though, 0-1. Heretics 0-1 as well, after being beaten by MDK. Melio and Rumble, the first two bans, alongside Caitlyn from Heretics.
Still have the Kalista, the Felios, the Caitlyn's off the board already. Quite a few AD carry options. We'll see how many of those are stripped away. The LeBlanc is taken out of the hands of Larssen, so we won't be seeing that one for the final game of the day. What will Rogue ban away? What are they looking towards? That trio ADCs still up and available. Do they want to trim away one, look for a trade? Are there eyes elsewhere? Jax still available, Xin Zhao as well. Very, very high priority amongst our team so far this weekend.
We'll see where they decide to go. I have just noticed a little bit of an interesting fact. Yesterday, obviously, red side very favored. 4 wins out of 5 games that we had yesterday. Today, it's 50-50 split so far. BDS and SK1 on red, G2 and Fnatic have won on the blue. So this game's the decider. Will it be another red win, or will we see blue take the lead for day 2? Renato and LeBlanc banned away. There's the Rumble and the Gragas. Azir, the first lock for Larssen. We just saw how good it is in the hands of Humanoid. Larssen and Azir aficionado himself. Unsurprising that Rogue decided to prioritize it early on.
Yep, solid, consistent. You know what you're getting with Azir. It's kind of on the tin. So let's see where Team Heretics look to respond. Will they immediately go towards a mid lane themselves? Will they get a bot lane pairing? Lucio Milio up and available. Nami as well, of course. Xin Zhao. Everything's on the table, really. It feels like a really, really open draft. And Xin Zhao will fall into the hands of Jankos, so looking for a little bit of early proactivity, hopefully. And again, those ADs up and available. It does make me wonder where Marcoon's going to look towards now. Oh, Nocturne's up, actually. Yeah, Nocturne's not been banned away.
Feels pretty powerful. Obviously, Nocturne Orianna, the tried and true combination. I'm also looking to Heretics as one of the teams that might crack out the double support item bot lane. They have a center player. Flacket is a good center player. Kaiser obviously can play things like Tahm Kench, Cho'Gath if you want. You can also go Cho Ashe in that lane if you really want to, instead of taking the center. So there's the possibility of that. Varus locked in, though, kind of puts that on the back burner, and it's going to be Kalista here alongside Rel. Rel obviously still a flex, but expectations tend to be that that's going to go to the support role.
Yep, tend to be, but I imagine Rogue... I would kind of like to see this in the jungle a little bit more when you've got Kalista, because now, well, now Kaiser's got counterpick, if this was theoretically Robot. And you always kind of want to try and hold on as long as you can to support counterpick, in my opinion, when you do have that Kalista. We'll see. Heretics go towards that Akali for perks, so a lot of kill pressure once that level 6 ticks online, but before then, Larssen should have a lot of control around the mid lane, and it could open up for Marcoon to have a little bit more pressure down towards that bottom side, towards that Kalista, if so be the plan.
See how the Akali deals with Azir. Is a matchup we see relatively commonly. Often the Orianna also an answer. Instead, Perks deciding he wants something with a little bit more agency. Gwen going to be banned away for the top lane. Again, is not going to get his hands on that. I wonder where Rogue will go with their bans. As you said, could look to pinch the support pool a little bit here with Ashe, Varus, a relatively strong lane, even into something like Kalista Rel. If you can keep your distance from them, you can just harass them down and poke them out. Where will Rogue think the priority lies here for Team Heretics?
Should be. One of these bans should be Ashe at least. Oh, Heimerdinger. I mean,
Heimer does a very similar thing.
Very, very, very similar thing, right? So if Heim's the first ban, I would anticipate that the second ban is Ashe, and it's a little telegraph, but we never know what they're looking at. Heretics, will they trim away another carry from Jigenda? The answer will be yes, and it'll be the Jax. So no hyper carries that we tend to see out of the top lane pool. Cassante is still up. See if Wanda wants to pick that one up on 4. And I feel like that's probably your safest bet. If you're Heretics, you want to try and hold on to this counter pick for as long as possible for Kaiser. I feel like you want to shut down that Kalista and keep her as low opportunity as possible in terms of having favorable support matchups.
Yeah, I very much agree with that. It looks like they're actually going to let Kaiser have the Ashe if he wants it. Didn't have a great performance on the Nami yesterday, so maybe they're saying, hey, Ashe is good in this lane, but we kind of don't mind if you take Ashe, Kaiser. They think perhaps they can catch him out, and you do have a lot of kill threat with a Rel and a Kallisto in the bottom lane. So if that Ashe does burn her flash early on, you can just lock her down relatively consistently. There's the Cassandra you were talking about. Good prediction there. Jamada and Shigenda going back to tried and true. The Aatrox locked in for him. Rogue now will show their hand. Is the Rel jungle, or are we going to see it support with a different jungler?
Let's see. So well as, like we said, one of those kind of supports that can feel like, in a way, draw blood from a stone. Nothing could be going on in the game, and you'll make something happen. It's
we don't know.
So now we just plainly don't know.
Maokai could be support.
Realistically, it's probably Maokai jungle,
Yeah,
but we'll play Mad Scientist for a couple seconds longer.
I'm just saying, like with Celestial Opposition or Celestial Opposition, I think it's, yeah.
I don't know. The support items are your forte,
the support
brother.
crown item. Oh, goodness, I've forgotten the name. It's Celestial Opposition, I was right. Okay. Or Bloodsong, or even Solstice Slay. Maokai is actually really strong. The Bard and answer into it. Kaiser did play a lot of Bard back in 2020, I want to say, or at least was known for it when he joined the league. Or even before he was joining the league. But it's not something we've seen from him too commonly now. We did see Bard yesterday from DOS. Had an okay performance on it, did miss some of his Cosmic Bindings, but the Tempered Fate does give you a lot of pressure if you can land a 2 or 3 man before a team fight begins.
Yeah, this Bard is definitely a pretty big pivot, but I suppose they were maybe kind of concerned about the flexibility of the jungle support, so looking for something perhaps that Kaiser just felt comfortable on in this situation in both matchups, but I feel like for Team Heretics, now it does kind of set them up to have a very strong skirmishing composition once they hit level 6. And for Rogue, a lot of stability, I feel like, throughout the solo lanes particularly, and then the bottom lane with this Kalista, the Rel, the Maokai, a lot of setup, a lot of burst damage. It's something that, on the opposite side, Jankos is going to have to keep his eyes on that volatility of the bottom lane and ensuring that they can stay safe, farm up, and then also unlock Kaiser from time to time to see if they can roam around and find plays.
Kaiser being out and on the map, I think, is vital for Team Heretics here. Both these teams still searching for their first win in the LEC 2024. And being 0-2 isn't the end of the world. Obviously, it makes you a little bit sad, as it will. But the ability to bounce back from a day one loss with a win, that motivation boost it gives you as a team is just really powerful and really impactful, especially when you're playing up against a team that, on one game's worth of form, looks like it might be battling at that 8th, 7th place for the playoff spots. And again, we have to celebrate this, man. It's Jankos. 10 years in the LEC. 10 years ago, I was still trying to be a doctor, for goodness sake.
Wow.
You were probably still in primary school?
I had very funny, yeah. I don't even think I had started my, like, what would be to most people high school, like, exams, everything.
The man has been around for an age and continues to impress. Last year on Heretics, he was the glue that held that team together. I think a lot of people looked at it as a year in which he proved it wasn't, I mean, I think he'd already proved this, but people saw it as an elevation of the fact it wasn't just the players around him that made him good on G2, right? He had so much success with G2, then went to Heretics and showed us so often that he could just carry this team. Now we see him stepping in with Kaiser, Perk stepping in with Kaiser and Flecker to get a ward on the Razorbeaks, so at least on the Rel with the Maokai jungle. Kind of what we expected after we saw the Maokai locked in, but there was still that flexibility. Larson will step in and get a ward on the Heretics Razors, so both junglers will be relatively on vision early on here.
Really curious to see how that mid lane pans out. Larson on what I think many would call, I think everyone would call his signature pick. Whilst Perks on the flashy Akali. Again, looking towards that level 6, that's when you can really try and put down some pressure on the Azir. But until then, expect to be poked out. You'll have to trade your health bar a lot if you want to try and shove out waves into the Azir. But of course, the mana is what Larson is going to have to manage on the opposite side. Junglers, both starting on their red portions, quadrants rather. We'll see whether or not Markoon looks for anything early on the bottom side with this path that he has opted for. He certainly can as a wave. Can't quite say is properly being stacked, but there is a level advantage, and I think on the next wave or two could mean trouble or an invade towards that blue side where Jankos currently lies.
You actually see Jankos skipped his Krugs, skipped his Wolves, now goes Gromp. and then will walk his way over towards the blue, understanding with the prio from the bot lane that Markoon has the opportunity to step in here, puts the ward down, Perkz puts another just outside the bush. Markoon was not spotted by this, now he has been. Both the junglers level 3, Jankos.
But was that Jankos vision, was that the ward vision only? I mean, either way.
I think he would have seen him anyway. You can see the pings coming down, you can see how safely Jankos is playing. I think it was the ward that spotted Markoon, but Markoon is playing very safely as well, understanding, well, if Jankos isn't here, where is he? Exactly. You know, what's he doing right now? Jankos goes back to the wolves, clears those out. I'd like to see if Markoon is, I believe he's doing that blue. Yeah, he'll pull it away, he takes it out. So Jankos loses out of camp in the end.
Small win for Markoon. Well, it does now mean that he's only really got waves or other camps on the top side to farm away, as well as just kind of shadowing over Larssen here, making sure that no funny business is awry with Perkz. And that does just mean that that lane will stabilize out, but now, potential scuffle over this topside skull, but Jankos has Smite, should just secure it, or Markoon doesn't have Smite, used it on the blue.
Yep. Jankos will be able to take that away, then can trade with Markoon. The push from Perkz in the mid lane meant that Larssen wouldn't be able to react quickly enough, so Markoon realizes he can't really take any more of that scuffle, and in the end, it will just be that top scuttle crab, but it should be both for Jankos. The bot lane of Rogue did reset. Zoelis trying to trade his health with Kaiser's. Comp's going to cleanse away that Ignite. Kaiser's still ticking down to about 200 HP. You can see Jankos stepping forward into that bot side river. Might look for the Razor Beaks, might even just wrap his way all around here. No vision for the Rogue bot lane. Could put them in a little bit of a precarious spot. No cleanse, no Ignite, but double flash still a possibility. Kaiser could flash forward, look for the stun. There's enough minions there to land the Cosmic Binding. Jankos in the end calls it off and just backs away because Comp and Zoe at least saw the wave pushing into them and could just retreat a little bit.
A lot of respect being put down there for the possibility of Jankos folding in.
Oh, it seals them all! Just
Very,
too damn
nice.
good, man.
Yeah, he's having a good time so far. His 10th anniversary.
It's relatively even with Markoon. You know, it's nice to steal those away. It's a little bit of a bonus, but we have to remember Markoon did manage to get that blue. Shigenda trading with Wonder in the top lane. Wonder's just trying to survive this lane, really. Like, there are kill windows against an Aatrox, but they're small, few and far between.
It's really weird. Things have changed as well, because it's not like you're going Iceborne Gauntlet Rush anymore, which going towards a very cheap 700 gold Sheen against the things you're building now as Cassante. You're just overall level of threat against the champion like Aatrox, who can vamp off you quite easily. Does kind of just make this a little bit of a free ride for Shigenda in the early game.
And you can see he's 14 CS up. He's managed to base. We'll use his TP into the lane to make sure that Wonder can't do any freezing shenanigans. Jankos, though, on the grubs. Try and get these first 3-4 heretics. Zoelitz is moving, though. First grub will fall. Now, although there is a notification on our screens that the grubs are going down, until all 3 are taken, Rogue won't know that Jankos is doing these, so they won't see that he's taken the first or the second. There's no announcement like there is for a dragon, but they know because they've walked in and they spotted him now.
Yep.
Shigenda comes across, but that's 2 grubs over to Team Heretics and the early objective lead for them.
Exactly. Third will be picked up by Markoon, so 2-1 split. Heretics can walk away happy. I imagine now the next port of call will likely be a dragon take up at some point, as Perkz just finds himself a very nice trade. All in all, very even in the mid lane. I think once Perkz picks up that wave, actually he's only going to be about a CS behind, so not much to complain about there. You've made it to the point now where you have a little bit of kill threat, and Akali ult very early on can be a very, very powerful skirmishing tool around this dragon if it's something that Team Heretics are planning to fight on.
And neither team really wanting to fight too much at all in this early game, Jamada. No, just taking their time.
And I feel like that probably does benefit Rogue, right? You've got the Azir. Azir on this patch feels incredibly powerful with the extra amount of AP that mage items have kind of trended upwards with on this patch. And I also feel like this is a pretty decent Aatrox game too when you think about it. 3 melee champions that typically going to dive into you. Should always have a target to try and sort of just lifesteal back up on.
land those Darking Blades. And although we do see Kalista in the bot lane, Kalista used to be much more about how much can we push the early tempo, and she still does that really well, but she scales relatively well with the items in the game as well. You know, Terminus, you can go towards Jackshow if you want, you have the Ginsus, you have Blade. There is enough damage for her in the later portions of the game that she can still hold her own with a lot of AD carries. Not sure she'll be out-damaging an on-hit Varus, but she can get close enough that she'll work her way through the front line, and you have an Azir to buff up that damage as well, or to back up that damage, in fact.
Absolutely. So, I feel like as things go on, this is a situation or a game state that Rogue are quite happy with. I want to see Heretics try and push the envelope somewhere. Could be in this bot lane. They're just kind of shadowing right now, Jankos. Maybe they want to start up the Dragon. Feels like Perkz has had priority over Larson, or at the very least first move. It doesn't necessarily have to mean priority in the lane per se in this weird way.
It's the ability to push out the lane when you want to. It doesn't always mean that like you can gain the push out, but if you want, you can sacrifice some of your health, push up, make sure the wave is in at the enemy tower and then move away. Or just sack lane, sack waves, you know? You can always just leave if you so desire. It's like a... Sounds like that Rick and Morty episode where Jerry is trying to get out of the kindergarten. It's like, you were always allowed to leave if you wanted, you know? There's nothing banning you from just walking out of the lane.
Not much to pick up on there.
Envelope or envelope?
Envelope.
Okay, I say envelope.
That's overly English,
yeah,
I feel like.
I also say schedule instead of schedule.
Oh, I have heard you say schedule. Oh,
yeah, I think it was like Englishmen growing up. Oh, there's going to be a fight, Chain of Corruption, Cleanse by Comp, Magical Journey coming out as well, so at least able to dodge. But yeah, I think it was like an English person growing up in India. I try to be as, like, in my pronunciation, as English as possible. Because my accent isn't really of anywhere in England either. It's just a generic English accent.
I do the same thing when I'm around non-English people. Yeah. I tend to end up sounding a lot more English.
Much more British.
Much more British.
Bottle of water.
Bottle of water.
In it, bruv.
In it, bruv.
Any more? Do you want me to join? Yeah, you want me to just join it? It's like Simon says. English witticisms. But the Dragon will be started by Heretics. They got the push in the bottom lane, with Jankos joining the fight first. Burning the Cleanse on Comp with the Chain of Corruption means that they can just start up this objective, and Heretics playing the map, you know, okay. As we said, we perhaps would like them to try and be a little bit more explosive, but they don't need to. They haven't got first items anywhere. They're still getting the objectives. They got 2 grubs to 1. They got a Drake. They're fine in this moment.
Yeah, and that's the crucial thing that you mentioned, right? That first item for a lot of these champions is a huge spike. All of the top side, really, right? Titanic Hydra for Xin Zhao, whatever Wunder wants to build. In this case, it looks like a Sunfire Cape. And of course, what typically is the Storm Surge here for Perkz, as he will be chunked out here. So looking towards those first items, that's when I expect things to get a little bit more explosive. The engage options definitely kind of limited in a way for Heretics, so a lot of their fight setup is likely going to have to be based around vision. But Rogue have all of the vision on this top side, and they're starting up the grubs.
I mean, a big thing for Rogue is getting at least one of these, because then you stop the Void Mites from spawning. But actually, Zoe at least had to soak 6 out of the mid wave, because the Heretics coming with Kaiser already have that 6. They get one of them. Marcoon has to flash away, does still have the twisting advance, he dashes back forward, but Rogue really can't come over to help him. Marcoon falls first, he goes Timber, Wonder trading in the top lane, and Shigenda starts to heal up a little bit. Nature's Grasp, that was invested by Marcoon. 1 grub over to Rogue, stops those Void Mites from coming out for Team Heretics, but also, with Comp not moving from the bottom lane, he's going to be able to get a plate there on the Kalista. Heretics invested a lot into trying to stop that first grub from going over to Rogue.
Yeah, but it's kind of traded out because Slack had got a plate on the top side as well. I mean, sure, Rogue stopped the Mites from spawning, but still feels like a very positive trade all in all for Team Heretics. They'll be happy to take this one up. And now we just kind of wait for the next Dragon. And I feel like mostly on Rogue to kind of make a play where they see fit. Those items will start to crest in as we saw hit this 12-15 minute mark across the board, and that will then also open up that window like we were talking about for Heretics.
Looks like Wonder's going to take a plate in the bottom lane as well. So in the end, it's a 2 plate for 1 exchange and 2 Void Grubs for 1 exchange in favor of Heretics. Still not at that first item for anyone but Shigenda, who does have the Sundered Sky. Not to be confused with a sky in the north of England, which is the Sunderland Sky. As he trades back onto Wonder. That extra little bit of healing coming from the Sundered Sky is quite nice as well.
Yep. Definitely a very, I don't know, it's kind of, in my mind, a bit of a, I don't want to say, what am I looking for here? Controversial is the wrong word. I'm not sure how strong I find this item. Anyway, we'll talk about that after, because Larson is The cleanest is here in Europe, so he's going to find his way out. But
Dashes out. Perks looking for more. Perfect execution of possibility. Burns the flash for Larson. The rest of Rogue were in the area, so didn't want to go any deeper. I think controversial. You could go with... Is your take controversial? Do you think the item is debatable?
I just don't know if it's a rush item.
Okay.
That's all. I feel like, you know, third item probably fine. But also, I haven't really been looking into what Aatroxes have been building.
I get that.
Shojin. Oh, thank you, crowd member. I appreciate that. Yeah, of course, the abilities stack damage.
I like Sojin, but I also feel that's not a rush item. It increases all your spells damage, right? But
I feel like it's got all the stats he wants, though.
Yeah. But does Thunder Sky not? Ability haste, health, attack damage. You get a free critical strike.
Shojin has all of those stats as well.
Yeah, so I'm trying to work out why you like Shojin. Is it purely for the increased spell damage? The up to 12%
because you also have to remember Aatrox heals off the damage he actually deals. It's a direct correlation. Whereas Sundered Sky basically only gives you the heal off the auto attack. So
yeah, so when you auto a new champion every 6 seconds, 4 seconds if you have Ingenious Hunter fully stacked, you get 6% of your missing health heal.
Okay, right. Do you know what will sell this to me? Does Shigenda have Ingenious Hunter?
Let's see if the bottom works. It does. He does not.
He can't.
So it's every 6 seconds.
Yeah. The Resolve Tree is too powerful to ignore.
It's true. I mean, I wonder if there's some maths on, is it better to take Revitalize? Or is it better to take Ingenious Hunter for Thunder Sky procs? Because all of your other item cooldowns get reduced as well, right? The internal cooldowns. So
yeah.
Who knows? Probably someone.
Someone who's
not
better
either
than,
of us.
Someone who's better than maps at both of us.
Hey, I tried to do some maths on stream today. It was the worst thing I've ever tried to do in my life.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just couldn't do maths, man.
Don't do maths in front of a camera. Generally not a good idea.
Thankfully, the maths is done for us. You can see how it took 5 plates and got 500 gold, and Rogue only took 2 plates and got 125. Now the fight for Rift Herald begins. I say fight. So far, we have had 1 fight, and it involved Marcoon getting caught and dying.
Perhaps a staring contest. Oh, teleport's kind of deep. No, Shigenda's joining the team over the wall.
Okay. Heretics.
What you got for us?
It's not Oppenheimer. You don't just have to stand and watch. You can join in if you want. Nope. Instead, they'll just watch the explosions of Rift Herald falls. The Azir goes in. Perk's trying to dash away. He was trading with Shigenda, but was on the wrong side of that trade. Perfect execution will get him out as Heretics push in mid.
And they almost get the tower. I mean, you look at it, watching like, yeah.
Well, I was trying to work out how long Oppenheimer was and whether I could make a joke about it. It's been an Oppenheimer length of time since we last saw a proper fight in this game, but
we had a lot of pauses today.
Oppenheimer was longer than 15 minutes. So.
That's true. We did have a lot of pauses today. I reckon you could watch 2 Oppenheimers.
Two Oppenheimer?
Two Oppenheimer.
You could do the Boppenheimer combo. The Barbie Oppenheimer, right? I did that. It is... Watching Oppenheimer after Barbie is a weird experience.
I'm sure
it was. It's a strange, strange thing to do. Just very jarring, you know? Anyway,
I can tell.
Yeah, Dragon over to Heretics, still 700 gold between the 2 teams. We saw the Rift Herald charge in top. Rogue took their first tower of the game to equalize that mid lane tower that Heretics were taking at the same time. First items complete across the board, so it's probably going to be about 15 more minutes before we see another fight, guys. So settle in. You got any snacks? You can bring them over to the caster desk. We'll eat your nachos. We'll have some of your popcorn.
You know, before it was kind of frowned upon, you know.
No, but we can just reach down.
Now we can actually
just
reach down. Yeah, it would be
perfect.
Yeah.
I am sad though. I used to enjoy every now and again. I'd sit in the crowd. And you can't really do that anymore, right? I mean, I'd have to jump this wall.
Yeah,
it's pretty difficult.
And like climbing back up is kind of a mess, right? And yeah, probably wouldn't be great.
Anyway.
There's just not a lot to talk about in this game.
Yeah, the problem is, it's very new, very early in the season.
Yeah.
Neither of these teams have shown us that this is the style they want to go for this year. Rogue, we've already talked about, did this last year. Heretics have changed too much, really, for us to say much about the team other than, hey guys, it's G2.5, you know? And Flacket and Kaiser are back. Flacket obviously having played on G2 for a short while as well. The compositions are relatively standard for what we expect out of compositions on this patch. Maybe the Bard a little bit interesting, but we haven't seen him do much. I don't even think we've seen a single Tempered Fate. Perfect execution out of Perks once again as they trade, but Rogue are here to answer and no fight will erupt. And once again, we're just waiting for a little while.
All right. I know there's a dragon in 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes, so it kind of
Are we cheering ward kills, crowd? Is that the point? Okay, let's just go for it. Just let it loose.
Cheer what you need to cheer
you guys
for.
can be. Cheer it. Come on. Way! Okay, come on.
All right.
You can do better than that. I believe in you.
Next kill, over or under 21 minutes.
Over under 21 from now, or
as in like the game timer.
Next kill.
Yeah. Over under 21 minutes.
I'm gonna say over.
Over?
Yeah, they TP'd in here for Perks, but he still has flash. What you're going under, I assume. You have to, because I've said over.
You said over,
you have
so
to
I have
the
to
other
say
side of the
under.
bet.
Surely they'll
kill someone.
They'll kill someone at Dragon, right?
Minutes.
At Dragon, surely they're not just gonna have another staring contest. I mean, for Rogue, it would be an okay enough time to start to look for fights.
Yeah.
You also don't really want to give over that third Dragon to Team Heretics.
Right,
it would
hey,
really put you under a lot of pressure.
Crowd. Thank you, thank you. Oh, might be under. Never mind.
Nope.
Okay. I think it might be under 21 minutes, but only because I think Rogue are going to get impatient and try and force something after they've been pushed out of a fight.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you, even though technically my bet is under. But
yeah, I mean, I'm agreeing with you.
Well,
I think it's going to be under, but I bet over.
It's getting late.
It is getting late. Oh, do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself before we like have no more action happen?
Is this a make
we can
about
just,
the casters segment?
Look, I don't want to make it about us, but I'm going to be honest. The game isn't giving me much here, Jamada.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a Zaz. Oh no, it's a Bloodsong. For a second, I thought we had a Zazax, which is an interesting name to say, so I was going to talk about it, but it's a Bloodsong again, so less interesting.
Sounds a lot like the tree emote.
Yeah.
Brilliant tree emote.
We have a Maokai in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great to have you here.
Thanks.
He's going to be here for quite a few times. Yeah, Temper Fate goes wide. Marcoon still has the flash. Goes in with a twisted advance. It's 19 minutes. He dies!
I win!
Jamada wins the bet, although he didn't want to be on the side of it that he was.
Yep.
Was forced there, hoisted there. Okay, that's the thing. We started to try to talk about you.
Yep.
And then a kill.
Oh, dude.
Oh, is it going to happen again? No. Okay. Well, like both teams are playing to what they want to do.
Yeah, you know, we had hysterics here earlier.
We did.
We've both come from the LPL.
Yes.
Maybe that's the secret. Start talking about the caster, and then the teams start playing like it's LPL and fight over nothing.
Yeah, that was a fight over nothing as well.
Yeah.
He was just in there, wasn't he?
He didn't even have to really. He could have just flashed out.
He had a fight. He went back in.
Yeah.
I guess he wants to save Flash for the Dragon fight, which is hopefully going to happen in 38 seconds.
And I guess Jankos technically didn't use his flash, so, you know, no weird Xin Zhao sec
it's true.
going on.
It's true. Okay, what Baron are we going to get?
The long haul one, I forget what it's called.
The All-Seeing Eye?
Yes.
I think it's Territorial. It's All-Seeing Eye!
Oh,
so,
I'm just a goat.
Here's the problem with the All-Seeing Eye Baron. Okay? In the Animal Kingdom, you have animals with eyes on the front of their heads.
Okay.
And animals with eyes on the side of their heads.
Yeah.
Right? The All-Seeing Eye Baron has those elongated passages to the side, which implies the eyes are on the side. It can see the peripheries, right?
Right.
Guess what type of animal has eyes on the side of its head?
Why, do educate us, dear medic.
Prey animals. Animals that are hunted because they can see all around themselves, so they can see if a predator comes in. What is hunting the Baron? What is trying to kill it, man?
I'm
scared.
That's a horrible thing to think about. What might not be a horrible fight is if Rogue decide to try and cut Heretics off, but they're going to have the bar portal, and they will trade that tower for the Dragon, and Rogue stop the stack. So honestly, it feels good for them on the game state just to talk about the game very
might
briefly.
actually look for this.
Oh, there's a teleport there.
Flash, twisted advance, teleport behind. Wonder's trying to catch out Marcoon. Shigenda going in. TP also burnt by Perks as he joins the fight. Zoelise already down to half. Temper Bay hits 2. Zoelise is going to have to go in straight away pretty much. He dives forward. Magnustorm not an uphill fall. 3-0 so far for Heretics. Wonder flashing. Can't land the Intofu strikes. Perks forced away by Shigenda. The magical journey brings them in. Nature's Grasp will only route up one. Everyone else can line up behind it. Perks stepped into another route. Trying to get round to clear out this control ward. Jankos chipped away, and Rogue know they need to do some damage because Heretics could look towards a Baron. Relatively tanky early on in the game. They decide against it. Only one item on Flacker. Means he can't burn through it quite quickly enough. And there we have it. That's our 1 kill per 7 minutes allocated. So 28 minutes or so will be the next one.
If we get it. We'll see. Teleports though. Shigenda had half a flank angle, realized he had to rejoin his team because Perks and Wunda probably would have torn through a lot of what remained of Rogue as Tempered Fate's good. Zoelis feels like he's pressure tapped to go in. Immediately gets popped. Doesn't use Summoner spells though, as yeah, a lot of very important flash forces perhaps we'll have to track as we look towards maybe a Baron attempt after the back of this replay.
Shigendo Markoon burnt theirs. Zoelis didn't use his flash in the fight. Flacker doesn't have a flash, nor does Jankos or Wonder. Heretics now setting up vision around the Baron. I will say this pit is interesting because there's so many more ward positions that can't be spotted by a single control ward.
That's
so you
true.
have to be really aware of where you're clearing out. 2 items now on comp as well, means he's pretty powerful. Larson has a Rabadon's alongside his Nash's Tooth. We've seen what damage an Azir can do in this situation. Kanik Rukern, though, for Wonder, the name that everyone wonders why it was called that. But
It's such an awkward name to pronounce. Like, cool name, bit awkward to pronounce.
Rukern. I haven't looked at the history behind it, but yeah, it gives you a magic damage shield if you haven't been dealt magic damage recently. Scales with your max health, I believe. Makes you pretty darn tanky.
Yep, Galio W passive.
Yes.
Pretty much. I hope that champ gets changed to have more magic resist scaling. Another wish of mine on the long list.
I'd never want Galio to be meta, man.
Well, it's not about making him meta. It's about making him anti-mage again. You know?
That's true. I can see trying to go back to the reason, the fantasy.
Yeah, the fantasy.
Reason that people play it. I get that. I get that.
You know, Galio would be pretty awesome in this game on any position, because then maybe fights would happen, or well, technically because of his ult, maybe not.
His ult would only be used to disengage, man. Like, come
true.
on. You've watched them play for 23 minutes.
Yeah, you're right. They might fight over this red buff. Nope.
Nope.
No, never mind. I just saw where Flacken and Kaiser were.
So, Zeke's from Zoelis. I like as an item on the Rel.
So do
because
I.
it gives you magic damage and an AoE around you when you jump, or when you use your ultimate, which Rel is already pulling people in with her ultimate, so wants that magic damage around her as well.
Just makes it a lot more obnoxious, right? It's kind of a mini ultimate in a way, minus the gravity pull, and you don't really need to pull back, so feels good there. And I feel like for Rogue, with these item spikes they've got, at any point they could technically start a Baron if they actually find a window to do it, but Heretics, as you can see, vision control kind of lies in their hands. The vision in general for Rogue is quite shallow. Just kind of borderline. Thank you very much, observers, just for highlighting that. But Heretics in their own right, I feel like pretty slow Baron. It's only really the Varus that's going to get or dish out a whole bunch of DPS over time. So they do need a couple of these members of Rogue to be dead, but looking to threaten it. But there's 45 seconds left on the Infernal Dragons, so perhaps waiting for both of those objectives to be up before starting a play as Shigenda.
Playing with Perks, World Ender comes out. Shigendo obviously realizing with Storm Surge Leandries, Perks can work his way through him. Perfect executions, get him away. I will say, I'm a little surprised Zoelis has yet to finish his support item. There's a bunch of minions there, just order them, dude. He's got like 970 gold off it. He's just not getting the really OP upgrade from the support item, right? He can get that Bounty at Worlds. Now he's caught out. Wonder and Jankos chasing him down. The Fate's Call will pull him out. Good Tempered Fate, though, locks them up. Nature's Grasp has been used. Zoelis gets the Magna Storm down, but just doesn't have the damage. And now Rogue starting to fall by the wayside. Comp chased away. The slow from the Bard. Cosmic binding into the wall, and Comp will fall. Markoon, Shigendo, and Larson, the only ones left alive as Team Heretics turn their eyes towards the Baron.
Said just recently, Team Heretics will need a couple of members dead for this Baron attempt to happen, and they found their picks. Now they're on top of the Baron. Larson has ultimate. That's the only one left available for Rogue, but they're not even trying. They're just going to go and trade this Dragon off, get their second Infernal of the game, and look to Turtle as they will likely fall around 7,000 gold behind as this Baron falls.
There you are. Basically exactly 7,000 if you take 500 off it. But it was close, Jamada.
Thanks.
It's a very good prediction from you. We'll have another look at this because Zoelis is like stepping forward, trying to defend Shigendo a little bit, but it really feels just
it's kind of
that Zoelis isn't on the same page as his team. Like, why are you stepping there? Are you trying to play for the Razor Beaks?
I mean, just feels maybe a little bit overconfident because he's got that ultimate from Kalista, but the Tempered Fate just throws a spanner in the works immediately and then kind of sets up for Comp to die. Doesn't have any more escapes. A great Cosmic Binding comes out from Kaiser, and they're able to basically just very easily rotate through towards that Baron, and Rogue now stand in a huge deficit, which, unless we do end up seeing a bit of a wombo combo come out, because we haven't really seen Rogue layer their ultimates on top of, you know, the important members like Perks or Flacked very easily. It's going to be a bit of a struggle bus until then, and with Baron now, means the siege is going to come through, and whilst it's not poke Varus, this Varus is going to be very, very difficult to get on top of, and will still deal a bunch of damage.
So at least though, going into the Magnet Storm as they look to the engage TP behind as well from Shigenda. Last chance saloon you have to feel here from Rogue. They've already lost their support. Will they lose more? Blackhead pulled back, shut down by Marcoon. Shigenda now in the midst of 3 members of Heretics. Perks yet to join this fight. Marcoon's going to fall as well though. Wonder, Jankos and Kaiser working their way through the Rogue lineup. Comp trying to do everything he can under the tower, but he just can't do enough. Rogue get 1 kill on the board, but what have they lost for it?
Potentially a lot. It could, I mean, with Comp dead and Larson the only one alive, I'm not going to say the game just yet. Maybe 2 inhibs is just the cost. Team Heretics won't bite off more than they can chew, but Larson trying to get up in Perks' face, stop this push from happening.
Perks going back in, stunned with the Shadowing Strike, but Larson has to work his way away from this. So Leaks crashes down and Larson's able to walk away. Double inhib, as you say, Jamada is the cost. 5,000 extra gold from the Baron power play. And a magical journey leads Kaiser, Perks, and Blackhead out of the fight.
Yeah, and with 3 minutes left on Dragon, you imagine once we come out of this replay, the call is just going to be Snap on top lane. Let the supers do the work. So Wellers looks for the engage, but a well-timed flash from Blackhead keeps him in safety. No real danger of dying until Shigenda shows up on this flank. Was able to lock him down in place. Shutdown must go over to Marcoon, but at the end of the day, you're just trying to kill targets this deep into the game. But you don't kill off the Cassante, and you certainly didn't kill off Jin Zhao, who is dealing a whole bunch of damage underneath all of this, and Perks wasn't even there.
It's just so difficult for Comp and Larson to get close enough to do damage, right? Like, Comp got 4 or 5 auto attacks off in the entirety of the fight. He doesn't have the front line, or the battle's too far away from him. Comp still no flash. Temper Fate will lock him up. The Pathmaker slams him into the wall, and back down to the fountain he goes. The Callista has not done wonders at all for Rogue. The final inhibitor in the eyes of Heretics, and maybe even more than that, the game, a possibility. Shigenda caught out, Perks stunned for a second. Darking Blade lands the knockup. There's the inhibitor falling. Larson 3 items on the Azir. Is that enough? Will we finally see Rogue brought to life, or will Heretics continue this death march towards the Nexus? Shigenda down to half HP. They just can't get close enough. It's all on Zoelise. But Zoelise with no flash, and Heretics with every dash to disengage. Even the Crescent Guard, a possibility for Jankos just to try and keep Rogue at bay. Triple inhib down. It's too difficult for Rogue, as you say.
Just does feel too difficult, and the thing is, the only way that a fight seems feasible to kick off at this point, because we've not seen Marcoon really be able to get nice long-distance ults off, is Larson kind of throwing his body on the line, but you need this 3-item Azir to dish out the DPS, and he can't do that if he's trying to set up shuffle plays. So with Comp basically being the immediate target of a lot of Team Heretics' aggression, feels like they're in a bit of a catch-22, because Comp now kind of behind the curve, can't really put out as much damage as you would like. If he steps into aura range, it feels like he's stepping into death range. And Larson feels like hasn't really been able to have his pressure felt just because of how Team Heretics have been able to keep him at bay.
I mean, everyone on Rogue is behind the curve. Larson's the only Rogue player in the top 5. Kaiser has almost 2,500 gold more than Zoelise, and almost as much gold as Marcoon. Everyone on Rogue is struggling for gold, struggling for items, apart from Larson. Larson just doesn't have the opportunity to put the damage down. It's another game from Rogue that is just slow, but without impetus in it, without that excitement, without those moments of let's force something, let's find something. And again, this is a personal preference, but I'd much rather see a team go out fighting than be suffocated out of the game. And credit to Heretics, they played it well, they worked the map well, they found their advantages wherever they can. But often we've seen Rogue having to engage reactively rather than ever proactively looking for those picks.
Yeah, I think frankly, Rogue have kind of been dished their own medicine this game. Perks
onto Shigenda, forces the World Ender out. The Tempered Fate lands on one Nexus Tower. Zoelise trying to get on the backline, but there is no one autoing the Heretics backline. Larson and Shigenda alongside Marcoon trying to hold the Nexus. Wonder will fall. The first Nexus Tower follows suit though. And Jankos, Perks, Kaiser, and Blackhead can just slowly work their way through the Aatrox. Larson left standing, all on his lonesome. The Emperor's divide will divide the wheat from the chaff. And this time Rogue have been found wanting Heretics to win the win.
Yep, redemption win, if you ask me. After that Heretics performance yesterday, it was a bit of a stomping from Mad Lions Koi, but this game looked significantly cleaner.
Yeah.
A draft all on the same page, and gameplay which in reality just matched Rogue's energy, right? Hey, you know what? If they're going to let us hit first item, then practically take whatever we want, we'll do that. And
they did
that's
exactly
how the game played out. And Rogue had no real answer. Despite having all those engage tools, Heretics were like, kept them at bay. And even when an engage maybe looked good, there was no follow-up from Comp or Larson available.
Just couldn't quite get in range. A player of the game votes at LEC on Twitter. Jankos, Flacket, and Kaiser. They all had relatively good games. Kaiser's Tempered Fate, his Bard was pretty strong. I think Flacket put out a lot of damage on the Varus as well. Got to give him credit there. And Jankos' control of the jungle, some of those early objectives really led to Heretics being able to just take a stranglehold on that game. For Rogue, a disappointing start to the split. Have a quick look at who they face up against tomorrow. It is G2, so that's going to be a toughie for them as well. Could be the start of a 0-3. But of course, they can go back tonight, they can recuperate, they can regroup, and perhaps they can find a way to find the win against a G2 that looks in pretty good form coming into 2024.
Yep, G2, said it earlier as well, business as usual.
Yep.
It feels like for them at the minute, so we'll see how Rogue, you know, kind of stand up against them, but it's going to be kind of difficult, I feel.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. We'll see what they can do. Obviously, a relatively short turnaround as well, with it being a longer day for us here in the LEC. We've very much enjoyed your company through it, with PGL coming up next. I hope you stay around for that. But it's kind of the end of the road for us today, at least, Jamada.
It is.
Any final words of wisdom for people before we hand it over to an interview?
Me?
You're very wise, man. You are.
Nah, I'm not. I mean, I guess maybe after all we had Mad in the correct tier. I don't know what you want from me.
Oh yeah, I mean that was good.
Yeah.
That was great.
Right,
I didn't hear any of it because the producers were talking in my ear. We're gonna hand over to Laura, who's standing by on stage with Kaiser. They're over there.
Yay! Thank you so much, Kaiser, for joining me. Congrats on winning this one after what happened yesterday. Do you feel relieved now when you compare the two games and the way you guys played?
I mean, for sure. Like, there were like some doubts, you know, maybe we were actually washed after the Mad Lions game, because I think like we had like decent confidence coming into like the Mad Lions game, but I think they played really well, right? They didn't give us any chances, and I think like after the early game we just had like no chance. So props to them, but I'm just happy that we won today and like showed a good performance.
Getting caught off guard by the new generation, but as you say that you make it up today. Tell me about the pace of the game. I saw some comments online about Rogue being back and Rogue games being back and the way they used to play the game, but what happened here and why couldn't just speed up the pace of the game and close it out faster?
I mean, I think like we played it like pretty safe. Like we just didn't try to give them any chances. Like they had Azir scaling, right? So if we give them like too many shutdowns, like we know we can lose the game, right? And they did a good job, I think. Like they like kind of sneaked 2 dragons from us, so they like prolonged the game. Like we couldn't really get soul, and I think like if we didn't have like a good fight in their base, like maybe the game could have like actually like even been thrown by us. But I think we played it fine. I think maybe we could have even played a bit more aggressive. Like when Kalista was dead, we could have maybe tried to push for the Nexus. But I think like I'm just yeah, fine with this.
It takes time to get used to a new team, as I often say usually at the beginning of the season, and especially when you have so much experience all across the board. I feel like it's the first time you have teammates like this who've been playing for such a long time, who have so much experience. What does that change for you actually as a player, and how you can think of stuff, anticipate, exchange with the rest of the players? Tell me about how it's been so far.
I mean, it's been really nice, to be honest. Like, I think playing with Jankos makes the game as a support like much easier. Like, he talks a lot, and I think like we have the problem of like maybe sometimes we talk too much. Like, I think sometimes people just have to shut up, kind of. And I think we are trying to learn that as well. Like having like one voice and like maybe being on the same page a bit more. But I think for sure like playing with like all these like experienced players makes it so much easier, because like we don't have to like explain like the basics like too much anymore, right? We can just like even though like sometimes we may like skip steps and stuff like this, like maybe don't play by the book too much. I think it's still like much easier to play.
But as you said, you have to, how can I say, you have to contain different voices, and you all have strong opinions about the game, and you all come with your approach, and making something coherent out of this can be a difficulty, I feel. How do you combine every opinion, as you said, because sometimes people can get loud and think their opinion can be the best. So how do you cook everything so that it stays coherent?
I mean, it helps that we're like pretty like good friends already, right? I think like they know each other from like way back, right? I know Perks from Vitality, so I think like it helps that we can like talk to each other in like a normal way and like just talk stuff out, right? Like no one is like hurt if like someone says like you're inting or something, right? And I think like we just like try to talk the strategy out as well. Like if you have different opinions, we just try to bring ourselves together and like be on on the same page, I guess, right? And of course, it's not always like that easy, right? I think. Especially if you get like older and like more set in your ways, right? It's harder to change, I guess, right? Yeah. But I think we're trying, and I think like this new season as well, like it kind of requires us to change a bit as well. So it's for sure like a challenge, but a challenge we are like willing to take.
We don't say old, we say experienced here in the LEC. But honestly, with all this potential and experience, I'm really looking forward to seeing what Team Heretics can become. But it's all for us here on this side of the stage. Kaiser, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
For the interview, and good luck on the third game you will have tomorrow. And it's time for us to toss it back to Shox for post-game lobby. Take it away, dear.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know if we get like a PGL thing. Yes, we do. We've got Jankos here after the first victory of Heretics, and also the fact that it is your 10-year anniversary playing in the LEC. That's insane. 14th of January 2014. Did you realize?
I read like a post on Twitter, yeah.
Okay. You didn't wake up and were like, today's the day.
Oh, like today?
Yeah, it is today.
Oh, I thought this year.
No, actually today. So 10 years ago, January 14th, 2014, you played your very first game in the LEC. Well, the EU LCS, you know.
You know what I think is funny? When I joined the league, you were a veteran. And here we are now. It's crazy to think about.
Wait, what are you now then?
Now I'm like a super veteran. No, now I'm like the old guy in the league, you know?
Yeah, makes sense. I know how that feels. Regardless though, congratulations. Let's talk a little bit about Heretics first. We're going to show a bunch of photos, by the way, throughout the years.
Well, it will be like the balding process from like start to finish.
But you're reversing it now.
I'm trying to reverse it right now.
So it's excellent. You're beating the allegations, actually. Actually, we can see the differences. What's gonna be?
Okay. I mean, I can burn myself, but I mean.
I know. Anyways, let's talk about the game then. Yesterday, really bad start, and I think a lot of people thought it started in draft. The fact that it just seemed a little bit unplayable. I wonder what kind of ideas that you had. You said you talked long into the night yesterday, right? What were the things that you really needed to focus on today?
Oh, you mean like so from yesterday to today,
yeah.
Why we got completely smashed by Mad Lions?
Yes.
Okay, because we are kind of washed and we got like complacent, I would say, maybe. I mean, so I would say that our scrims can be very questionable. And because of that, I was not sure about how we are going to perform on stage yesterday. And then I woke up that day and I didn't even realize we play. I mean, I knew it's the day of LEC, but it was so chill that I didn't even feel mentally like, oh, wow. It was more like, yeah. I'm not sure if you get what I mean, but after 10 years of doing this, like sometimes you wake up and it's just another day on the rip.
It's another day.
So I think I could have done much better job at like calling my teammates to not run it down and not run it down myself. And basically, I mean, after the early game mistakes, they snowballed cleanly. And this is why today also the game was so slow, because we didn't want to throw it. And it feels like in this meta, after Season 14 changes, if you get a lead, it's very easy to close out the game if you don't throw it, because of the void grabs, because how easy it is to get towers, because of the items are not balanced, not all of them at least. So I think we had a better draft, better preparation, and better understanding, and we also woke up a bit more.
Okay, Trimby, what do you think?
I mean, I would agree, right? Like after the
With the worst part, for sure.
I mean, after the snowball, right, and everything, it feels hard nowadays, especially at least as a bot laner, right? Playing from red side when an enemy gets a lead, and then they can like constantly come to your lane. It feels so much harder than before. Before it would be way harder to even get to your lane and then, you know, force you off or even gank you. Now it seems so simple that sometimes you just forget about it, right? And that's for sure one thing. And yeah, I mean, today's game, it also was versus Rogue, you know. I was a part of Rogue, and they're pretty slow, so I think you are allowed to like be also slow and just like play it out. I think that's like kinda, it's a good thing to do, because I think also then you can like figure out things about how did it feel like today. Was it like just you didn't want to throw it, or was it just like you are not really able to like do too much in the game? How does it feel right now in this meta?
I mean, I think it's just that, like you said, I think bot lane is very hard to play on red side if you have a losing bot lane, right? So yesterday we had like losing bot lane and losing jungle and losing kind of mid lane. And basically yesterday that was tricky, but today I think it was way better. And the reason why we tried to play it slow today is because we were still not super confident in our ability to play the game, as yesterday we showed a pretty garbage showing. Okay, we couldn't actually play the game. Okay, it was actually unplayable. You guys don't understand. Okay, I'm in shock. I mean, okay, you guys, okay, all of you technically understand. But
you say I don't understand?
No, like all of you technically understand. So anyway,
he got
I'm just saying, I had to get you back. But I'm just saying that it was so unplayable after that like level. After 5 minutes, it was just not playable, so we couldn't play the game. Yeah. So today we also took it slow. Again, not confident. Technically, first game on stage that's playable. Having the advantage, having more of a silent champion with Akali, right? Them having control and giving them towers. I mean, it's fine, you know. If they want to play the game the way they did, we are going to take the win. And I'm hoping for more wins coming up the next couple of games, especially. I think the game against Giants tomorrow is going to be a big one because... in my opinion, I mean, this is off topic completely and I'm yapping right now, but I think SK Gaming, G2 are like by far the best teams right now, and Fnatic, like these three, I think. Like these three is my clear top 3. And everyone is a bit lower. I mean, Mad is definitely better than us after yesterday, but I mean, I would really like to BO3 them or like BO5 them, but that's like gonna come later. But yeah, I think these teams are the best and everyone else is kind of not that great. So we need to win the games against not great teams so that we can comfortably get into BO3 and then cook from there.
Yes. I wanted to... Oh yeah, Giant X tomorrow for you guys. A lot of people are saying... So a lot of people who are not scrimming them are not saying that SK is good, and people who are scrimming them are saying SK is good. So I...
Yeah, they are like, yeah, we were getting manhandled by this game.
Okay, I see.
And by G2 and by...
and yesterday also by Mad Lions. Anyways, we've been playing Spot the Imposter today. It's basically, we're going to show you, you can all play because you're all garbage at it. It's like you see an item. I also don't know, by the way. You're going to see an item and then you see the build path. This is you.
That is me, yeah.
Yeah, and so you have to say what's wrong. What is wrong?
Oh no, why did he show a lethality item?
Yeah, I think I know.
You know?
I mean, I will give time for Jankos. Do you know? How do you feel like?
Yeah, I think I do.
Okay,
all right, go ahead.
You should go first.
There is like one component missing. I have to say which one?
Yeah,
you have to say which one.
You have to. One of them is wrong.
Shrimpy, say something.
Wait. That doesn't calculate my brain. Okay, I think it builds out of Brutalizer, not Warhammer.
Yeah.
And then everything is correct, but you swap Warhammer for Brutalizer.
Yes. Correct. Absolutely smart.
I saw Caps doing it, but I didn't see like if he answered right or wrong. Did he?
No.
No way he was wrong on
I
IP
think
item.
everyone was wrong. Or
wait,
did he?
The one that we did before. No, he was right. At first, he was not sure, but then we both
figured it out.
Yeah,
teamwork makes the dream work.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So Jankos, as we promised, so it was 10 years ago actually that you played your first game in ELCS. So we have a bunch of photos, and we have all the 4 teams you've played, of course, starting with Roccat in 2014 and 2015. I think we're going to start.
Yeah.
At some point, it's coming. But anyway, Roccat. Whoa!
Yeah, that is a picture with me in glasses when I had more hair. And basically, wait, do you want to talk about like what am I supposed to say?
What is this a fun memory? Is it not?
I mean, not that year. That year was pretty garbage. We like literally lost everything possible. I mean, like 2014 was a good memory because we went into LEC and it was like a different time back then. Like it wasn't professional, I would say. Not LEC, but of course LEC was very professional.
Yes, ELCS, yeah.
ELCS was, our gaming house and everything. But yeah, definitely 2014, we were like the new team, the Polish team that was struggling and trying to make Worlds, and in the end we didn't make it. And 2015, we got smashed, so not fun.
Do you remember I think it was Gamescom, because we used to do like Gamescom things, and you were asked to do something on the show, on the desk. And it was, I think, one of the first times we spoke, and you were saying how like, that's so intimidating and that's so hard and like you weren't sure, and it's just so I don't know if you remember, but it's so interesting to me because you became like not only one of the most successful players in Europe, but also one of the most entertaining players in Europe. And
You
it's
can
just
keep going, I will not interrupt.
and that's so cool. But you don't remember, so whatever.
I mean, yeah, now it's mentioned. The entertaining, the what? Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, so you say it didn't start great, but then, I mean, after that you went to H2K, was that better?
Yeah. I mean, H2K, oh yeah, exactly. This is picture from Worlds Madison Square Garden 2016.
Yeah. I think so
There
too.
you go. Yeah, my first Worlds, very hyped up. When I was a kid, I used to like American movies. So going to like New York was like a fantasy. So that was nice that we got there because we got really lucky draw. And I remember G2 Esports like completely like choked it, and Perks was like inting his ass on the rift, and that's how we made it to semis basically by getting Albus Nox in quarters. But it was very fun memory. 2016, 17 again we sucked, not really that fun.
No, and then we get into the G2 era, 2018 to 2022.
Yeah, that was 20. I don't actually remember. Wait, this is 2019, I think. Picture because of the jersey. I'm pretty sure, yeah. And I also had the
braces.
Braces, yeah.
Yeah.
And that was like in 2018. I remember I lost to Broxa in the finals in spring, and in summer we didn't even make top 6. I think we got like smashed in playoffs by Misfits, and then we still made Worlds, and then we made semis.
That was
So,
crazy,
yeah,
actually.
that was really cool. So I mean G2 definitely have a lot of good memories, right? We had a rough year of 2021. But besides that, I think all the memories in G2 are like the best time in my career.
Yes, you would say that?
Yeah. The best time in my career. I also had fun with all the teammates I played with back then, like throughout the years, different teammates, but still a lot of fun, you know, the Flake, Targamas era, the Wadid, Hjarnan era, and also like the GOATs, the GOAT era.
GOAT era!
Not anymore, all of us are washed, maybe besides Kaos and Mickey, they're still winning. Yeah, I mean, fun times.
Yeah, and then the new chapter, Team Heretics 2023. New memories.
Oh yeah, new memories.
I mean, last year as well, actually.
Yeah,
last year and this year.
Yeah, last year and this year. I mean, last year we lost
Hey, but I see pattern here. You're about to go like to World
True. It's time to like go up again. Yeah, I mean, very interesting. We will see how it develops. We have Perks, me, Wunder, and yeah, we have Flag as well.
Yeah,
and then we have Kaiser. So I'm very curious about where it takes us. I'm very happy to keep competing. I feel like the reason why I didn't retire yet is because I enjoy competing and I have fun doing it. And I still feel like I'm good, by the way. I might sound a bit cocky, but I'm pretty good.
You were insane last
Pretty
year.
good, yeah. I mean, okay, yeah. Thank you, guys.
That's
I mean,
okay.
it kind of forced you to say it. I mean, Brox didn't say anything. He's a jungler, so he's probably thinking, yeah, this
you're not too bad.
But yeah,
I've been praising you this weekend. I'm just saying.
Oh, really? Thank you.
It's not true. He's lying. You should.
Okay, but yeah, I'm having fun, so I'm enjoying my time here in LEC. After 10 years, I'm still enjoying it. I'm
crazy.
a bit older than I used to be, but it's fun.
Yeah, we just get older. Everyone around us gets younger, but you're still.
Oh my God, when I heard like Jackie's, the mid laner I play against tomorrow, he's 17, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
No,
he's 17 and I'm like 28.
He's 18 probably, but is he?
He's 18?
It must be, right?
Okay, but he must be 18, right?
He must be.
Okay, so he's 10 years younger than me. A decade, right? It's a decade.
I wish he was only 10 years younger than me.
Okay.
He is 18 because
I didn't mean it.
Anyways, oh my God. Anyway, let's tie this up then. I mean, I already sung Janko's praises enough for literally 10 years, so it's really inspirational, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's probably more praise than I got for the last 10 years. You're right there.
I mean,
you can continue.
Your fans always say that we don't praise you enough, especially last year. So
I think last year you guys praised me a lot.
Yeah, so
but you did in G2, I remember. But it's fine.
No, yeah, well, got carried. No.
That makes sense.
One thing that I think is impressive is that no matter what team you've been on, you've always looked really good, which I think as a jungler can be really difficult. Because I think when you look from the outside, usually the way I look at if a team functions well on the inside or not is you look at the jungler, and if the jungler is lost, they have like no game plan. They have no idea what they're doing. But every team you've played on throughout the years, you always perform, and I think that is really impressive. I mean, obviously last year was tough, but even then you were considered one of the best junglers in the league.
Thank you. I work hard.
I can respect that.
Yes, he does. Cool, that's it, I think. Does anyone else have anything to say? Or we good? Thank you for joining us today, Trimmy. Did you have fun?
I mean, it was a lot of fun, yeah?
Yeah.
Just like doing stuff, trying a new thing. I mean, looking at players, right, that they play. I would like to play too, but it is what it is. But
heard it, team.
you know, but look, we have Jankos. He played 10 years, right? And I want to be back there too, so you know, it's inspirational.
It's like your third year, right?
Sorry?
Your third year only, right? Or fourth? In LEC?
It was 3 years, yeah.
It would be 3, yeah, cool.
Now it would be fourth.
No, it would
if
be
I
fourth.
was, yeah.
But we love to have you on the desk as well. But obviously we hope you find your way back because some of these supports... Anyways, just kidding. It's been a long day. I am sorry. I will send you all off. But we will be back tomorrow. Another 10 years for Jankos. And tomorrow we'll be back at 5 p.m. with the final day of the LEC week. Bye. Dziękuję.
Wow, dziękuję.
So you look down towards the bottom side. There's a CS lead and a gank coming through. Patrick dies here. It could be 99, end of the line, and the quiver comes out.
Side of the map, right? Every time that Patrick and Ignar have an ability to push, they flash in.
Flash Shattering Strike, as you said. Lavrov out with the 6, and he's not there. Flash away from Ice. He has nothing to stop him. Sonic Wave hits from downtown.
We've got a big wave happening right now.
Hey, let's go. Hey, it feels like home. Hey, gets 2 members. Nisky jumps back in. How are SK members still alive? Mad under their own turret. They're getting quartered as irrelevant flushes in as well. This team is crazy.
SK Ace, Mad Lions Koi.
Bo knows that Yank's not on this side of the map, so this dive should be easy enough to pull off.
Flashes forward. Bo starts to tank Mickey with the root, though. Bo will fall 1-for-1. Targamas gets the kill on here. Upset has flash and cleanse, uses the cleanse, but still gets stunned. Broken Blade exhausted, though, as he will fall. Yike going deep, and it's a huge bite for Carmine Core. Dashes in with a heartbreaker, and has broken the hearts of the KC faithful here in the crowd. Tidal Wave used on Noah, but he flashes away. BTO lands a bunch of the shots, and it's enough for double for BTO. Humanoid slides forward, still has the Emperor's Divide in the flash, but he doesn't need either to work his way through the Lucian. Dagler's now caught out. Humanoid is so damn big.
I'm trying to heal him. I would die. Can you
Wait. Kite to me, I'm coming.
Yeah, Cassandra is really OP. Cassandra is so OP.
Holy shit, yeah.
Okay, we are diving. I'm flashing on the...
Okay, I'm looking.
Can listen flash. Go Kalista,
I can tank.
He's dead. Nice.
GG guys.
Nice. Well played, guys.
Nice, good game.
Yeah, GG. Nice. We're not washed. We're not washed.